My wife is a beautiful CEO. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251. Exposed on the spot. Su Chen was stunned. He never expected that the shy and introverted Wanqiu would suddenly do this to him. Before he could say anything, Wanqiu's pretty face was already red. Under the dim light, she looked like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite immediately. Mr. Su, thank you, be careful. Wanqiu made a mosquito-like sound and then covered her face and ran back to the villa. Su Chen was stunned for a long time before leaving quickly. The wind character technique was launched. Su Chen's speed was very fast. However, his mind was a little confused. Fortunately, when he was about to reach the Zhou family villa, he also sorted out his mood. At this time, it was late. Everyone in the Zhou family had gone to bed. Su Chen walked lightly towards the bedroom upstairs. He slowly turned the door of the room and walked in the dark. Click. The light in the bedroom suddenly lit up. Zhou Wanqiu was wearing pajamas with his hand on the switch. You haven't slept yet? Su Chen greeted awkwardly. Zhou Wanqiu said coldly, I was asleep. I was woken up by you. Su Chen smiled and said nothing. He was not a fool, so he could see that Zhou Wanqiu hadn't slept at all. Suddenly, Zhou Wanqiu's eyes fixed. Su Chen was stunned, not knowing what Zhou Wanqiu was going to do. A trace of disgust flashed across Zhou Wanqiu's face, and she said coldly, Su Chen, can you please not be so blatant when you fool around in the future? You know what will happen if grandpa and others see you. Su Chen looked puzzled. I didn't go fooling around. I went to help Wang. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhou Wanqiu. Please look in the mirror first before lying, okay? After Zhou Wanqiu finished speaking, he fell down and shrank into the quilt, no longer paying attention to Su Chen. Su Chen felt puzzled. He walked into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. He saw a faint lip print on a handsome face, clearly visible. Oh my god. Su Chen couldn't help but swear. How come he didn't notice that Wanqiu was wearing lipstick? Su Chen was upset. He washed his face in a hurry, then took a simple shower and returned to the bedroom with a guilty conscience. Outside, Zhou Wanqiu had turned off the bedroom light. It seemed that Su Chen was not worthy of her turning on the light. Su Chen returned to his bed in the dark with a guilty conscience. All night, Zhou Wanqiu next door kept tossing and turning. Su Chen didn't dare to make a sound. The next morning, Zhou Wanqiu got up and found that she had two big panda eyes on her face. She screamed and covered them with foundation and concealer. She glared at Su Chen fiercely, and Su Chen could only smile bitterly. After the meal, the two went to work together. Zhao Giran was a little confused. Is my tenfold tonic soup ineffective? Why do I feel that Wanqiu and Su Chen are still in conflict? Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief after arriving at the office. Along the way, Zhou Wanqiu still didn't give him a good look. Su Chen didn't know how to explain it. After all, iron evidence is as strong as a mountain, and Zhou Wanqiu probably wouldn't believe it, no matter how he explained. Su Chen felt a little annoyed when he thought about it. At this moment, ding-ling-ling, his phone rang. After answering it, Wang Xing's voice came. Mr. Su, Zhang Qiao is here. Zhang Qiao? Su Chen was stunned. Then, he remembered that Wanqiu's best friend was called Zhang Qiao. Su Chen told Wang Xingzu last night that Wanqiu's toxins had recurred, either because the toxins were not cleaned up last time, or because she was poisoned again in the past few days. The most suspicious one was the only outsider who had contact with Wanqiu, her best friend Zhang Qiao. Last night, Wanqiu had an accident, and it seemed reasonable for Zhang Qiao to come to see her today. Mr. Wang, I know. I'll go to your house right away. Don't act rashly now. Don't let her feel abnormal. Su Chen instructed. Wang Xingzu nodded. Yeah, I know. I didn't dare to approach them. Come quickly. Su Chen stood up and didn't ask Zhou Wanqiu for leave, but just slipped away. Now, Zhou Wanqiu was angry, and asking her for leave would only cause trouble for himself. Su Chen arrived at Wang's house soon. Wang Xingzu didn't say hello to Wang Yuting, but quietly led Su Chen in. Su Chen, you're here. Zhang Qiao has been here for more than half an hour and is now talking to Yuting in the living room. It seems that there is nothing to doubt. I just heard that Yuting was in trouble, so I came to see her. And she brought Yuting some special fruits from Australia. Su Chen nodded. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Then he walked towards the living room. The living room of the villa. Wang Yuting was excited, chattering with a young woman about what happened last night. It was Wang Yuting's best friend, Zhang Qiao. Zhang Qiao was about 23 or 24 years old, with an above average appearance, and her appearance was very delicate. At this time, she was listening to Wang Yuting's story with great interest. Zhang Qiao would interject from time to time to make Wang Yuting's story more exciting. After listening to a few sentences, Su Chen judged, this Zhang Qiao really knows how to talk, is very good at listening, and can also praise people when talking. Although it is Wang Yuting who is telling the story, it is Zhang Qiao who controls the rhythm and makes the chat atmosphere more lively. Wang Yuting talked for a long time, with an excited face. Qiao, what do you think of Mr. Su Chen? Is he amazing? Zhang Qiao smiled and said, too amazing. Much better than that bastard Hu Zhenliang. Mr. Su is young, his medical skills are good, and he can fight. The key is that he has a good character. He is simply the best Prince Charming. When Wang Yuting heard Zhang Qiao praising Su Chen, her face was full of smiles, and she nodded repeatedly, yeah. At this time, Zhang Qiao smiled and brought a plate of fruit to Wang Yuting. Okay, I know your Mr. Su is good. But we can't just talk about Mr. Su. Our mouths are dry. Come. Try this Australian apricot. This is a specialty fruit of Australia, not available anywhere else. So fragrant and sweet. If I wasn't allergic to apricots, there wouldn't be so many left for you. Eat a few quickly. Wang Yuting's face flushed slightly, and she took the Australian apricots and prepared to eat. At this moment, Su Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Wait a moment. Su Chen strode into the hall of the villa. Wang Yuting's face was full of surprise. Mr. Su, why are you here? Su Chen smiled. I came to see Mr. Wang for something. A flash of disappointment flashed across Wang Yuting's face. Then, she said excitedly, Mr. Su, let me introduce you to my best friend, Zhang Qiao. Qiao, this is Mr. Su, my lifesaver I told you about. Zhang Qiao smiled and said teasingly, so, you are the miracle doctor that our Yuting has been talking about for a long time. You are indeed young and promising. No wonder our Yuting keeps mentioning you. Qiao, what are you doing? If you say this again, I will ignore you in the future. Wang Yuting was embarrassed. At this time, Su Chen said lightly, so, you are Yuting's best friend. I thought you had a grudge against her. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Qiao's face changed. The smile on Wang Yuting's face also froze. Mr. Su, do you have any misunderstanding with Qiao? Wang Yuting was a little confused. Zhang Qiao also stared. Mr. Su, you seem to have something against me. If so, then I will disappear now. As she said this, Zhang Qiao stood up and was about to leave. Wang Yuting panicked. Now, on one side was her best friend, and on the other side was Su Chen, which made her very embarrassed. Su Chen said coldly, you can leave if you want. But, explain the matter clearly before leaving. Explain what? Zhang Qiao asked. Su Chen pointed to the Australian fragrant apricots on the table and asked, please explain, what's the matter with these poisoned apricots? Wang Yuting was stunned. A trace of panic flashed across Zhang Qiao's face. What did you say? I don't understand. It's easy if you don't understand. You will understand after you eat 2 apricots. As he spoke, Su Chen picked up 2 apricots and handed them to Zhang Qiao. Zhang Qiao looked ugly and argued, I'm allergic to apricots. Su Chen smiled coldly, don't worry. I'm a doctor. I can tell whether you are allergic or not. Don't say you are not allergic. Even if you are really allergic, I can guarantee that you will be fine. Eat. Zhang Qiao was completely panicked. Chapter 250 to the Mastermind. Zhang Qiao's face was extremely ugly. Su Chen's eyes were like torches, staring straight at her face. Wang Xingzu moved his feet and stood in front of her. Eat it. If it's not poisonous, I apologize to you. If not, let's go to a medical institution together and do a test. Su Chen said lightly. At this time, Zhang Qiao was completely speechless. Wang Yuting hurriedly said, Qiao, you are allergic to apricots. Let's go for a checkup directly. Mr. Su is a doctor, so he is more sensitive. Let's go for a checkup together. If Mr. Su makes the wrong judgment, he and I will apologize to you. Zhang Qiao's face changed several times. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, I won't go. My Australian apricots are fine. You don't believe me? Then don't eat it. As she spoke, Zhang Qiao seemed very angry and turned around and left. She just walked to the door. Suddenly, a cold light shot out from outside. Zhang Qiao's face changed drastically. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. You want to kill people in front of me? He raised his hand suddenly, and a silver light shot out. Dang. With a crisp sound, a sleeve arrow was shot to the ground by Su Chen with a silver needle. Zhang Qiao escaped death, her face pale. She was still in shock, her legs softened, and she fell to the ground. Wang Xingzu was furious. Someone actually came to his house and wanted to kill people to silence them. This was no different from a slap in the face for the Wang family, a martial arts family. A figure flashed directly over the wall. It was the person who just shot the sleeve arrow. Asshole, where are you running? Wang Xingzu was about to chase him, but Su Chen stopped him immediately. Old Wang. Judging from the figure of that person, he must be very good at speed. You may not be able to catch up. Let me go. Su Chen's voice fell. There was a sound of wind and thunder. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's figure disappeared. Wang Xingzu was stunned. What a fast speed. The figure was quite thin. After turning over the Wang family, he ran away at a very fast speed. This person's name is Li Fei, and people in the world call him flying on the grass. What he is best at is speed. Although he is only a master of Zhuanjin, it is difficult for ordinary innate strongmen to catch up with him. The Wang family villa is located in the suburbs, a little off, but as long as he is given 30 seconds, he can run to a densely populated area. When he gets into the crowd, no one can find him. Li Fei is very confident. Where are you running? At this moment, a voice with thunder exploded in his ears. Li Fei turned his head and saw that his heart and courage burst instantly. Su Chen, like a flash of lightning, approached quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind him. Go to hell. Li Fei was frightened and dazed. He turned his head and flicked his sleeves, and several sleeve arrows were thrown out, hoping to slow down Su Chen's speed. As long as Su Chen was blocked for a few seconds and allowed to get into the crowd, no one could find him. However, facing the sleeve arrows flying towards him, Su Chen's speed did not change, and a golden armor floated on his body. Invincible golden body. Ding, ding, ding. The sleeve arrows fell directly to the ground, as if they had pierced a steel plate. Seeing this scene, Li Fei was completely desperate. The next second, a strong hand pressed on Li Fei's shoulder. You are very good at running, right? Su Chen's voice rang beside Li Fei's ear. Li Fei hadn't responded yet. Crack. Two sounds of bone fractures rang out. Ah! Li Fei screamed and fell to the ground. His two legs were completely broken. Su Chen stepped forward, sealed his acupuncture points with a few streams of energy, and carried him away like a chicken. On the other side, Wang's villa. Wang Yuting looked at Zhang Qiao with disappointment. Qiao, we have such a good relationship, but you actually hurt me. Zhang Qiao's face changed several times. Finally, she said in a hateful voice, Wang Yuting, do you think I really have a good relationship with you? You are the one I hate the most. Why do teachers like you the most? Why do all men like you? Is it because of your fake kindness? If it weren't for your family background, would I please you and be friends with you? Don't dream. Wang Yuting's face rose. She thought Zhang Qiao was her true friend. As a result, she has always looked at herself like this. Zhang Qiao, I ask you, who was the person who wanted to kill you just now? Who sent you? Tell me. Wang Xingzu asked. Zhang Qiao smiled coldly. Do you think I will tell? Why did he want to kill me to silence me? Isn't it because he is worried that I will tell it out loud? If I tell it, even if I'm alive, they will still kill me to retaliate. If you want to kill me, just do it. I also want to see if Wang Yuting will have nightmares in her life if you kill me now. Wang Xingzu froze and looked at Wang Yuting. Sure enough, Wang Yuting's eyes were red and she looked reluctant. Good people are often bullied. A gentleman can be bullied with tricks. This is what Wang Yuting is like. Humph. Wang Xingzu snorted coldly. Do you think we won't know if you don't tell us? When Mr. Su catches that man, everything will be revealed. Zhang Qiao said with disdain. Although I don't understand martial arts, I have heard of that man's cultivation. His best skill is speed. Even the innate strong men you talk about can't catch up with him. As soon as the voice fell, a clear voice rang out. Really? Then please take a look. Who is this? Bang. A muffled sound rang out. The figure of flying on the grass Li Fei fell in front of everyone. Su Chen's figure slowly appeared. Zhang Qiao looked at Li Fei on the ground and was stunned. She looked at Su Chen with shock on her face, and it seemed that it was difficult for her to accept this. Flying on the grass, Li Fei, Wang Xingzu said in surprise. He looked fortunate. Fortunately, Su Chen was here. If he really asked him to chase, he really couldn't catch up with this guy. Old Wang, I have fulfilled my mission and brought this guy back to you. How to examine him is up to you. Su Chen said indifferently. Wang Xingzu said excitedly, no problem. Su Chen untied Li Fei's mute point with his hand. Li Fei looked ferocious and stared at Su Chen. You bastard, you dare to break my legs. I will never forgive you. All his kung fu is in his legs. Now, it can be said that he is half useless. Su Chen said coldly, whatever old Wang asks you, you answer it. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will break all your bones. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Li Fei shuddered and quickly shut up. Wang Xingzu said, Li Fei, I remember that my Wang family has never offended you. Why do you come to harm my granddaughter? Li Fei's face was tense, his eyes were erratic, and he seemed to be entangled. Su Chen said coldly, old Wang, I'll help you. As he spoke, he pierced Li Fei with 2 silver needles. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the sky. I say, pull it out for me. After a few seconds, Li Fei completely gave in. Su Chen said disdainfully, I thought you had such a hard bone. You're wasting my feelings. Li Fei wanted to cry, but had no tears. It's not that he had never been tortured before, but Su Chen's simple to silver needles were more painful than being branded with a branding iron. Tell me, who asked you to come? Su Chen asked coldly. Li Fei calmed down and said, it's Qin Fueling, the head of the Qin family. Su Chen was stunned. Who is this? On the side, Wang Xingzu's face changed. What? Are you talking about Qin Fueling, the head of the second family in Bincheng? Li Fei nodded. Su Chen was quite speechless. Before, Jing Weibing from the first family in Bincheng came out, and he was a man of the White Dragon King. Now, there is another Qin Fueling from the second family. I just don't know who this guy belongs to. This small Bincheng is actually quite complicated. Su Chen wanted to know if there are any other large forces in Bincheng. Now it seems that if the Zhao family wants to reach the top in Bincheng, they still have to overcome these hurdles. Wang Xingzu's face turned pale. Are Yuting usually never leaves the house? When did she offend a big boss like Qin Fueling? Tell me, why did he send you to harm her? Chapter 253 In my eyes, they are just like chickens and dogs. Su Chen was also very curious. Wang Yuting has such a gentle personality, and logically she shouldn't offend anyone. How could she have a grudge with someone like Qin Fueling? At this time, Li Fei explained, the Qin family has always been the second largest family in Bincheng. Although his power has expanded rapidly in recent years, he is still suppressed by Jing Weibing. So, he wants to attract some more allies to cover Jing Weibing. Your Wang family is a famous martial arts family in Bincheng, so naturally, Wang Xingzu glared. Qin Fueling has never come to win over our Wang family? Li Fei said, your Wang family rarely participates in these messy forces. Therefore, the head of the Qin family thinks that, if he comes to win you over directly, he will definitely not succeed. Wang Yuting interrupted, so, He chose to let me be poisoned and then help me detoxify, using this favor to win over my grandfather. Is that right? Li Fei nodded. Everything is explained clearly. First poison, then pretend to detoxify. Qian Fulong is really shameless to deceive us for support. Wang Xingzu scolded. Wang Yuting glanced at Su Chen next to him and said, fortunately, Mr. Su helped me detoxify. Otherwise, we might really be succeeded by Qian Fulong. Yes. Wang Xingzu nodded. I'm afraid it's because Su Chen helped you detoxify that Qian Fulong sent Zhang Qiao to poison you again. Zhang Qiao's face was miserable. She looked at Su Chen with some reluctance. She didn't expect that it was such a young man who ruined all the plans. At this time, Li Fei said, Master Wang, I have told you everything. Shouldn't you let me go? Su Chen smiled coldly. It's already this time. You still want to leave? Li Fei's face was stern. You dare to kill me? You dare to challenge Mr. Qian? Li Fei looked disdainful. Su Chen was about to take action. Ding-ling-ling. A bell rang from Li Fei. Li Fei said excitedly, it must be Mr. Qian's call. You'd better let us go quickly, otherwise you will be in trouble if you anger Mr. Qian. Bang. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by Su Chen. In an instant, his whole face swelled up. I didn't ask you to speak, so try to shut up. Otherwise, I'm not sure I can control my temper. Su Chen said lightly. Li Fei was angry, but he dared not say anything. He was really afraid that Su Chen would suddenly take action. Su Chen took Li Fei's mobile phone and turned on the speakerphone directly. A full-bodied voice came. How is the matter going? Su Chen said lightly. Not very good. Huh. The other side was stunned. Who are you? Wang Xingzu took over and said, I'm Wang Xingzu. Just now it was Mr. Su Chen Su. Qian Fulong, your trick is a bit unethical. If it weren't for Mr. Su's help, my Wang family might have been sold out by you, and I have to kowtow to thank you. Faced with Wang Xingzu's sarcasm, Qian Fulong was silent for a while, and then laughed. It turned out to be Mr. Wang and Mr. Su. No wonder Li Fei and Zhang Qiao failed. Mr. Wang, you and Mr. Su are both extraordinary people. I can only use this extraordinary trick. It's a pity that Mr. Su saw through it, which only added to the embarrassment. Su Chen sneered. Qian Fulong, you are really thick-skinned. Qian Fulong smiled and said, Mr. Su, we are not martial arts geniuses or medical geniuses like you. So, we can only rely on our face to make a living. I don't know, Mr. Su is not interested in cooperating with a vulgar person like me. Su Chen asked, cooperation on what? Qian Fulong smiled and said, let's work together to overthrow Jing Weibing and flatten Bincheng. At that time, my Qian family will be the first family in Bincheng, and you will be second to none. You just happen to get along with Jing Weibing, so why not? Hearing this, Su Chen sneered. Qian Fulong has a good idea. However, in Su Chen's mind, the first family in Bincheng in the future can only be the Zhao family. What Jing family, Qian family, none of them are okay. Making the Zhao family the first family in Bincheng and the Zhao catering group the first enterprise in Bincheng. This is what he needs to do in Bincheng within a year. It can also be regarded as a gift from him to Zhou Wanqiu, the fake daughter-in-law. Only in this way can Su Chen return to his mountain village with peace of mind and a clear conscience. Thinking of this, Su Chen said lightly, sorry, you don't deserve it. Qian Fulong was stunned on the spot. Wang Xingzu also laughed. This was the Su Chen he was familiar with. As he spoke, Su Chen looked at Li Fei and said lightly, do you have any last words to say to the head of the Qian family? Hurry up and say it, we'll be on the road after that. Li Fei widened his eyes and looked unbelievable. Zhang Qiao, who was standing next to him, also trembled with fear. Qian Fulong's furious voice came from the speaker of the mobile phone. Su Chen, you have already offended Jing Weibing. Do you still want to be my enemy? Don't think that our Qian family is a new family without foundation like Zhao Changling. If you offend me, you will no longer have a place to stand in Bincheng. Qian Fulong's threat was very strong. But Su Chen just smiled coldly. The next second, he raised his hand and the terrifying flame energy hit Li Fei. Bang. Ah. After a scream, Li Fei died instantly. He stared with his eyes wide open and died with his eyes open. It seemed that he didn't understand why he died here before he died. Murder. Zhang Qiao screamed. Although she had some calculations, she was just an ordinary woman after all. At this moment, seeing Li Fei die in front of her, she was so scared that she trembled all over and screamed. "Shut up!" Su Chen shouted coldly. Zhang Qiao immediately covered her mouth tightly, not daring to make another sound. In the speaker of the mobile phone, Qian Fuling's breathing was a little heavier. "Su Chen, you are great. Let's wait and see." Qian Fuling's voice was gloomy, suppressing his endless anger. Su Chen said lightly, "Thank you for the compliment." Click. The call was interrupted. Wang Xingzu smiled lightly. "Now it's good. You have offended both the first family and the second family. This Qian Fuling originally had nothing to do with you, but because of us." Wang Xingzu felt a little guilty. Su Chen smiled and said, "Old Wang, you are being too polite. Even if there is no Wang family, I will not cooperate with a family of this character. Besides, these so-called first and second families are like chickens and dogs in my eyes. It doesn't matter if I offend a few of them." Wang Xingzu then remembered that Su Chen dared to challenge even the White Dragon King, let alone this little Qian Fuling. Haha. Blame me. Blame me. I took Qian Fuling too seriously. Wang Xingzu laughed. Su Chen smiled, looked at Zhang Qiao who was trembling with fear, and said, "I'll leave this Zhang Qiao to you." Wang Xingzu was also a little embarrassed, and looked at Wang Yuting. Zhang Qiao was no longer arrogant as before, and quickly knelt on the ground. "Yuting, please, let me go. I'm possessed by a ghost. I'm a bitch. We have always been good girlfriends, please. Let me live." As she spoke, Zhang Qiao began to slap herself. Again and again. No mercy at all. Wang Yuting looked tangled, and finally she softened her heart and said, "Go away. Don't come to me again in the future. We are no longer friends." Wang Xingzu sighed in his heart. His granddaughter is still too kind and soft-hearted. When has Zhang Qiao in front of him ever regarded her as a friend and girlfriend? People have come to kill her, but she is still soft-hearted. Hearing Wang Yuting's words, Zhang Qiao's face suddenly showed a hint of joy. "Thank you, Yuting." After that, Zhang Qiao rolled and crawled away. It seemed that he was afraid that, if he was a step too late, Wang Yuting would change her mind. On the side, Su Chen raised his hand, silently condensed a stream of energy, and shot it into Zhang Qiao's body. Although it was not fatal, it was enough to make her bedridden for 2 years. He was ready to kill someone. How could he not teach her a lesson? After Zhang Qiao left, Wang Xingzu called the servants to clean up the living room. Li Fei's body was also taken out. At this moment, it was finally quiet. Wang Yuting looked at the Australian apricot that Zhang Qiao brought on the table, and her expression was a little lost. She is more introverted, and has only 2 or 3 real good friends. This Zhang Qiao was originally one of them. As a result, this kind of thing happened now, revealing her true colors. Su Chen saw that Wang Yuting was in a bad mood, and comforted her. "Ms. Wang, don't think too much. If you are in a bad mood, you can go find your other friends, go out to eat something, watch a movie, and relax." Wang Yuting thought about it and agreed. She looked at Su Chen and whispered, "Yes. Thank you, Mr. Su." As she spoke, Wang Yuting called her friend, but no one answered. Wang Yuting was quite disappointed. Her eyes fell on Su Chen, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Wang Yuting smiled brightly. "Mr. Su, you are also my friend. I'm in a bad mood now. Can you accompany me to have a meal or watch a movie?" Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. Chapter 254, Still Killing. Su Chen looked at Wang Yuting blankly. He never thought that, after persuading Wang Yuting for a long time, the task would fall on his head. Wang Yuting stared at Su Chen with her beautiful eyes. "Is it okay? Aren't you my friend?" Wang Yuting asked. Su Chen scratched his head. "Of course we are friends." Wang Yuting put on a pitiful look. "Then your friend is in a bad mood now. Can't you accompany her to have a meal and watch a movie?" Su Chen had no choice but to agree. After all, he did see Wang Yuting calling her friends to call other friends, but the call didn't go through. On the side, Wang Xingzu was very excited. His granddaughter looked quite introverted, but she was very capable at the critical moment. Then, Su Chen accompanied Wang Yuting out. "Where are we going?" Su Chen asked. Wang Yuting smiled and said, "Didn't you say Watch a movie first, then have a meal, and you will feel better. Su Chen calculated silently. This time, it is estimated that it will take at least 3 or 4 hours to go in. He could only hope that Zhou Wanqiu was too lazy to pay attention to him today. Soon, the two arrived at the cinema. Because it was a weekday, there were not many people here. Wanqiu chose a romance movie. During the whole movie, Wanqiu cried several times. As for Su Chen, he looked puzzled and had no feelings at all. After watching the movie, Wanqiu felt much more relaxed. Su Chen guessed that it might be because of her crying while watching the movie. When people are in a bad mood, crying may actually release them. Thank you for watching the movie with me, benefactor. I'll treat you to a delicious meal. Then, Wanqiu took Su Chen to a Western restaurant. The taste was really good, but Su Chen didn't taste anything. There were many varieties, but Su Chen felt that he didn't eat much at all. However, Wanqiu ate very happily. After watching the movie and eating delicious food, Wanqiu felt much better. Su Chen said, "Are you okay now? I have to go back to work." Wanqiu was a little disappointed when she heard that Su Chen was leaving. "Mr. Su, why do you still have to go to work now? You shouldn't be short of money, right?" Su Chen didn't know how to answer. After thinking about it, he had to say, "There's nothing I can do. The elderly at home arranged it." As he spoke, he changed the subject and said, "I'm going back. If you still want to go out and play, call your friends again." Hearing this, Wanqiu said disappointedly, "In Bincheng, besides Zhang Qiao, I only have one good friend left, Yang Qinghai. However, I called her, but no one answered." As she spoke, Wanqiu made another call, but still no one answered. "Forget it." Wanqiu shrugged, "I'll make an appointment with her later. Now, I'll take you to the company first." Su Chen nodded. The two checked out and took the elevator to the underground garage. Underground garage. Wanqiu suddenly stopped and looked not far away. "Qinghai, why are you here?" Wanqiu shouted. Su Chen paused and looked over. Not far away, there was a slender young woman. Wanqiu said to Su Chen, "That's the good friend I told you about, Yang Qinghai. I called her just now, but no one answered. It turns out that she also came here to eat. Let's go. Let's go ask her." As she spoke, Wanqiu pulled Su Chen over. "Qinghai, what are you doing here?" Wanqiu asked. Yang Qinghai's eyes were dull, and she didn't say anything. "Qinghai, what's wrong with you?" Wanqiu was cold and waved her hand in front of Yang Qinghai's eyes. As a result, Yang Qinghai still didn't move. Wanqiu was immediately anxious and was about to push Yang Qinghai. At this time, Su Chen's eyes condensed and stopped him, saying, "Don't touch her. She is under the spell of bewitching." Wanqiu was stunned and hurriedly said, "What should I do?" "Mr. Su, please save Qinghai." Su Chen said lightly, "Don't worry. I have a way." As he spoke, Su Chen took out a piece of talisman paper from his body. This was the trophy he got from Yiping He last time. "The sky is clear and the earth is bright. Dispel confusion and clear the mind." Puff. The clearing talisman circled in front of Yang Qinghai and burned. "Wake up!" Su Chen shouted. Yang Qinghai's eyes instantly regained clarity. "Yuting, why is it you? Are you cured?" Yang Qinghai saw Wanqiu and showed a hint of surprise. However, she then reacted and showed a hint of fear in her eyes. "Why am I here?" Wanqiu quickly told Yang Qinghai about her illness and her situation. "Qinghai, why are you here?" Wanqiu asked. Yang Qinghai was even more shocked. She said in fear, "I don't know. I only remember that I went to eat, and then a man came to talk to me, and I don't remember the rest." At this time, a Mercedes-Benz drove up quickly. Squeak. The car stopped quickly. A man in a flowered shirt walked down from the driver's seat. "Damn it. I was just going to drive a car, and I almost couldn't find you. Let's go." The man in the flowered shirt cursed. As he spoke, he was about to reach out to hold Yang Qinghai's hand. At the same time, he smiled at Su Chen and Wanqiu. "This is my wife. She is not very smart. If you want to ask for directions, go ask someone else." Yang Qinghai was startled, screamed, and hid behind Su Chen. "I don't know you. What do you want to do?" A trace of surprise appeared on the face of the man with the flowered shirt, as if he was very surprised that Yang Qinggai had returned to normal. He hurriedly said, "My wife has some mental problems. Please stay away and don't let her hurt you." As he spoke, the man with the flowered shirt was about to pull Yang Qinggai. At this time, Su Chen stretched out his hand and directly stopped the man with the flowered shirt. His face was cold and his tone was cold. "I'm sorry. Yang Qinggai is my friend. May I ask, why haven't I seen your husband? Besides, does a husband have to use such means as mesmerization to deal with his wife?" The man with the flowered shirt's face suddenly looked ugly. Wanqiu said angrily, "That's right. Qinggai and I have been classmates for many years, and she is not married at all. Who are you? What do you want to do? Fuck. I'm so unlucky that I met an acquaintance." The man in the flowered shirt put away the hypocritical smile on his face. "I'm telling you, my name is Qinli, and I work for Mr. Sun Shengyang. I hope you don't know what's good for you. Mr. Sun Shengyang is the brother of the owner of Sheng's martial arts hall. I guess you don't want to offend him. If you know what you want, get out of here. Otherwise, you will be in trouble." As he spoke, Qinli stepped forward again and grabbed Yang Qinggai. At this moment, Su Chen kicked out with lightning. Bang! Qinli only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then he felt a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen. The next second, the whole person flew backwards and hit the Mercedes-Benz behind him. Puff! Qinli spit out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. "You son of a bitch. How dare you hit me?" He was shocked and angry, then turned around and bowed to the Mercedes-Benz and shouted, "Old he, please help." The back seat of the Mercedes-Benz opened, and an old man in his 60s walked out. Su Chen took a quick glance and saw that the old man was a master of Zhou Wanqiu. Qinli looked at the old man and bowed. "Old he, this son of a bitch broke your spell and hurt me. You should kill him." Yuan Meng looked at Su Chen coldly. "Boy, relying on a little martial arts training, you dare to go against Sheng's martial arts hall. You are looking for death." As soon as the voice fell, he dodged and pounced like a tiger. A pair of sharp claws attacked Su Chen's throat. It seemed that he wanted to kill Su Chen with one blow. "Humph." Su Chen snorted coldly, "You are still murderous." Then, he made a lightning move and grabbed Yuan Meng's palm. Yuan Meng was stunned. Su Chen's speed made him unable to react at all. The next second, Su Chen exerted his strength. Crack. "Ah!" Yuan Meng screamed. His wrist was crushed alive. Su Chen raised his palm again, and the terrifying flame energy condensed instantly. Energy. Yuan Meng was scared to death. "You are a congenital strongman. Grandmaster, spare my life." Before he finished speaking, Su Chen hit him with the palm. Bang! Yuan Meng flew out like a rag doll. Then, he fell heavily in front of Qinli. Yuan Meng was silent. Qinli was stunned on the spot. Chapter 255. Get out of Zhao's catering group. Qinli was dumbfounded when he looked at Yuan Meng's body. Yuan Meng was his assistant and bodyguard arranged by Mr. Sun. Anything he couldn't handle was handled by Yuan Meng. As long as Yuan Meng was there was almost nothing he couldn't solve. However, this time, Yuan Meng, who he regarded as invincible, was killed instantly by Su Chen. This made Qinli's legs tremble. Su Chen stepped forward, stared at Qinli and said, "Tell me, where are you going to take Yang Yaking?" Qinli was trembling with fear, but still said with a stiff upper lip, "Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This is arranged by Mr. Sun of Sheng's martial arts school. Don't make yourself unhappy. At this time, you still dare to threaten me?" Su Chen snorted coldly, grabbed Qinli directly, pinched his neck, and lifted him up. "I'll give you one last chance. Will you tell me?" Looking at Su Chen, who was full of murderous aura, Qinli felt that he might die at any time. He said quickly, "It was Mr. Sun Shengyang. He asked me to help him collect beauties. Yuan Meng was sent by him to help me. That's all I know. I don't know anything else." Su Chen knocked Qinli unconscious. Then, he turned to Wanqiu and Yang Qinggai and said, "It must be purely accidental that Qinli attacked you. There is no hatred. Be careful next time, it should be fine." Yang Qinggai nodded, secretly sighing that she was lucky. Fortunately, she met Wanqiu and Su Chen, otherwise she would really be in trouble. Su Chen glanced at Yang Qinggai, who was pale with fear, and said to Wang Yuting, "Ms. Wang, you take Miss Yang away first. I'll find a friend to deal with things here." "Okay." Wang Yuting nodded obediently. Then, she led the frightened Yang Qing'er away. As Yang Qing'er walked away, she turned around and thanked Su Chen. "Mr. Su, thank you. I will thank you in person in the future." "You're welcome," Su Chen said lightly. The two women left quickly. Su Chen took out his cell phone and dialed leading Guan's number. "Hello. Is this team leader Li? Have you left Bincheng?" Su Chen was a little embarrassed. It seemed that he had troubled leading Guan several times in the past few days. Leading Guan smiled and said, "I left for a while and came back again. People in our line of work are on the road every day. What do you want to talk to me about?" Su Chen said, "To collect the bodies." Leading Guan was stunned for a moment and then said, "Okay. Send me the location and I'll go there right away." Soon, Leading Guan arrived here. Su Chen briefly told him what happened. Leading Guan's face was grim. "There must be more details. I will send someone to investigate Sheng's martial arts hall later." Su Chen nodded and asked, "What exactly is this Sheng's martial arts hall?" Leading Guan explained, "In fact, it is better to say that it is an alliance of martial arts practitioners than a martial arts hall. Many idle martial arts practitioners in Bincheng are registered there to communicate and learn from each other. The director of Sheng's martial arts hall is Sun Sheng's. The Sun Sheng Guiyang mentioned by Sun Li is his younger brother. I just don't know if Sun Sheng's is involved in this." Su Chen clasped his fists to thank him. Leading Guan first put Yuan Meng's body in the car. Then, he picked up the fainted Qin Li and prepared to take him back for interrogation. "Mr. Su, although we, the Tiger Capture Guard, deal with martial artists every day, but if we really talk about killing masters, we really haven't killed as many as you have in the past few days." Leading Guan sighed. Although he is the leader of the Tiger Capture Guard, his daily work is still mostly dealing with Mingjin martial artists and Anjin martial artists. Although there are such things as killing Zhuanjin masters, they are relatively rare. As for capturing and killing Xianshan strongmen, Leading Guan can't even think about it. First, he is not qualified, and second, there will be people of higher levels to deal with it. Su Chen said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry to trouble you." "No trouble. No trouble." Leading Guan waved his hands repeatedly. "Mr. Su, that's not what I meant." He was afraid that Su Chen would misunderstand and hurriedly explained, "In fact, we should thank you. You killed these Zhuanjin masters and Xianshan masters, and you have some criminal records on you. What's more, they are directly wanted criminals on our wanted list of the Tiger Guards. You killed them, which actually made great contributions. Moreover, you helped me accumulate merits. I can't thank you enough. In addition, people like Yuan Meng and Sun Shengguiyang, if you hadn't discovered and told me, I'm afraid they would still be at large. So, we should thank you." As he spoke, Leading Guan bowed deeply to Su Chen again. Su Chen hurriedly helped him up. The two smiled at each other. They each got what they needed. Su Chen can save trouble, while Leading Guan can follow Su Chen's ass and take credit. "Okay. Mr. Su, I'll leave first. If you have anything else, you can contact me." After that, Leading Guan drove away. Su Chen had nothing else to do, so he went back to the company directly. While no one was paying attention, Su Chen slipped into the secretariat office. He was mainly afraid of running into Zhou Wanqiu. If that girl knew that he skipped work during working hours to watch a movie and eat with a woman, she would probably chop him with a knife on the spot. Su Chen was lucky and returned to his workstation smoothly. However, Su Chen found that the atmosphere in the office seemed a little wrong. Zhang Yu was not playing games, Liu Pan was not flirting with girls, and Su Jiao and Xianyang were also pretending to be sitting at their workstations working hard. At this time, Zhang Yu saw Su Chen coming back, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He bent his waist and ran over quickly. "Brother Chen, your movements are so light. I didn't even notice when you came back." Su Chen smiled and said, "Just came back. By the way, what happened to you? Have you reformed and become a new person?" "Bullshit." Zhang Yu spat secretly. "Brother Chen, something big happened." "What happened?" Su Chen asked. Zhang Yu explained. "Didn't Gao Minimum leave our secretariat? Now, there is a new female devil named Anna, who is a secretary general. It is said that she is a sea turtle who came back from the United States. She has worked as a secretary to the president of a Fortune 500 company. She is very powerful. This female devil Anna just took office and set a lot of rules for us. She also said that modern enterprises must follow rules and regulations. If we violate them, we will be driven away. The key is that Sister Qiu supports her very much. Su Chen finally understood why these guys were honest. Zhao's catering group absorbed his catering group and became much stronger. The management and development of the subsequent group must be more professional and modern, and it is also normal to invite some senior talents. This Anna is probably one of them. You guys were too much before. Don't be so ostentatious in the future, Su Chen said with a smile. Zhang Yu said, Brother Chen, we have already started to keep our tails between our legs. But the one you should be careful of is you. Su Chen was stunned. Me? Zhang Yu said with a sly smile. Today, you skipped work and happened to run into that Anna. I guess she will cause trouble for you. The first fire of our new official taking office will probably burn on you. Brother Chen, you have to hold on. As he spoke, Zhang Yu quickly slipped back to his seat. Su Chen smiled. He didn't expect that he would eat the melon. Not long after. Dap, dap, dap. The sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard. Then, a woman in her 30s appeared at the door of the office. Su Chen looked up and saw that she was wearing a professional suit with big blonde waves, a pair of black framed glasses on her face, and a serious look. The woman's cold eyes swept around the secretariat office. Finally, her eyes fell on Su Chen's face. She stared at Su Chen and slowly said, You are Su Chen, right? Pack your things and get out of Zhao's catering group. Chapter 256 Inexplicable Hostility. Pack up your things and get out of Zhao's catering group. Su Chen looked at Anna in front of him with a confused face. What a sin he had committed. This woman wanted to fire him right away. It seemed that Zhou Wanqiu didn't have such a bad temper. Did this sister in front of him have any misunderstandings about him? Su Chen thought secretly in his heart. In the office, Zhang Yu, Liu Pan and others also looked over anxiously. Anna said coldly, Didn't you hear what I said? You are fired. Hearing this, Su Chen no longer showed mercy and said, Why? Anna glanced at Su Chen and said coldly, Because I haven't seen any of your work achievements. Moreover, I also saw that your attendance rate is the lowest in the entire secretariat. You also have the most absences from work. So, you are eliminated. Su Chen felt puzzled. He had been absent from work several times, either because Zhou Wanqiu had deducted his salary, or because he went to Bincheng for a few days on business. As a result, he was actually going to be fired now. Su Chen sneered and sat back in his seat casually. It's up to you. If you want to fire me, just ask President Zhao to come and tell me. As long as she speaks, I will leave immediately. Bang. Hearing this, Anna slammed the table. She glared. Are you threatening me with President Zhao? Whatever you think. Su Chen said indifferently. Anyway, for him, it doesn't matter whether he works in Zhao's catering group or not. His initial idea was just to stay with Zhou Wanqiu for a year and get the huge benefit that his grandfather said. If Anna could really make him leave Zhao's catering group, Su Chen would be freer. At least, he would see Zhou Wanqiu's cold face less every day. But Su Chen still felt something was wrong. Anna's attitude towards him seemed a little too bad. He always felt that she had a kind of hidden hostility towards him. At this moment, a scolding sounded. What happened? I heard a quarrel in your office from a long distance away. Everyone turned their heads and saw Zhou Wanqiu standing at the door with her eyebrows slightly frowned. Anna saw Zhou Wanqiu and hurriedly stepped forward. She pointed at Su Chen and said, Boss Zhao, I want to fire him. Zhou Wanqiu was stunned. Then, she frowned slightly and said to Anna, Secretary General, I want to know why you want to fire Su Chen. Anna repeated the reason just now. Zhou Wanqiu shook her head and spoke for Su Chen. Secretary General, Su Chen was absent from work before because I arranged for him to do other things. In fact, in some sense, he went to work. However, Anna's attitude remained firm. Boss Zhao, I don't think you need to shirk responsibility for this Su Chen. Since you have recruited a group of young elites like us, you must want to make the management of Zhao's catering group more modern and professional. Therefore, we can't let emotions and personal relationships affect the management of the company. We must strictly abide by the rules and regulations, otherwise it will be difficult to carry out our work. This Su Chen must be fired. Anna's words were loud and clear. But Su Chen was more suspicious of her. As the president, Zhou Wanqiu's intention of not wanting to pursue the matter was so obvious, but Anna still held on to it. Therefore, Su Chen suspected that she either had low emotional intelligence or was targeting him. Seeing this, Zhou Wanqiu was also a little impatient. She said in a cold voice, Su Chen's previous absences and absenteeism were all arranged by me. If you want to hold someone responsible, just hold me responsible. Anna was stunned. She glared at Su Chen fiercely and said, okay, I'll let you go this time. If I catch you with anything in the future, I'll have a reason to kick you out of the company. Su Chen looked at her lazily and said indifferently, okay. If you can fire me, I'll thank you. You. Anna was very angry and turned away angrily. Zhang Yu, Liu Pan and others on the side secretly gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Zhou Wanqiu glared at Su Chen fiercely and scolded, don't smile at me. Come out with me. As he spoke, Zhou Wanqiu turned and left. Su Chen was stunned, then quickly got up and followed. Zhou Wanqiu walked in front, and Su Chen followed behind her. Looking at Zhou Wanqiu's soft waist twisting in front of him, Su Chen suddenly felt strange and quickly looked away. Zhou Wanqiu suddenly stopped and turned around. Su Chen was stunned and almost fell on Zhou Wanqiu. Fortunately, he reacted in time and quickly stopped and took 2 steps back. Zhou Wanqiu rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Mr. Zhou, what do you want to see me about? Su Chen asked. Zhou Wanqiu said, since the absorption of his catering group, our Zhou's catering group has expanded in size, so there are also some vacancies in management positions. Like Anna, she is an elite manager who was added in the past few days. If Zhou's catering group wants to go further in the future, it must make the business operation more professional and modern. Therefore, the rules and regulations and reward and punishment mechanisms may be more stringent and more formalized. So, if you are absent from work again in the future, let me know in advance and come to me for leave. I will approve it for you, but your salary will be deducted. Zhou Wanqiu said sternly. Oh, I see. Su Chen nodded. He thought for a moment and said, Boss Zhou, I think Anna seems to have a lot of complaints about me. Zhou Wanqiu sneered, that must be because you didn't do well. Anna graduated from Harvard Business School and has worked in a Fortune 500 company. She looks at you with the eyes of a business elite, so she must be dissatisfied with everything. Su Chen didn't say anything else. He felt that this was definitely not the case. Zhou Wanqiu asked again, by the way, you were not in the company in the morning and at noon, so where did you go? Su Chen was about to answer, but suddenly shut up. I suddenly had some inspiration, so I went out to practice. No matter how stupid he was, he would not say in front of Zhou Wanqiu that he went to dinner and watch a movie with Wang Yuting. Zhou Wanqiu looked at Su Chen doubtfully and said coldly, okay, I just came to remind you anyway. If you have anything in the future, remember to ask me for leave and don't let Anna catch you again. Su Chen nodded and said nothing more. Zhou Wanqiu turned and left, and Su Chen also walked towards the secretariat office. At this time, Secretary General's office. Anna was talking on the phone with a smug look on her face. The person she was talking to was Gao Minimum, who was kicked out of Zhao's catering group. Sister Minimum, you don't know, I just scolded Su Chen like a grandson and almost fired him. But Zhou Wanqiu is quite protective of Su Chen. If you really want to fire him, you probably have to wait for another opportunity next time. Don't worry, Sister Gao Minimum, I will help you avenge your grudge against brother-in Hui. Not only will I get Su Chen away from Zhou Wanqiu, I will also help you steal the secrets of Zhao's catering group. Anna showed a sinister smile on her face. No one could have imagined that she was actually the cousin of Gao Rinhui and Gao Minimum. On the other side, Gao Minimum said excitedly, great. Nana, you must work hard. It would be best if you can instigate Zhou Wanqiu and Su Chen to become enemies. Then, let's use the core secrets you stole to completely overthrow the Zhou family. I bought a sports car for you, brother-in Hui, and will send it to you later. See if you like it. Anna's face was immediately overjoyed, and she promised, "Okay, thank you cousins. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard to help you complete the task." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, before hanging up the phone. Zhao's catering group, Su Chen, Zhou Wanqiu. Haha, you deserve it. Who made you meet me? Anna's face showed a sinister smile. On the other side, Su Chen returned to the secretariat office. Although Zhou Wanqiu didn't let him think too much, Su Chen still felt that this Anna was a little strange. Su Chen had just sat back in his seat when Zhang Yu, Liu Pan and others quickly surrounded him. Brother Chen, what did Sister Qiu say when she called you out? Did she want to make the decision for us and tell us not to be afraid of Anna? Zhang Yu, who was the most gossipy, was the first to ask. Su Chen smiled and looked at him. You are dreaming. Zhang Yu was stunned. Alas. Su Chen deliberately sighed. It will be difficult for you to live your life in the past. In the future, the company will take a more formalized path. I will also be like you and live a humble life. Ah. A trace of disappointment flashed across everyone's faces. They were still counting on Su Chen to take the lead in rebellion and lead them back to their happy lives in the past. Now it seems that the hard days are set in stone. Suddenly, Su Chen had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He asked, by the way, does anyone know some specific information about Anna? Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what Su Chen wanted to do with all this. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Conclusive Evidence. Everyone was stunned. Liu Pan spoke first. I know. Su Chen was a little surprised. Generally speaking, the first person to know all kinds of information about the company's new employee should be the most gossipy Zhang Yu. This time, the fat guy Liu Pan got there first. What information do you know? Su Chen asked. Liu Pan showed a lewd smile on his face. I know that Anna's bust is 34D, and her waist is. Get lost. Su Chen was very upset. What I want is her ID number, place of origin, resume and other things. Liu Pan spread his hands. Then I don't know. Everyone was speechless. Liu Pan, this fat guy, probably only knows about 34D. Zhang Yu looked at Su Chen excitedly. Brother Chen, do you want to please her and use the beauty trap to win her over? Go away. Su Chen said unhappily. I want this information for other users. Zhang Yu, aren't you the most well informed? This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Zhang Yu smiled confidently. This is definitely not a problem for me. I have someone in the human resources department. Brother Chen, please wait a moment. I will ask someone to help you retrieve her file. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. For this kind of thing, you really have to find Zhang Yu. Soon. Zhang Yu collected some information about Anna and sent it to Su Chen's mobile phone. After getting the information, Su Chen got up and walked out of the office. He took out his mobile phone and called Li Xiaolei. Hello, Su Chen, what can I do for the old man? Li Xiaolei asked with a smile. Su Chen got straight to the point. Mr. Li, you know a lot of people in Bincheng. Could you help me find someone's information? She is a new employee of Zhao's catering group. I suspect there is something wrong with her. Li Xiaolei nodded. Okay, no problem. Just send it to me. I have connections in the household registration department and other agencies, and I also know a lot of headhunters and private detectives in the business world. I promise to investigate it clearly for you. Su Chen thanked him and sent Anna's information. Soon. Before Su Chen returned to his workstation for too long, he received a call from Li Xiaolei. Su Chen, I have checked for you. You wouldn't know until you check. I was really shocked. This woman is actually a relative of Gao Rinhui, the former vice chairman of Zhao Group, and Gao Minimum, the secretary general. Moreover, this Anna did not graduate from Harvard Business School at all, but was expelled. As a result, this woman forged a diploma and got into a Fortune 500 company. In the end, she was found out because she was dishonest in the company and resold the company's confidential information. She fled back to China overnight. After hearing this, Su Chen was also shocked. Although he sensed Anna's hostility, he didn't expect that she was actually Gao Rinhui and Gao Minimum's cousin. In this way, Anna must have had other intentions when she came to Zhao's catering group to work. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Li Xiaolei said, "We have also found some evidence that Anna leaked the catering group's commercial secrets. Now, I will have someone send it to you." "Thank you, Mr. Li." Su Chen thanked. After Li Xiaolei said a few polite words, he hung up the phone. Su Chen waited for a while, and then someone called him and said that something had been delivered. He hurriedly got up and went outside the company to get the evidence. When Su Chen came back with a cowhide file bag, he found that Anna was already in the office. It was like a class teacher waiting to catch a student surfing the internet. Anna looked at Su Chen walking in and said with a sneer on her face, "Su Chen, I just asked, and it seems that President Zhao didn't assign you a task, right?" Su Chen had a faint smile on his face. "No. You didn't go to the toilet either?" "Just now, I checked both the men's and women's toilets," Anna said with a sneer. Su Chen shook his head. "No." Bang. Anna slapped the table and shouted, "Then explain to me, why didn't you stay in the office during normal working hours? What did you do when you were absent from work? I just taught you a lesson, but you still don't take it to heart. You are openly challenging the company's management system. I must fire you today." Su Chen sneered. "Yes, I want to fire you. You'd better kick me out of the company now. Otherwise, who knows who will be fired later." Anna was furious. "Su Chen, you are so bold. You dare to be so arrogant now? Come with me to see President Zhao immediately. I tell you, this time, she can't protect you." Su Chen sneered and took the lead to walk towards the president's office. Seeing Su Chen's decisive action, Anna almost didn't react. She turned around and followed. President's office. Zhou Wanqiu had a headache and looked at Su Chen and Anna in front of her. She felt that the magnetic fields of these two people seemed to be not compatible. It has only been a short time, and the two people actually quarreled again. It must be Su Chen. He is such a troublesome and annoying guy. Zhou Wanqiu complained in her heart. Zhou Wanqiu slowly said, "What's wrong with you?" Anna said first, "Boss Zhao, I told you before that Su Chen's attendance is very poor. He has been absent from work and asked for leave too much, and he must be fired. But you said that the previous things don't count, and those were all arranged by you. I listened to you. But just now, Su Chen was absent from work again. This is clearly challenging the company's rules and regulations and authority. If such employees are not fired, I doubt your determination to achieve professional management of the company. I have only one thing to say now. If you don't let Su Chen leave, then I will leave." Anna put on a righteous look. Zhou Wanqiu glared at Su Chen fiercely and rubbed her eyebrows. Su Chen, this guy, only knows how to make trouble for her. However, at this time, Su Chen said lightly, "Since you want to leave, Anna, then go." Anna was stunned. Zhou Wanqiu also looked at Su Chen with a confused face. Su Chen said calmly, "Didn't you say that? Either I leave or you leave, choose one." Anna's face was full of anger. She looked at Zhou Wanqiu. "Boss Zhao, is this what you mean? Just for a bad employee who repeatedly violated the company's regulations, you gave up on me, a retinue from Harvard Business School? If you choose this way, all the new elite executives of Zhao's catering group will be disappointed." Zhou Wanqiu was furious. Su Chen, this guy, would mess around. "Su Chen, what are you talking about? Apologize to Anna." Zhou Wanqiu scolded. Su Chen smiled coldly. "Why should I apologize to an insider?" Anna's face changed. Zhou Wanqiu looked at Su Chen in confusion. "What do you mean? What insider?" Su Chen looked at Anna deeply and said, "She said that I left the company without asking for leave, which was considered absenteeism. In fact, I went to get these things." As he spoke, Su Chen threw the cowhide file bag to Zhou Wanqiu. Zhou Wanqiu opened the file bag and took out the things inside. There were photos and documents inside. Not only were there reports of Anna's fake academic qualifications abroad and theft and sale of company secrets, but there were also photos of Anna having dinner with Gao Minimum and others, as well as some evidence of leaking secrets of the Zhao catering group. Zhou Wanqiu finished reading them one by one, and her face was already covered with frost. Bang! Zhou Wanqiu slammed the table and stared at Anna. Okay, Anna, I really made a mistake. Anna was panicked and asked, Boss Zhao, what did Su Chen show you? He must have framed me. Look for yourself. Zhou Wanqiu casually threw the documents and photos to Anna. Anna took a quick look and her face suddenly became flustered. Boss Zhao, Su Chen deliberately framed me. These are all fake. Anna shouted loudly and was about to tear things up. Su Chen stepped forward and pushed her aside. The evidence is conclusive. You should tell the police about these words. Anna immediately collapsed to the ground. Soon, the police came and took Anna away. Zhou Wanqiu leaned back in the boss chair, his face full of fear. This Anna is actually the cousin of Gao Minimum and Gao Rinhui, and she is here to deal with Zhao's catering group. Fortunately, Su Chen found out. Otherwise, if she really let her stay for a while, who knows what would happen. I told you a long time ago that she has problems. You didn't believe it, but now you believe it, right? Su Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Wanqiu's original gratitude to Su Chen disappeared in an instant. She rolled her eyes at Su Chen and said angrily, what are you proud of? It's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Hurry back to your secretariat office. Su Chen was stunned, pointed at Zhou Wanqiu and said, you are really crossing the river and destroying the bridge, killing the donkey after it has done its work, and you don't recognize people after you put on your pants. Get out. Zhou Wanqiu grabbed a folder and threw it at Su Chen. Damn. Are you serious? Su Chen ran away quickly. Puchy. Zhou Wanqiu suddenly laughed. Her pretty face turned red. Pervert, you say these nonsense words all day long. Who told you to put on your pants? After dealing with a hidden danger, Su Chen was in a good mood. However, someone's anger was about to explode. Sheng's martial arts school. Sun Shengyang was furious. The one who ruined my plan and killed Qinli and Yuan Meng was Su Chen. This bastard dared to touch my people. He's looking for death. Chapter 258 Go clean the toilet. Sheng's martial arts school. A middle-aged man in martial arts uniform, his face full of anger. This man is Sun Shengyang, the younger brother of Sun Sheng's, the owner of Sheng's martial arts school. In front of him stood an old man in the same uniform. That's right. Master Sun, according to our intelligence, the man who killed Qinli and Yuan Meng is that Su Chen. The old man said respectfully. Sun Shengyang's mouth twitched, his eyes were full of rage. What a Su Chen. He actually bullied me. Do you really think that no one in the world can control you because you are so famous? The old man hurriedly advised. Second master, please don't be angry. We can't provoke this Su Chen. The disciple of the White Dragon King, the god of speed crossing Jiushan, was killed by him. And the old man Jin Guang of the Jindao sect in the provincial capital, with an undefeated golden body, can even compete with the invincible Yang Wudi, but in the end he also died at the hands of Su Chen. We must not fight against such an opponent. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to my Sheng's martial arts school. Sun Shengyang's expression froze. Humph. He snorted coldly. This little beast is actually so powerful. But I won't be stupid enough to fight him directly. I want to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Sun Shengyang's face was filled with a sinister smile. The old man was stunned and asked, whose knife are you going to borrow? The Tiger Guard. Sun Shengyang sneered. Isn't Su Chen good at fighting? Then let him fight the Tiger Guard. Once he attacks the Tiger Guard, he will be greeted by the innate strongman of the Tiger Guard, or even the strongman of the God Realm. In any case, he will have only one way to die. However, the biggest possibility is that he will not resist at all. In that case, I will let Wu Chaoxian of the Tiger Guard teach him a lesson. The old man nodded. However, a trace of worry flashed through his mind. Second master, I think we should wait for the owner of the hall to come out of retreat and discuss it, before talking about it. Sun Shengyang shook his head. No need. My brother heard that Wang Xingzu, that bastard, had been promoted to the innate master, so he was stimulated and went into seclusion. He swears not to come out of retreat until he becomes the innate master. I don't have the time to wait for him. I want to see Su Chen get into trouble now. The old man struggled for a long time and finally gave up persuading. After all, Sun Shenggyang is Sun Sheng's biological brother, and he is just a master of Zhou Wanqiu who has surrendered to Sun Sheng's. Sun Shenggyang walked aside, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a familiar number. Soon, a strong voice came from the speaker of the mobile phone. "Hello, brother Shenggyang, what do you want to talk to me about? Do you have a new girl?" Ha ha ha. Sun Shenggyang smiled. "Brother Wu, there must be a girl. But today I have something to trouble you. Go ahead. With our brotherly relationship, your business is my Wu Chaoxian's business." Wu Chaoxian laughed. Hearing this, Sun Shenggyang's face was full of smiles. This Wu Chaoxian is a master of the Yinhu group in the Qinhu Guard. It is said that he will be promoted to deputy team leader soon. Saying this now means that the women that Sun Shenggyang usually sends to him are not given in vain. Sun Shenggyang said quickly, "Brother Wu, I want to deal with someone. Su Chen from Zhao's catering group. He killed my subordinate Qinli and another Zhuanjin master Huan Meng, and ruined my plan. I wanted to deal with him directly, but that kid's martial arts skills are really terrifying. I can only ask for help from you, brother." After saying this, Sun Shenggyang held his breath, and was a little nervous. Wu Chaoxian was also silent for a while, and said, "Su Chen, this guy's not easy to deal with. Recently, he also killed old man Jin Guang. He is a ruthless guy." Sun Shenggyang said quickly, "Brother Wu, if it's difficult to do, forget it. I understand you. Although you are a tiger catching guard, it must be more difficult to deal with such a master." He said this deliberately to provoke Wu Chaoxian. Sure enough, Wu Chaoxian sneered. "Haha. I just said it's a little tricky, but I didn't say I can't do it. Even if he is a master, he can't make any waves in front of us, the tiger catching guard. We, the tiger catching guard, are only concerned with people like him. If you're a tiger, you have to lie down. If you're a dragon, you have to coil up. Don't worry, leave it to me." Sun Shenggyang was overjoyed. "Okay, thank you, brother Wu. Wait until this matter is over. I'll prepare beautiful girls at the Emperor's Era Club, waiting for you to come." Ha ha ha. Wu Chaoxian smiled obscenely. "Then I have to prepare well." On the other side, Zhao's catering group. Su Chen accompanied Zhang Yu and others to have lunch together. When Zhang Yu and others knew that Su Chen had sent Anna away, they immediately burst into cheers. "Brother Chen, you are so awesome. You can actually send that woman away." Yes, I saw that Sister Qiu thinks highly of her, but I didn't expect that Brother Chen's position in Sister Qiu's heart is higher than Anna's." "Brother Chen, tell me, did you use the beauty trap on Sister Qiu?" Everyone chattered, and there was a joyful atmosphere. Exclamation mark. And Zhang Yu, this guy, was even more dramatic, and started to perform. "I know, Brother Chen must have said that to Sister Qiu." His face was stern, and he stepped on the chair, putting on an affectionate look. "Zhao Qiu, today, you must make a choice between me and Anna. If you choose her, you will lose me, a handsome boy." "Oh, you chose me, right? Thank you, dear." Seeing Zhang Yu's exaggerated look, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. At this time, a cold snort sounded. Humph. Everyone was startled and turned their heads in a hurry. They saw that Zhou Wanqiu had a frosty face and was standing behind them. Fuck. Zhang Yu's legs went weak and he almost fell off the chair. Zhou Wanqiu stared at Zhang Yu and said coldly, "Zhang Yu, you are so free. This afternoon, you are responsible for cleaning all the toilets in the company. I will check them in person. If they are not clean at all, I will give you an extra day." Zhang Yu's face suddenly turned bitter. Sister Qiu, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding." Zhou Wanqiu said coldly, "If you keep talking nonsense, you will have to clean for a week." Zhang Yu cried and shut up instantly. Liu Pan and others saw this and tried to hold back their laughter. Zhou Wanqiu looked at Su Chen coldly and said, "Is that what you told them? You are really shameless." After that, Zhou Wanqiu turned and left. Su Chen was confused. "When did I say that? It was all Zhang Yu who made it up, okay?" Zhou Wanqiu's voice floated from afar. 2:30 in the afternoon. The company's middle and senior management meeting. "Su Chen, you have to attend it too." "Okay." Su Chen responded casually. After Zhou Wanqiu walked away, Zhang Yu said with a sad face, "Brother Chen, you have made me suffer. Sister Qiu obviously came to inform you of the meeting, but I became the victim. Can you ask Sister Qiu to let me go?" Su Chen said with a look of disgust, "I'm also a victim, okay? She now thinks that what you said just now was just my bragging. My image has been completely ruined by you." Zhang Yu said pitifully, "Then Brother Chen, can you help me solve half of the toilet?" "No. Stay away from me." Su Chen quickly fled. Zhang Yu hurriedly looked at the others. Liu Pan, Xian Yang, Su Jiao and others ran faster than each other. What a sin. Zhang Yu dodged fiercely, wanting to cry but without tears. Afternoon. Zhao's catering group, conference room. Zhou Wanqiu sat in the main seat and projected all the evidence of Anna's crimes on the big screen. The senior executives were shocked. Among them, Li Fengjiao, the manager of the human resources department, had the ugliest expression. After all, Anna's recruitment, interview, and employment were all handled by their HR department. Zhou Wanqiu looked at her coldly and said, "The HR department should bear the main responsibility for this matter." Li Fengjiao stood up, "I apologize to President Zhao and everyone. Later, I will write a review and explanation of the situation." Zhou Wanqiu continued, "In addition, Su Chen of the Secretariat has made the main contribution to this matter. Now that the position of Secretary General of the Secretariat is vacant, I propose that Su Chen take the position. What do you think?" Su Chen was stunned. He never thought that Zhou Wanqiu would actually promote him. Zhou Wanqiu proposed, and others naturally did not dare to have any objections. Li Fengjiao, the manager of the HR department, has always had some opinions about Su Chen. But this time, she was at fault and did not dare to speak. So, Su Chen smoothly became the Secretary General of the Secretariat. But Su Chen did not have a trace of joy. This promotion means that he may have to do more things in the future. However, Su Chen is not afraid. At most, he will make some mistakes and be fired by Zhou Wanqiu. This matter is settled. Let's discuss the next topic. Zhou Wanqiu continued the meeting. Su Chen was not interested, but he could only sit here for the meeting. At this time, downstairs of Zhao's catering group, a tall and majestic figure strode in. It was Wu Chaoxian of the Yinhu group of the Tiger Guard. After entering the door, he walked straight to the Secretariat office. Chapter 259, Burning with Fury. Wu Chaoxian had investigated Su Chen. He knew that Su Chen's position in Zhao's catering group was the Secretary of the Secretariat. Wu Chaoxian took a big step and walked towards the Secretariat office. Zheng Duosheng, the bodyguard captain who was patrolling, saw Wu Chaoxian and hurried forward. "Sir, who are you looking for? Have you registered?" Zheng Duosheng asked. Wu Chaoxian raised a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. "The Qinhu Guard is doing business, and you, the outsiders, get out of here." Zheng Duosheng's face turned cold. He had never heard of the Qinhu Guard. But from Wu Chaoxian's tone, it was obvious that this person was here to cause trouble. He stretched out his hand to stop him and said, "Sir, you'd better register your personal information first. I'll help you report who you are looking for." Wu Chaoxian smiled coldly, "Get out." As soon as the voice fell, Wu Chaoxian hit out with a palm. Zheng Duosheng's face changed instantly. He was about to stretch out his hand to block it, but how could he keep up with the speed of Master Zhu Wanqiu? Bang! A loud noise. Zheng Duosheng flew out. Boom. He hit the wall hard. In the blink of an eye, spider web-like cracks appeared on the wall. Zheng Duosheng fell to the ground miserably. "You overestimate your own abilities." Wu Chaoxian smiled coldly and continued to move into the company. Zheng Duosheng struggled to get up and stumbled towards the conference room. Wu Chaoxian quickly found the Secretariat office. Boom. The door of the Secretariat office exploded directly. Wu Chaoxian's tall figure appeared at the door. Fuck. Everyone in the office was startled by the noise. Zhang Yu was punished to clean the toilet and was in a bad mood. Looking at Wu Chaoxian who suddenly appeared, he angrily said, "Who the hell are you? What are you doing in our office?" Before he could finish his words, Wu Chaoxian flashed and came directly to him. Crack. Zhang Yu was directly grabbed by the neck and lifted up. "Where is Su Chen?" Wu Chaoxian asked sternly. Zhang Yu's face flushed and he had difficulty breathing. On the side, Xian Yang and Liu Pan were very loyal. They were furious and said, "Fuck you. Let Zhang Yu go." As he spoke, Xian Yang picked up a bench and rushed over. However, before he could get close, Wu Chaoxian kicked him out. In an instant, Xian Yang felt as if he was hit by a train and flew into the air. He knocked down several tables in succession before stopping. Puff! Xian Yang spurted out a mouthful of blood. He felt that several of his ribs were broken. Su Jiao screamed in fear. Liu Pan was so scared when he saw the miserable appearance of the sturdy Xian Yang that he quickly threw away the mop in his hand. "You, put Zhang Yu down first. I'll go and call Brother Chen for you," Liu Pan said hurriedly. Wu Chaoxian smiled coldly and threw it away. Zhang Yu rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before stopping. Liu Pan and Su Jiao quickly helped him to Xian Yang's side. Wu Chaoxian said coldly, "Hurry up and call Su Chen to see me, otherwise, I don't mind helping you remove some parts." "Okay." Liu Pan's eyes flashed with hatred, and then he ran towards the conference room. In the conference room, Zhou Wanqiu was still discussing the company's development with the senior executives. At this time, a figure, covered in blood, staggered into the conference room. Everyone was in chaos. The bloody figure ran towards Zhou Wanqiu. Zhou Wanqiu was frightened and panicked. Su Chen immediately stood up and stood in front of her at the first time. Looking at the fur back in front of her, Zhou Wanqiu's eyes flashed with a strange color. It seemed that with this figure standing in front of her, she could always rest assured. At this time, Zheng Duosheng, with a bloody face, said, "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Su, it's me, Zheng Duosheng. Mr. Su, there is a master outside who broke into the company, you go quickly." After speaking, Zheng Duosheng fainted on the ground. Su Chen's face changed, and he hurried forward. He quickly checked Zheng Duosheng, and then used silver needles to treat him and save his life. "Su Chen, what happened to Captain Zheng?" Zhou Wanqiu asked. But Su Chen didn't have time to answer. He simply treated Zheng Duosheng's injury and rushed out of the meeting room. Zhou Wanqiu cursed angrily, "This bastard." As she spoke, she quickly arranged for someone to call 120. Then, Zhou Wanqiu followed Su Chen. After Su Chen rushed out of the meeting room, he rushed directly to the secretariat office. On the way, he met Liu Pan, who came to find him. "Brother Chen, a big guy came to cause trouble and injured Zhang Yu and Xian Yang," Liu Pan shouted from a distance. Su Chen was instantly furious. His figure flashed by, leaving only one sentence, "I'll go save them." The secretariat office. Everyone looked at Wu Chaoxian in fear. Wu Chaoxian said coldly, "Don't worry. I'm only here to arrest Su Chen. It has nothing to do with you." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. "Since they are arresting me, why do they want to hurt others?" Wu Chaoxian was stunned and turned his head suddenly. He saw a murderous figure stepping in. It was Su Chen. "Brother Chen." The little gangster Su Jiao felt a sense of reliance in her heart, and tears flowed instantly. "Brother Chen, come and have a look. He injured Xian Yang and Zhang Yu." Su Chen walked straight towards the two. He took out a silver needle and quickly stopped the two from getting worse. Looking at the miserable appearance of the two, Su Chen's anger was burning the sky. Zhang Yu's injury was slightly lighter. He was still conscious, but he was a little badly injured. He looked at Su Chen and asked, "Brother Chen, I feel like my bones are about to break. I shouldn't have to clean the toilet, right?" Hearing this, Su Chen's cold face became a little more relaxed. "Don't worry. I can get you up quickly and won't delay you from cleaning the toilet." Zhang Yu's face was full of bitterness. Zhang Yu glanced at Xian Yang, who was covered in blood, and said viciously, "Brother Chen, you must teach this bastard a lesson. Don't worry. He can't get away." Su Chen said, and stood up, and walked towards Wu Chaoxian. Wu Chaoxian said coldly, "Su Chen, I'm Wu Chaoxian, a member of the Yinhu team of the Qinhu Guard. Now, I have received a report that you are suspected of killing an ordinary person Qin Li and a master of Zhuanjin Huan Meng. You must surrender now, go back to Qinhu Guard with me, and accept investigation." Su Chen understood instantly. When he rescued Yang Qingaya today, he killed those two people. Now, this Wu Chaoxian came to the door so quickly, obviously someone asked him to deal with himself. Su Chen's eyes were cold, staring at Wu Chaoxing. Did Sun Shengyang ask you to come? Wu Chaoxing's face changed. Su Chen continued, is this how you, the Tiger Guards, maintain order in the martial arts world? You casually injure ordinary people, and then go to serve the rich and powerful? Are you a Tiger Guards, or someone else's dog? Su Chen's words, like a knife, stabbed directly into Wu Chaoxing's heart. Wu Chaoxing's face turned completely black. How dare you? How can I, a criminal, slander the work of the Tiger Guards? It seems that I will not only accuse you of murder, but also accuse you of slandering and defaming the Tiger Guards. Su Chen stepped forward and said coldly, you have no chance. Wu Chaoxing looked panicked. What do you want to do? I'm a Tiger Guards. If you want to go against the government, you will be courting death. Su Chen said coldly, whether you are an official or a private person, if you hurt my friends for no reason, you will pay the price in blood. As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen's figure flashed out. Wu Chaoxing was immediately panicked. He condensed his mysterious energy and punched Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen turned around and grabbed Wu Chaoxing's hand. Crack. Wu Chaoxing's hand bones were instantly shattered. Ah! Wu Chaoxing screamed. You dare to hurt me? Wu Chaoxing's eyes widened in disbelief. No martial arts practitioner has ever dared to attack the members of the Tiger Guard like this. However, Su Chen seemed not to hear him and directly grabbed his other hand. You shouldn't hurt my brother. As soon as the voice fell, crack. Wu Chaoxing's two arm bones were completely shattered. Su Chen still didn't give up. He grabbed Wu Chaoxing's shoulders and swung them violently. His movements were like throwing clothes. In an instant, crack, crack. The sound of broken bones was endless. Ah, ah, ah. Wu Chaoxing screamed. Almost all the bones in his body were broken by Su Chen. Su Jiao and others on the side were horrified. They had never seen such a fierce method. The onlookers were all like this, and Wu Chaoxing's face turned pale with pain, and cold sweat soaked all his clothes. He never thought that Su Chen would not care about his identity as a Tiger Guard. He was filled with regret. If time could be turned back, he would never agree to Sun Shengyang. However, it was not over yet. Su Chen raised his palm and slapped Wu Chaoxing's danshan. Bang! In an instant, Wu Chaoxing was like a punctured balloon, shrinking instantly. The mysterious energy in his body was instantly dissipated. Ah! You ruined my cultivation? Wu Chaoxing's mouth and nose were bleeding, and his face was full of despair. The resentment and regret in his heart almost drowned him. His life was completely ruined. Even if Su Chen was punished in the future, he would be a useless person. Su Chen said coldly, a bastard like you, if you have cultivation, it will only be a disaster. In the future, you will be on the wanted list of Tiger Guards, and you will be hunted to death by Tiger Guards. Wu Chaoxing roared. Su Chen said coldly, just watch, the Tiger Guards behind you. Do you dare to touch me? As soon as the words fell, Su Chen hit out with a palm. Chapter 260 Su Chen comes to kill. Su Chen struck out with one palm. Wu Chaoxing was completely knocked unconscious. Su Chen lifted his body and threw him directly out of the window, like throwing away garbage. Originally, he wanted to kill Wu Chaoxing directly. But Su Chen thought about it and decided to see how the tiger catching guard would handle this matter. He wanted to see if this tiger catching guard was really rotten. Originally, through his contact with leading Guan these days, Su Chen had a good impression of the tiger catching guard. However, this time Wu Chaoxing's behavior brought back some bad memories for Su Chen. When Su Chen first came into contact with the tiger catching guard, he met Pei Zhenchang and Xian Guang of the Shenhao group at Liu Zhengtang's house in Weicheng. As a result, it was because of Xian Guang and others' unreasonable and arrogant behavior that Su Chen almost had a fight with them. After Su Chen killed Dong Hu along the 1,000 miles wind chasing immortal, Pei Zhenchang and others began to be respectful to Su Chen. Later, when Su Chen came into contact with leading Guan and other members of the Chen Lan group, he felt pretty good. But the acting deputy leader of the rat group of the tiger catching guard, Kong Zuantong, who was also a bastard. That guy almost killed Yuan Kizu's husband Wu Anping for his son Kong Liliang. Now, Su Chen met Wu Chaoxing of the tiger group again, who was even more excessive. He actually worked for Sun Shengyang of Sheng's martial arts hall. Sun Shenggyang sent people to kidnap Yang Yaking. I don't know what illegal activities he was doing. As the tiger catching guard, who deals with crimes committed by martial artists, instead of investigating Sun Shenggyang, they actually came to deal with me, the person who stopped them. If I say there is no conspiracy here, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Su Chen turned around and looked at the mess in the office, his heart boiling with anger. He wanted to see if the tiger catching guard was really rotten. Su Chen settled Zhang Yu and Xian Yang and was about to go out. At this time, Zhou Wanqiu rushed to the office. She glanced at them with her beautiful eyes and asked anxiously, what happened to Zhang Yu, Xian Yang and the others? Su Chen said, they were beaten by the bastards who came to cause trouble, but I have stabilized their injuries. I have called 120, and they just need to wait for the doctor to take them to rest. Zhou Wanqiu breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Su Chen and asked, are you okay? Where is the guy who caused trouble? I'm fine. Su Chen said, I threw that guy out of the window. Zhou Wanqiu was stunned and looked out the window, a little surprised. Don't worry. He is a warrior, and he won't die from this height. Su Chen said lightly. Then, he looked at Zhou Wanqiu and said, I'm sorry, this person came to find me. I've caused trouble for the company. Zhou Wanqiu rolled his eyes at Su Chen and said, what are you talking about? In the past, you have made many contributions to the company. Why do you have to distinguish so clearly? As long as no one gets hurt, it's fine. Hearing this, Su Chen looked at Zhou Wanqiu in surprise. A warm current flowed through his heart. Thank you. Su Chen whispered, and then walked out. TSK. So hypocritical. Zhou Wanqiu said unhappily. Then, she asked, where are you going? Su Chen's voice became cold. To find the culprit and avenge Zhang Yu and the others. Are you sure? Zhou Wanqiu asked seriously. Su Chen nodded. Yeah. Zhou Wanqiu didn't say much, and warned, then be careful. Okay. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, he had already left the office. Zhou Wanqiu looked at Su Chen's departing back, his eyes wandering, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, Zhang Yu, who was half lying on the ground, groaned and said, Sister Qiu, don't look. Everyone has gone far away. Turn around and look at me who is injured. I was beaten so badly, and I have to lie here and eat the dog food you say one by one. It's too miserable. Zhou Wanqiu's pretty face suddenly blushed when she heard this. She was so angry that she kicked Zhang Yu. Look at you. You can still talk nonsense while lying on the ground. I think you are fine. Come back from the hospital. You can continue to sweep the toilet. Ah. Zhang Yu looked miserable. Zhou Wanqiu had a smile on his face. On the other side, Sheng's martial arts school, private banquet hall on the second floor. Sun Shenggyang was entertaining two members of the Yinhu group of the Tiger Capture Guard, named Jiang Chao and Wang Li. These two people are Wu Chaoxian's younger brothers. On the side, there was still a grey-haired old man accompanying him. The old man's name was Shen Kaishan, who wielded the soul-breaking sword, and was a master of Sheng's martial arts school. The four of them set up a full table of wine and food, toasted each other, and talked loudly. Second Master Son, don't worry, Brother Xiang is here. Even if Su Chen has the courage of the sky, he will have to surrender obediently, Wang Li said with a smile. Jiang Chao also echoed, how many warriors in this dragon country dare to provoke our tiger guards? As long as Su Chen dares not resist, Brother Xiang will lock him up. Even if he has great abilities, he can only be controlled by us. Sun Shenggyang heard this and smiled. Haha. How can I not be at ease when Brother Wu is doing things? Let's drink and chat here. When Brother Wu comes back, we will go to the Emperor Era Club together. I promise to make clear arrangements for the brothers. Hearing this, Wang Li and Jiang Chao both showed obscene smiles. At this time, there was a noise outside. What's going on? Sun Shenggyang frowned. Shen Kaishan stood up and said, I'll go out and take a look. At this time, boom. With a loud bang, the whole door exploded. A figure with a murderous aura appeared in front of the four people. It was Su Chen. At his feet, there were still many warrior guards who were wailing. Su Chen? Sun Shenggyang's eyes widened. He had seen Su Chen's photo, so he naturally recognized Su Chen. But he didn't expect that Su Chen would appear here. Didn't Brother Wu go to arrest you? Why are you? Su Chen said coldly, I have already destroyed him. But, Sun Shengyang, you don't have such a good life. Sun Shengyang's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said to Jiang Chao and Wang Li, you two, here's Su Chen. He wants to kill me. How dare you? Jiang Chao stood up and scolded. I'm Jiang Chao, a member of the Yinhu team of the Tiger Capture Guard. You, a lunatic, dared to commit a crime in front of me and cause a disturbance in Sheng's martial arts hall. Hurry up. Otherwise, you will be on the wanted list of the Tiger Capture Guard. Then you will have nowhere to escape in this big world. Hearing this, Su Chen sneered. What else can you do besides using the wanted list to scare people? As he spoke, he pointed at Sun Shengyang. This man arranged his men to rob young and beautiful women, and you don't want to put him on the wanted list. Jiang Chao's face changed, and he shouted angrily, how do I, the Tiger Capture Guard, do I need a lunatic like you to teach me? How dare you slander and defame Mr. Sun? You deserve to be killed. As he spoke, Jiang Chao rushed towards Su Chen. He punched out, and the sound of an air explosion rang out. You dare to attack me with just dark energy. Su Chen sneered and punched out. Boom. Ah. Jiang Chao screamed. His arms, from fists to forearms, and then to upper arms, exploded instantly. In the end, his heart suddenly swelled. Bang. It exploded. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Jiang Chao fell to the ground and died. For a moment, Sun Shengyang, Hu Keishan and Wang Li were all sober and stunned on the spot. You dare to kill my people from the Tiger Guard? Wang Li's voice trembled. Su Chen's face was grim. I will not only kill him, but also Sun Shengyang. If you stop me, I will kill you all together. You can try to see if I dare. As he spoke, Su Chen walked towards Sun Shengyang. Sun Shengyang's legs trembled with fear. He looked at Wang Li and asked for help. Wang Li, you are a member of the Tiger Guard. This Su Chen killed me in front of you. You should take care of him. However, Wang Li secretly glanced at Su Chen, who was full of murderous intent, and quietly took a step back. Jiang Chao's body fell to the ground, and he did not dare to make any move. Su Chen approached step by step. Sun Shengyang looked at Shen Keishan immediately. Mr. Shen, my brother treats you well. You have to save me. Go and call my brother out. Sun Shengyang was so scared that tears came out. Shen Keishan stood there, motionless, not daring to say a word. Bang. Sun Shengyang knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Mr. Su, I'm a bastard. I'm a son of a bitch. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Su Chen stopped in front of Sun Shengyang and said slowly, today, even if the King of Heaven comes, you will die. Sun Shengyang looked desperate. The next second, he glared fiercely, and a dagger appeared in his hand in an instant. On the blade, there was a deep blue luster. It was obvious that it was coated with a deadly poison. I'll fight you. Dark power burst out. Sun Shengyang stabbed Su Chen like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he pierced Su Chen's clothes. Sun Shengyang's face was overjoyed. As long as he lets the poison dagger scratch the skin, even a congenital strongman will surely die. However, the next second, ding, a crisp sound. Snap. The poison dagger broke on the spot. Sun Shengyang's smile froze instantly. Su Chen's body was covered with a faint golden light. Invincible golden body? Sun Shengyang's face was full of despair. Su Chen smiled coldly and raised his hand. The broken poison dagger was directly inserted into Sun Shengyang's body. Ah! With a scream, Sun Shengyang foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground and died. Shen Keishan and Wang Li shuddered and dared not speak. Su Chen pointed at the two people and said coldly, you two, whether you complain to Sun Sheng's or to the Kanhui, say it clearly and let them come to me. Su Chen, if anyone around me is hurt again, you know the consequences. Haha. Leaving a word, Su Chen turned and left. Shen Keishan and Wang Li collapsed to the ground. The two men had just crossed the line between life and death, and their bodies were already drenched in cold sweat. It's over. If Master Sun finds out, I'm afraid something terrible will happen. Shen Keishan's face turned pale. Wang Li looked dazed. I'm afraid there will be an earthquake on my side of the Tiger Capture Guards. The two looked at each other and were speechless. Chapter 261 I don't want to save a bastard. After leaving Sheng's martial arts hall, Su Chen's mood did not improve. Thinking of Jiang Cheo, Wang Li, Sun Shenggyang and others drinking and chatting happily just now, Su Chen was even more disappointed with the Tiger Guard. Maybe, except for leading Guan and Liu Dalang of the Chen Lan group, I'm afraid that the other groups of the Tiger Guard are rotten. Su Chen thought secretly. Ding-ling-ling. A phone rang. Su Chen looked down and saw that it was Zhou Wanqiu. He answered the call. Hello. Su Chen, are you okay? Zhou Wanqiu asked. Su Chen smiled. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zhao. I'm fine. Who cares about you? I just came to remind you, don't forget to come back to work. Zhou Wanqiu said arrogantly. Su Chen nodded. Okay, I'll be back right away. Zhou Wanqiu hung up the phone immediately. Beep beep beep. Hearing the hang up sound, Su Chen smiled. Why think so much? Whether the Tiger Guard is good or bad, what does it have to do with me? I just need to stay with Zhou Wanqiu for a year, get the great benefits that grandpa said, and then run back to the village. Before returning to the village, try to help the Zhao family reach the top of Bincheng and the provincial capital, and I will have a clear conscience. As for the rest, I'll do whatever I want. Su Chen quickly adjusted his mentality and was going back to the company. At this time, ding-ling-ling, another round of cell phone rings rang. Su Chen looked down and saw that it was leading Guan's call. He had a very bad impression of other groups of the Tiger Guard, but he had a good impression of the Chen Lan group led by leading Guan. Liu Dalang, the little genius Dr. Zhang, Han Suling and others all had good character. Su Chen estimated that this might also have something to do with leading Guan's good character. The train runs fast, all thanks to the locomotive. Su Chen answered the phone. On the other side, leading Guan's voice came. Mr. Su, this is leading Guan. Team Leader Li, what can I do for you? Su Chen asked. Leading Guan said, Mr. Su, I came to you for 3 things. First, your contribution in killing Yu Pinghe has been noted down. However, you have to be careful of the forces behind Yu Pinghe. Second, Qin Li and Yuan Meng are indeed suspected of several cases of kidnapping young beauties, but this matter involves a lot of people and needs to be investigated slowly. Su Chen sneered. He knew that Sun Shenggyang might just be a small follower. What leading Guan called a slow investigation might end up in nothing. Finally, leading Guan said, Mr. Su, there is one more thing. I want to ask you for a favor. Can you help me treat a patient? Su Chen did not agree or refuse, but asked calmly, is this person from your Qinhui? Leading Guan said quickly, yes, she is. Su Chen interrupted him before he finished speaking. If it is from your Chen Lan group, Team Leader Li, I will agree. For others, forget it. Leading Guan was stunned. He could clearly feel that there was a hint of anger in Su Chen's tone. Leading Guan quickly asked, Mr. Su, can you tell me why? Su Chen smiled coldly. I'm afraid that the person I cured in the end is a bastard who will harm the party instead. After all, the probability of a bastard among your Qinhui is too high. Leading Guan almost choked. What is this? What do you mean by the probability of a bastard among our Qinhui? Leading Guan realized that Su Chen must have encountered something which caused him to have a bad impression of Qinhui. Okay. Team Leader Li, if there is nothing else, I'll hang up first. If your team has any injuries in the future, just come to me directly. Goodbye. Su Chen didn't say anything more and hung up the phone directly. On the other side, leading Guan was confused. Not far from him stood a young and beautiful woman. This woman looked only about 30 years old. She was white-skinned, beautiful, and had a slender figure, like a ripe peach. However, when leading Guan looked at her, he didn't dare to have any distracting thoughts. Just because this woman is the captain of the special operations team of the Tiger Guard of Dongzhou province, Qingmei. In a province, the highest leader of the Tiger Guard is the head of the guard. Next is the deputy head of the guard and the captain of the special operations team. The special operations team is different from the teams, named after the other 12 zodiac signs, but is half a level higher. In addition to handling matters that the 12 zodiac teams cannot handle, this team also serves as the task of supervising the work style and discipline of each team. Therefore, Qin Mui can be said to be one of the highest leaders in the entire Tiger Guard. More importantly, in addition to her position, Qin Mui's cultivation is also extremely terrifying. Before, she was a famous cultivation genius of the Tiger Guard. Qin Mui walked over slowly, with a hint of expectation on her face, and asked, "Did Su Chen agree?" Leading Yuan shook his head awkwardly. "Captain Qin, no." Qin Mui frowned slightly. "Why?" Leading Yuan hesitated for a long time, and then said under Qin Mui's urging. Su Chen said, "He doesn't want to cure a bastard and end up endangering one side." "What?" Qin Mui squeaked. Boom. A terrifying aura burst out from Qin Mui. Bang. Leading Yuan, who was at the peak of Zhuanjin, was caught off guard, and was blown away. The surrounding ground cracked instantly. Cough cough. Qin Mui kept coughing, and she quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief. After coughing for a long time, she finally stopped. The handkerchief was already covered with blood. Qin Mui took a deep breath, and suppressed her anger. She turned her head, and looked at Leading Yuan, who was hiding far away, and waved, "Come here." Leading Yuan hurried over. He said timidly, "Captain Qin, please control your temper. I haven't broken through yet, and if you break me twice, I'm afraid I'll die." Qin Mui said unhappily, "If it weren't for Su Chen saying such nonsense, why would I be angry?" Leading Yuan scratched his head. "Captain Qin, Su Chen is not a person who talks nonsense. I think he must have encountered something, which made him have a bad impression of us, the Tiger Guards. And, Su Chen said that, if anyone in our Chenlong team is injured, just go to him. If it doesn't work, Captain Qin, you can pretend to be a member of our Chenlong team, how about it?" Qin Mui's arm and eyes suddenly widened. "I, Qin Mui, want to find someone to treat me, and I have to use the name of your Chenlong team. If it gets out, will I still have face? It depends on you. Do you want face more or life more?" Leading Yuan muttered. Qin Mui was so angry when she heard it that she almost slapped Leading Yuan out again. "Don't say those useless things. The most urgent thing is to find out why Su Chen has a misunderstanding about our Qinhu guards, and quickly resolve the misunderstanding. The father of the little genius Dr. Zhang Ken is the genius doctor, so she has always been arrogant. As a result, she still highly respects Su Chen's medical skills. Now, I can only rely on Su Chen to have hope of recovery. Quickly find out if there is a problem with our Qinhu guards. They will be severely punished." Leading Yuan nodded. "Okay, I'll check it now. But don't have any opinions about Su Chen because of this. He is like this. He is soft and not hard. If you force him too much, I'm afraid he will really quit." "I know." Qin Mui glared. "Why are you so fussy?" As she spoke, she was about to raise her hand. Leading Yuan ran away quickly. Qin Mui then chuckled. "This old man is quite protective of Su Chen. I want to see what's so great about the guy who dares to call me a bastard." On the other side, Su Chen didn't know that he had been targeted by Qin Mui. At this time, he had returned to Zhao's catering group. Zheng Duosheng and Xianyang had been sent to the hospital for rest. Zhang Yu was a tough guy, and with Su Chen's timely action, he was still able to stay in the office. Su Chen came back, and was surprised to see this guy. "Zhang Yu, why don't you go to the hospital and lie down?" Zhang Yu said excitedly. "I won't go. Anyway, Sister Qiu didn't ask me to clean the toilet, so I don't have to hide." Liu Pan interrupted, and Zhang Yu, this shameless guy, secretly spread the news that he and Xianyang teamed up to subdue the big guy. Xianyang is in the hospital now. He is the only hero. Now, this grandson has secretly posted several posts on the company's intranet with a small account, telling how he fought the gangsters. Su Chen listened, and felt a pain on his face. Zhang Yu smiled. "Brother Chen, I'll borrow your credit, don't mind. I'll treat you to dinner later. Now, all the work groups in our company are discussing my bravery. And, there are several beautiful girls who have added me on WeChat." Liu Pan was envious, his eyes almost green. "Fuck. Zhang Yu, use your small account, and add me in." The two of them quarreled. Su Chen was too lazy to deal with the two. He had just sat down when his cell phone suddenly rang. He looked down, and saw that it was Yang Qingai's call. Chapter 262. Another mother-in-law visits son-in-law. Su Chen was a little confused. However, he answered the phone quickly. "Hello, Mr. Su." Yang Qingai's pleasant voice came. Su Chen said, "What's wrong, Miss Yang? Is there anything wrong again?" "No." Yang Qingai explained. "It's like this. I was almost kidnapped today. After my parents found out, they are very grateful to you. They asked me to invite you to dinner to thank you." Su Chen smiled. "No need. You are Wang Yuting's friend. This is what I should do." "No. My mother said that I must thank you in person." Yang Qingai's voice was full of pleading. "Please, Mr. Su." Su Chen had no choice but to agree. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen had to send a leave message to Zhou Wanqiu. However, this time, Zhou Wanqiu's attitude towards him was much better. Without saying too much, he agreed directly. After get off work, Su Chen took a taxi directly to Dahao Chunjing Hotel. This is where Yang Qingai sent him the message. It seems that Yang Qingai's parents are really grateful to him, otherwise they would not have chosen such a high-end hotel. After all, a table at Dahao Chunjing would cost at least tens of thousands. Soon, Su Chen found the Westlake Wonderland box that Yang Qingai mentioned. After entering, Su Chen saw Yang Qingai and a middle-aged couple. "Mr. Su, you are here." Yang Qingai had a hint of joy on her face, and she quickly stood up to greet and introduce them. "Mom and Dad, this is Mr. Su Chen, the lifesaver I told you about. Mr. Su, this is my dad, Yang Haoken. This is my mom, He Su Hang." Yang Haoken is a middle-aged man wearing glasses, fat and looking very kind, while He Su Hang is more fashionable and more enthusiastic. "Ah. It turns out that Mr. Su is really so young. Come and sit down, come and sit down." He Su Hang stood up directly and pulled Su Chen to sit down. This made Su Chen a little nervous. He Su Hang held Su Chen's hand and said with gratitude, "Mr. Su, thanks to you for saving Qingai. We only have this one daughter. If she gets into trouble, we won't be able to survive. You saved the lives of our family of 3. Thank you so much." He Su Hang is a talkative person, but her attitude is very sincere, and Yang Haoken nodded, also with true feelings. Su Chen waved his hands and said, "Uncle Yang, Auntie, you two are too polite. This is what I should do." Seeing that Su Chen was not arrogant, Yang Haoken and He Su Hang looked at Su Chen with more gratitude. "Okay. Stop talking. Eat something quickly." Yang Qingai smiled. "Yes. Yes." He Su Hang smiled. Then, the 4 of them ate and talked. Although Su Chen had not been out of the mountain village for long, he had learned a lot. The conversation with Yang Haoken and He Su Hang was a pleasant one with questions and answers. Moreover, Su Chen also saw that Yang Haoken had stomach problems caused by years of drinking, and He Su Hang had dizziness caused by cervical spondylosis. After that, he used silver needles and manipulation to help the two solve the problems. Yang Haoken and He Su Hang didn't believe it at first, but after Su Chen took action, they were pleasantly surprised. "Mr. Su, thank you. You are so amazing." "Yes. I have been to many hospitals for my cervical spondylosis and Lao Yang stomach problems, and you cured them. Thank you so much." The old couple expressed their gratitude again. "Both of you have minor illnesses. I just happen to know some folk remedies. It's just a coincidence," Su Chen said lightly. This kind of character that does not take credit for himself and is calm makes Yang Haoken and He Su Hang feel very comfortable. Yang Qingai looked at Su Chen chatting with her parents, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. He Su Hang turned her head and looked at Yang Qingai, and her heart suddenly moved. She asked, "Mr. Su?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Auntie, you and Uncle Yang should call me Su Chen or Zhou Chen." "Okay." He Su Hang smiled. "Zhou Chen, you are so good at martial arts and medicine. Are you a doctor now, or running a martial arts school?" Su Chen shook his head and said, "Neither. I'm in Zhao's catering group, and now I'm the Secretary General." He suddenly remembered the position he had just been promoted to today. Yang Haoken nodded. "Very good. Zhao's catering group has developed rapidly recently, and has swallowed up his catering group. The future is promising. You, the Secretary General, are also considered a senior executive of the company." He Su Hang praised even more. "It seems that Zhou Chen, you are both civil and military. You are so outstanding." Su Chen was a little embarrassed by the praise, By the way, Zhou Chen, are you married? He Su Hang asked suddenly. Su Chen thought about it and shook his head. His marriage certificate with Zhou Wanqiu was fake. Moreover, Zhou Wanqiu didn't let him tell anyone. Seeing Su Chen's reaction, He Su Hang's eyes lit up immediately. Okay, young people must choose carefully when getting married. Of course, you can't be too picky. If you see a pretty and gentle girl, and her father-in-law and mother-in-law are good, you should seize the opportunity. He Su Hang smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. She almost said, what do you think of my daughter Kinga? Yang Kinga's pretty face also blushed, and she pouted and said, Mom, what are you talking about? He Su Hang rolled her eyes at her and said, how did I talk nonsense? I'm teaching Zhou Chen some life experience. Don't be like you. When you meet some good objects, you don't know how to take the initiative to fight for them. Her words made Yang Kinga's face hotter. Then, He Su Hang pulled Su Chen to ask various questions. After asking, she praised him. What? Zhou Chen, you are from a mountain village? Mountain villages are great. Mountain village people are simple and honest. When your Uncle Yang and I are free, we like to go to farmhouses the most. What? Zhou Chen, you haven't been to college? It's okay. You haven't been to college, but you can still become the Secretary General of Zhao's catering group. This proves that you have stronger personal abilities. What? Zhou Chen, you grew up with your grandfather and don't have a father or a mother? You are such a pitiful child, but you are still so independent and self-reliant. It's so rare. It's okay. Come to my house when you have nothing to do in the future. Your Uncle Yang and I only have Kinga as our daughter, and we will raise you as our son. He Su Hang was very enthusiastic. Su Chen was so enthusiastic that he couldn't stand it. On the side, Yang Kinga's face was even red. She never thought that the banquet that was supposed to thank Su Chen turned out to be a blind date for her mother. Although she had a good impression of Su Chen and even had a good impression of him. But this was obviously only her second time meeting Su Chen. Su Chen was also a little restless. The middle-aged woman's skills in urging marriage were really amazing. After falling in love with him, He Su Hang could find his advantages from every angle and praised him in various ways. Su Chen even blushed. Auntie, I'm going to the bathroom first. Su Chen found an opportunity and quickly made an excuse to go to the bathroom. Then he went out to take a breath. Yang Kinga also hurriedly said, I'm going to the bathroom too. Then, she glared at her mother and quickly chased after her. He Su Hang was furious. I found a good husband for this bitch. She doesn't appreciate it. Yang Haokan smiled. You are too enthusiastic. Although Zhou Chen is very good, you are like this when we just met for the first time. I'm afraid that you will scare him. TSK. He Su Hang looked disdainful. What do you know? It's not easy to find a good guy like Su Chen. If you meet one, you must grab it quickly. If I don't look for a son-in-law like Zhou Chen, will I look for the son of your comrade Zhang Mingyuan? That Zhang Hao, he has a sneaky look every day and only knows how to show off. I get annoyed when I see him. And his mother Li Aikin. Yang Hao quickly begged for mercy. Okay, I was wrong. Come on, I support you with both hands. That's more like it. He Su Hang looked proud. Su Chen walked outside the Westlake Wonderland box and breathed a sigh of relief. This guy, he made him nervous. Soon, Yang Kinga caught up. She looked embarrassed and said, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. My mother is like this. Please don't mind it. Su Chen smiled. It's okay. I think auntie is a good person. Yeah, that, my mother will talk about us again in a while. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Yang Kinga finished speaking and trotted away. Su Chen scratched his head. There was nothing wrong between us. He smiled and went to the bathroom. After coming out, Mr. Su, a surprise sound rang out. Su Chen turned around and saw Liu Jinghao, the boss of Dahao Chunjing. Boss Liu. Liu Jinghao looked excited. He knew that Su Chen was a distinguished guest of the old man of the Yao family in the provincial capital, and it was said that he had recently killed the old man Jin Guang in the provincial capital. He is in the limelight. Mr. Su, you haven't been to us for a few days. Which box are you in? Liu Jinghao asked. Su Chen smiled and said, Westlake Wonderland. I have something to do with my friends. Okay. I won't delay your business, go ahead. Call me if you need anything. Liu Jinghao is a very smart person, so he naturally knows how to avoid being annoying. Su Chen smiled and didn't take it seriously, so he left. But Liu Jinghao quickly took out his mobile phone, sent 2 bottles of Romanican tea to the Westlake Wonderland box. People like Su Chen must be flattered. On the other side, Yang Qinghai was about to go back to the box, but she ran into someone she didn't want to see. Yang Qinghai frowned slightly. Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao's father, Zhang Mingyan, was her father's comrade in arms, and the two families used to live very close. As a result, the latter Zhang Hao had always wanted to pursue her, and after being rejected by her, he not only advertised himself as his girlfriend in school, but also made moves from time to time. It was not until she went to college and moved that they lost contact. Unexpectedly, they bumped into each other here again. Zhang Hao looked at the beautiful Yang Qinghai and felt excited. I became the project manager of Huaxing Group, so I brought my father and mother to Dahao Chunjing to celebrate. Are you a waiter here? Hearing this, Yang Qinghai's face suddenly turned cold. Chapter 263 A Hateful Family. Come here to be a waiter by yourself? Yang Qinghai's face looked ugly. This Zhang Hao is still as arrogant and belittling as ever. Just like when he said he liked her in school, he would keep repeating things like no one will like you except me. Now, Yang Qinghai understands that this guy is born with poor. I'm also here to have dinner with my parents. Yang Qinghai said coldly, you go to your celebration banquet. As she spoke, Yang Qinghai turned and left. But Zhang Hao quickly stopped her. Qinghai, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Are Uncle Yang and Aunt Zhang here too? Which box are you in? Why not go directly to the box I booked, and it's just in time to celebrate for me? Yang Qinghai sneered. Sorry, there are other important things in my family, which are 100 times more important than your celebration banquet. After that, Yang Qinghai left quickly. Zhang Hao's face changed. Bitch, you're still like this after not seeing you for a few years. I have to see what's going on in your family. Zhang Hao followed Yang Qinghai quietly and saw her enter the Westlake Wonderland box. He turned back and found his parents and told them about it. Westlake Wonderland box. Yang Qinghai came in with an angry face. Su Hong saw the clue and asked, Qinghai, what's wrong with you? Yang Qinghai told him about her encounter with Zhang Hao. He's really haunting me. Su Hong looked unhappy. Zhang Hao, that kid, has never been able to speak since he was a child. He gets so cocky after making some small achievements. Compared to Zhou Chen, he's so frivolous. And his mother is also a narrow-minded woman. His father is not a good thing either. Only your father thinks Zhang Mingyan is a comrade in arms and a good person. Su Hong said with disdain. Yang Haoken's expression was not natural, but it was difficult to refute. He could see that his wife was telling the truth, but he couldn't save face. At this moment, click, the door of the private room opened. Zhang Hao and his family of 3 came in. Old Yang, I didn't expect you to eat here too. Zhang Hao just told me that, and I thought he was trying to cheer me up. Zhang Mingyan said with a smile. He is tall and thin, with a shrewd look on his face. His wife, Li Qin, next to him, was heavily made up, with eyes that kept turning. After Li Qin entered the private room, her expression was even more exaggerated. Su Hong, I haven't seen you for several years. I miss you so much. Qinghai, this girl has grown up so beautiful. I said back then that I would find a daughter-in-law like you in the future, and now it seems that I was right. Su Hong and Yang Qinghai looked ugly, especially Yang Qinghai. She looked at Zhang Hao with anger on her face. Too shameless. He said that something happened at home, but he still asked his parents to come. Yang Haoken couldn't save face, so he stood up and said with a smile, Brother Zhang, you are here too. What a coincidence. Let's eat together. Yang Haoken just politely gave way. Unexpectedly, Zhang Mingyan took advantage of the situation and said, Old Yang, my son has become the project manager of Huaxing Group. Our family is here to celebrate. Let's eat together. Zhang Hao is also a boy you raised. It's a good opportunity for us to celebrate together. As he said this, he sat down with Zhang Hao and Li Qin. Seeing this scene, Su-han was so angry that she stepped on Yang Haoken. Yang Haoken looked innocent. He just gave way, but who knew that this family was so unrefined. At this time, Zhang Mingyuan wanted to arrange for his son to sit next to Yang Qinghai, but he saw Su Chen's tableau. He asked, "Whose tableau is this?" Su-hang said, "This is a distinguished guest we invited." The meaning of driving the guest away was very obvious in the voice. However, Zhang Mingyuan smiled and said, "Distinguished guest. Then let's take advantage of it today, get to know him, and build a personal connection for Zhang Hao." Bah. Shameless. Su-han cursed in her heart. However, she also had to take care of Yang Haoken's face, so she could only pretend to deal with it. Everyone exchanged a few words. The Zhang family then turned the topic to Zhang Hao. Li Aiken said, "My son Zhao Hao is really doing well. Now, he has become the project manager of Huaxing Group. He is so young, but he is already a middle-level leader. Old Yang, your daughter is not married yet, right? Let's arrange it for them, and let Qinghai come to be the leader's wife. Look how good it is." Yang Qinghai's face changed instantly, and she said coldly, "I don't want to be a leader's wife." Li Aiken's expression froze, and then said, "You are young. You don't know how difficult it is for young people to climb up now. Young and promising leaders like Zhao Hao have been confessed to by female employees in the unit. Qinghai, don't be too picky, he is more than enough for you." Yang Qinghai heard this, and immediately became angry. Su-han stretched out her hand to stop her and said coldly, "What era is this? If children want to date, let them do it freely, and don't think too much about material things. We are an old couple and we don't lack these things. We just hope that Qinghai can find someone she likes, who has a good temper, and can talk and get things done." Li Aiken laughed dryly, and said nothing more. At this moment, the door of the box suddenly opened, and Su Chen stepped in. Seeing Zhang Hao's family, Su Chen was stunned. He thought he had walked into the wrong box. Su Chen. Yang Qinghai showed a sweet smile on her face again, ran over directly, and pulled Su Chen to sit next to her. Su-han also smiled and greeted Su Chen, and then introduced the two parties to each other. Zhang Hao's family, seeing Yang Qinghai's family's attitude towards Su Chen, suddenly looked very unnatural. Li Aiken sneered, "Old Yang, Su-hong, is this your honored guest? He is so young, how can he be considered an honored guest?" Su-hong's face froze. "I forgot to introduce him to you. This is my daughter's boyfriend, and my future son-in-law. If a son-in-law comes to visit, this is not an honored guest, then what is it?" Su Chen was stunned. When did he become Yang Qinghai's boyfriend? However, he also saw that Su-hong and Yang Qinghai disliked these three people, and Yang Haoken was just embarrassed. So Su Chen cooperated, and Yang Qinghai's face was even more rosy like a peach. Zhang Hao and Li Aiken's faces suddenly turned black. Li Aiken smiled and asked, "I don't know where Mr. Su is working?" Before Su Chen could speak, Su-hong spoke first. "My son-in-law works in Zhao's catering group, Bincheng's largest catering and food group. He is the secretary general. He should be considered a senior leader." After Su-hong finished speaking, she looked very proud. "You, Zhang Hao, are at most a middle-level leader, but my son-in-law is a senior leader." Sure enough, Zhang Mingyuan's family looked unhappy. Zhang Mingyuan nodded in a fake manner. Although Zhao's catering group is still much weaker than Huaxing group, it is not bad. Li Aiken was even more gloomy and didn't speak. At this time, Zhang Hao suddenly said, "That's not right. I remember that Zhao's catering group held a job fair 2 days ago, and the leadership was expanded to recruit elite retinees. The secretary general who was later elected should be someone named Anna, right?" After Zhao's catering group expanded in scale, the leadership was short of people, and recruitment was opened. At the beginning, Zhang Hao also secretly signed up, but he was not selected. But he paid attention to the list of candidates, so he knew that the final secretary general was Anna. Li Aiken's eyes lit up immediately, and she said excitedly, "Old Yang, Su-hong, you have to clean your eyes. I have heard that some idle people in society pretend to be executives of various companies to deceive marriage. In the end, the girls who were deceived all lost their money and regretted it. When looking for a partner for your child, you have to find someone who knows you well, otherwise you won't know if you are being deceived. Zhang Mingyuan slammed the table. Su Chen, are you here to deceive marriage? Tell the truth. Fortunately, my son is well informed, otherwise the old Yang family would have been deceived by you. Zhang Heio's parents were very excited. Yang Heiokan and He Su Hong also looked at Su Chen. Based on their understanding of Su Chen didn't seem like that kind of person. Su Chen said lightly, yes. The previous secretary general of the company was called Anna, but she was fired because of something. I just took office today. Yang Qinggai's family breathed a sigh of relief. Who knows if what you said is true? Zhang Heio said in a gloomy way. Su Chen said coldly, if you don't believe it, you can go to Zhao's catering group and ask now. I can go with you. Zhang Heio's family was speechless when they saw Su Chen's confident look. Dang dang. At this time, the door of the box was knocked. 2 waiters walked in. Dear guests, this is Romanican tea presented by our boss Liu Jingheio to several distinguished guests. As they spoke, the two put 2 bottles of red wine on the table and then left. Everyone was stunned. The boss of Daheo Chunjing? I don't know him. Yang Heiokan asked in confusion. Why would he send wine to our box? Su Chen smiled slightly. He knew that it must be Liu Heiokan who sent it to him. He was about to explain. At this time, Zhang Heio smiled and said, I know. Last time, when I came to Daheo Chunjing with the company's boss, the boss introduced me to boss Liu. It seems that Liu Jingheio saw me coming to this box, so he sent 2 bottles of wine. Zhang Mingyuan laughed and said, son, you are really promising. The boss of a hotel of this level has sent you wine. Ah. Li Aiken checked with her mobile phone and shouted, Romanican tea. This kind of wine costs more than 100,000 yuan a bottle. Son, you are so awesome now. Li Aiken looked proud. Zhang Heio smiled and said, it's normal. This kind of wine is more precious than Lafite. Only 1 bottle of wine can be produced from 3 grapes, and it is limited to 6,000 bottles per year. Last time I accompanied the company's boss, we drank this wine. I guess Liu Jingheio noticed that I like to drink this wine. Su Chen almost laughed out loud in his heart. This Zhang Heio is really shameless. He Su Hong and Yang Qinggaya were upset when they saw their family showing off, but they didn't know how to refute. At this time, Dad, Uncle Yang, you guys have a good drink. And Auntie, Qinggaya, you guys also try this wine that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan a bottle. Zhang Heio said with a smile. Then, he looked at Su Chen coldly, with disgust on his face, and said, a liar like you probably can't taste this kind of wine. Don't drink it. The box was suddenly quiet. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. Who do you think you are? For a moment, the whole box was quiet. Zhang Heio, however, seemed not to notice other people's gazes, and continued, famous wine like Romanican tea, even if you pour out a small cup, is worth thousands of dollars. It's such a waste to give it to someone like you. That's right. Old Yang, Su Hong, this is a wine that the owner of Daheo Chunjing Hotel gave to Zhao Heio for his sake. We shouldn't waste it. Li Aiken said with a fake smile. A sneer flashed in Su Chen's eyes, but he didn't say anything. Then I won't drink it. Your wine is expensive. I'm afraid I can't understand it. He Su Hong said sarcastically. Yang Qinggaya said coldly, I don't drink it either. Yang Heio was quite embarrassed. On one side were his comrades in arms, and on the other side were his wife and daughter, which made him very embarrassed. And, to be honest, Yang Heiokan was also a little greedy for wine. After all, it was a bottle of wine worth hundreds of thousands, and he also wanted to taste it. But now, he couldn't say it. For a moment, the atmosphere in the box fell into awkwardness. At this time, Su Chen said lightly, it's okay, I don't really like drinking foreign wine. In his heart, no matter how good this thing is, it can't compare to the magical wine brewed by his grandfather. When Zhang Heio's family heard this, they were immediately overjoyed. Li Aikin said with a smile. Look, Zhou Su has said that he doesn't like to drink at all, so let's not force him. That's right. You can do whatever you want. Su Chen said lightly, but a sneer flashed across his face. This family is laughing happily now, and they may not be able to cry in a while. After Su Chen expressed his position, the atmosphere in the box became lively again. However, Yang Qinggai and He Su Hang still refused to drink Romanican tea. Yang Heokan originally wanted to get a glass to try, but was kicked by He Su Hang. He had to smile awkwardly that, I have to drive, so I won't drink with you two. Sun Mingyuan and the other two naturally saw what was going on. But they didn't care, and the family of three drank happily. Zio Heo, this wine is indeed worth hundreds of thousands of dollars a bottle. The aroma is mellow and lasting. Of course, Dad. Romanican tea is famous for its delicate and powerful tannins, balanced and condensed. Have another glass. Mom, have another glass too. The family persuaded each other to drink, as if no one was around. They glanced at Su Chen and others with proud eyes from time to time. He Su Hang and Yang Qinggai were annoyed, but they couldn't get angry. They could only ignore Zhang Heo's family deliberately and instead chatted with Su Chen intimately. Only Yang Heokan still cared about his face and chatted with them. Soon, the dinner was over. At this time, the door of the box suddenly opened. The figure of Liu Jingheo, the owner of Daheo Chunjing, appeared at the door of the box. Dear guests, I'm really sorry. There were a lot of guests just now, and I was busy. I couldn't come to accompany you in person. I could only send 2 bottles of wine. I hope you don't mind. Liu Jingheo said respectfully and politely. Zhang Heo quickly stood up and shook hands with Liu Jingheo, saying, Boss Liu, you are so polite. We have only met once, and you are so generous. I really feel ashamed of it. Liu Jingheo was confused. He wanted to ask, who are you, buddy? But then he thought, this should be Mr. Su Chen's friend. He immediately shook hands with Zhang Heo enthusiastically. Of course. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mingyuan and Li Aikin were even more excited. Yang Qinggai and He Su Hang snorted coldly. They were most annoyed by Zhang Heo's show-off appearance, but they could do nothing about it. Liu Jingheo asked, Dear guests, how does this Romanican tea taste? If it feels good, I will bring 2 more bottles back for you. At this time, Zhang Mingyuan interrupted with excitement. Perfect. I have never drunk such a good wine in my life. Liu Jingheo glanced at Zhang Mingyuan, feeling a little impatient. Am I asking you this? I want to ask Mr. Su. Mr. Su, how do you feel? Liu Jingheo asked. Suddenly, everyone was stunned and turned to look at Su Chen. They didn't understand why Liu Jingheo asked Su Chen. Are you talking about the 2 bottles of foreign wine? I didn't drink it at all, so I don't know what it tastes like. This Mr. Zhang said that you gave it to him, and I'm not qualified to drink it. Su Chen pointed at Zhang Heo and said lightly, What? Liu Jingheo's face suddenly changed. I gave this wine to you, Mr. Su. For a moment, everyone was a little stunned. A touch of joy suddenly appeared on He Su Hang's face, and then she looked at Zhang Heo's family with gloating. She didn't expect that things would have such a reversal. Now, He Su Hang wants to see how this family of top-notch products ends. Zhang Heo's face turned pale in an instant. Zhang Mingyuan and Li Aikin were also stunned. Boss Liu, didn't you give me those 2 bottles of red wine? Zhang Heo asked with a trembling voice. Liu Jingheo glanced at him coldly. My 2 bottles are Romanican tea 1990, 180,000 each, a total of 360,000. Who do you think you are, worthy of me giving you 360,000? I tell you, since Mr. Su didn't drink this wine, whoever drank it should pay me the money. Hearing this, Zhang Heo's body shook violently and almost fell to the ground. Zhang Mingyuan said quickly, Boss Liu, you sent someone to deliver this wine, we didn't order it. Liu Jingheo said coldly, I gave it to Mr. Su, not to you. You stole my wine and dared to say that Mr. Su was not qualified to drink it. I'm already kind enough not to cause trouble to you. Li Aikin looked at Su Chen and said, Su Chen, please speak for us. Before Su Chen spoke, He Su Hang said, why should Zhou Chen speak for you? When they were drinking, you stopped them from drinking. Now you beg them. You are so shameless. Boss Liu, this wine is only for their family of 3. None of us touched a drop. Just ask them for it. Su Hong showed no mercy. Li Aikin's family looked extremely ugly. If it was 10,000 or 20,000, they could still grit their teeth and admit defeat. But 360,000 would basically make their family suffer. Zhang Heo looked grim and begged, Boss Liu, I've been drinking with you with the boss of our Huaxing group, can you please? Before he finished speaking, Liu Jingheo glared at him. Stop talking nonsense to me. If you don't pay me, I'll contact your boss right now. To be honest, Liu Jingheo was about to take out his phone. He had already seen that Su Chen and this family didn't get along at all, so he naturally didn't have to show mercy. No. Zhang Heo was immediately shocked. If Liu Jingheo went to their company to collect the debt, his future would be ruined. Zhang Mingyuan and Li Aikin also understood this truth, and in the end, the two of them swiped their cards for 360,000 yuan with tears in their eyes, and the problem was solved. The family glared at Su Chen and others hatefully, turned around and left quickly. This time, they had lost everyone. Ha ha ha. It's so funny. It's obviously a wine for Zhou Chen, but this family is shameless. This time they shot themselves in the foot. It's so refreshing. Su Hong laughed. On the side, Yang Qinghai also covered her mouth with a smile on her face. Liu Jingheo stepped forward and apologized to Su Chen. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry for causing such a misunderstanding. Su Chen smiled. It's okay. I don't like drinking this kind of foreign wine. Liu Jingheo said, that won't work. I have to show my appreciation. After saying this, he whispered a few words to the waiter next to him. The waiter hurriedly ran out and soon came back with 4 bottles of Romanican tea. Liu Jingheo insisted on giving the wine to Su Chen again, but was rejected. Su Chen smiled and said, Boss Liu, I really don't like drinking this kind of wine. It's a waste for you to give it to me. If you really want to give it to me, why not give it to my uncle Yang? He must like this kind of wine. Liu Jingheo immediately gave the wine to Yang Heoken. Yang Heoken was surprised. When Zhang Heo's family was drinking there just now, he was very greedy. Unexpectedly, Su Chen gave him 4 bottles now. This. For a moment, Yang Heoken didn't know whether to refuse or accept. Su Chen stuffed the wine directly into his hand. Okay, Uncle Yang, take it. Just think of it as a good deed and help me solve it. Yang Heoken was delighted and accepted the 4 bottles of wine. Su Hong looked at Su Chen with even more eagerness. The 4 said goodbye to Liu Jingheo and walked out of the hotel door. Then, they saw Zhang Heo's family not far away. Zhang Mingyuan and Li Aikin saw the 4 bottles of Romanican tea in Yang Heoken's hand, and their hearts were immediately boiling with anger. But Su Chen's connections made them unable to guess at all, and they dared not step forward and say more nonsense. Su Chen was about to say goodbye to Yang Qinghai's family when 2 men in uniforms came over. Su Chen turned his head and saw that the 2 men were wearing the uniforms of the Tiger Guards. One of them, he had met once at Cheng's martial arts hall, was Wang Li. The other was a middle-aged man with a square face, very upright and majestic. The aura of Zhou Wanqiu was surging all over his body, and he was a master of Zhou Wanqiu. Hello, Mr. Su Chen. I'm Wu Daoning, deputy leader of the Yinhu group of the Qinhu Guard, said the middle-aged man with a square face. As he spoke, Wu Daoning took out a certificate and showed it to Su Chen. Yang Qinghai and others looked at Su Chen in panic. Su Chen looked at Wu Daoning and said lightly, hello, Deputy Leader Wu, what can I do for you? Since Wu Daoning followed the rules and procedures, Su Chen would naturally not be cold to him. Mr. Su, I have some understanding of what happened around you recently. Now, I would like to ask you to go to the Qinhu Guard base with me and cooperate with our investigation. Wu Daoning said loudly. Su Chen. Yang Qinghai was a little anxious. Su Chen smiled at Yang Qinghai. Don't worry, it's okay, just cooperate. Turning around, Su Chen said, okay. Then, Su Chen followed Wu Daoning and Wang Li to the car on the side and left quickly. Zhang Heo's family also saw this scene, and everyone was happy. Li Aikin even stepped forward and said to Su Hong, did you see that? I said that this kind of person with unknown origin might be a liar who cheats people for money and sex. Look, he is being arrested now. He Su Hang looked at Li Aiken coldly. Even if he is put in prison and then released, he is better than your son. After that, she took Yang Haoken and Yang Qinggai away. Li Aiken was so angry that her heart beat suddenly and she cursed. You are talking nonsense. That Su Chen is not even as good as my son's toes. However, the Yang family had already disappeared. Li Aiken was so angry that she jumped on the spot. Chapter 265 I told you, don't fucking mess with me. The evening wind was howling. Su Chen sat in Wu Daoning's car, looking at the scenery outside the window. Wu Daoning's car was heading to the suburbs. Mr. Su, don't be nervous. You are going with us this time, just to cooperate with the investigation and go through the necessary procedures. Wu Daoning looked serious. As for the case of Miss Yang's kidnapping that you are concerned about, Arkin Hui has already filed a case, and I believe there will be a result soon. Among Arkin Hui, some comrades are indeed slack in their thinking and unsteady in their positions. But please believe that most of our colleagues are still working diligently to maintain social stability. Su Chen nodded. This Wu Daoning gave him a good impression. Soon, the car drove to a manor in the suburbs. Wu Daoning introduced. Mr. Su, let me introduce you. This is the base of Arkin Hui in Bincheng. In the past, there were relatively few non-staff people who came here. Please keep it a secret for us. Haha. Su Chen smiled and said, of course. The three of them walked in together. In the middle is a courtyard. After passing through the garden, there is a hall. Judging from the decoration, it is an office space. Not far away, there is also a martial arts training ground. Wu Daoning introduced. Members of the Tiger Guard, no matter which group comes to Bincheng for a mission, can use the rooms and equipment here, and can also recuperate here. In other cities in Nangzhou province, we also have similar bases. Su Chen nodded. At this time, Wu Daoning said, Mr. Su, next, you want to go to a place with me to wait for a while, okay? Su Chen said, okay. Then, Wu Daoning led Su Chen through the corridor to a large courtyard, and then walked down the stairs. Soon he led Su Chen to a room, but there was no light inside, and it was dark. According to our regulations, you need to wait here for a while. The environment is simple, you have to be patient, it won't take too long. As he spoke, he opened the door. Su Chen glanced at Wu Daoning and stepped in. Crash. Wu Daoning quickly locked the door and left quickly. Wang Li followed closely behind. After the two walked outside, they suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Team leader Wu, this Su Chen is really an idiot. He actually believed you. Wang Li laughed. Wu Daoning also had a smug smile on his face. Don't blame Su Chen for being stupid, it's just that I, Wu Daoning, look righteous and have great acting skills, so they can't defend against me. Yeah. Wang Li exclaimed. In the past few years, Team leader Wu, you have used this trick to take down many troublemakers. Now Su Chen has entered the tiger prison of our tiger capturing guards. No matter how capable he is, he can't make any more trouble. In a few days, he will surrender to you. Wu Daoning smiled coldly. People like this are usually hard-boned. If you want him to surrender, you have to capture the person he cares about most and threaten him to take the meridian blocking pill. By then, he won't be able to use all his cultivation, and his bones will really soften. By then, I'll ask him to eat shit, and he'll have to eat it obediently. Wang Li asked, Team leader Wu, who should we use to threaten this kid? Wu Daoning smiled and said, it's the one we just saw, Yang Qinggai. Didn't Sun Shengyang's people want to attack her from the beginning? We can just capture her and use her to force Su Chen to surrender, and then send her up, killing two birds with one stone. Ha ha ha. In the small courtyard, Wu Daoning's laughter was as piercing as a night owl. On the other side, Yang Qinggai and her parents return home. Yang Haoken fiddled with 4 bottles of Romanican tea, his face full of joy. At the side, Su Hang scolded angrily, you old guy, you only know how to look at the wine. Zhou Chen was arrested just now, don't you care? Yang Haoken looked embarrassed. Zhou Chen said he just went to cooperate with the investigation. Nothing happened. Su Hang twisted Yang Haoken's arm angrily. Then you really don't care. Don't you see that our daughter is worried? You are still fiddling with your broken wine. Really? Yang Heokan looked at Yang Qing'er standing by the window and suddenly felt guilty. Ahem. He coughed and said, Qing'er, don't worry. Su Chen is a relatively stable and reasonable person. Since he said it's okay, there shouldn't be any problem. Yang Qing'er turned around and said to her parents, Dad, Mom, I think I should go find Juting. She is familiar with Su Chen and may know what happened. Besides, the Wang family is quite wealthy and may be able to help. As she spoke, Yang Qing'er took her things and went out. Yang Heokan and He Suhan looked at each other, sighed, and did not stop her. Yang Qing'er had just walked out of the community. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her sight. It was Wu Daoning, the deputy leader of the Yinhu group of the Tiger Capture Guard. He still looked righteous. Ms. Yang, the investigation of Mr. Su Chen requires your cooperation. Please come with me. Yang Qing'er was stunned and asked, can I make a phone call? Wu Daoning frowned and shook his head. According to our regulations, this is not allowed. Yang Qing'er had no choice but to get in the car. Wu Daoning sat in the driver's seat with a sneer on his face. On the other side, Su Chen stepped into the dark room. The next second, the lights in the room suddenly turned on. This is a very large room. One figure after another appeared in front of Su Chen. These people, all of them were full of dark energy and mysterious energy. There was even one person who was full of vitality, and he was a congenital strongman. Hey, new here, come here, kneel down for me. The congenital strongman sneered. The other dark energy martial artists and mysterious energy masters surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. In the corner, there was also a skinny old man. Su Chen looked around with cold eyes. This should be a place where the prisoners of the Tiger Guards were detained, not a waiting room at all. Hey, that kid. A dark energy martial artist shouted at Su Chen. Our master Chang is calling you. Are you deaf? Kneel and crawl over here. Su Chen looked at him and said coldly, don't mess with me, yo. The Yuan Qi master sneered. I haven't seen such a strong character in a long time. You two, go up and teach him a lesson. Two dark energy martial artists walked towards Su Chen. At this time, the old man in the corner stood up and advised, Xian Zhenchang, why do you have to do this? We are all trapped in this tiger prison, why do we have to kill each other? The Yuan Qi master shot out a stream of Yuan Qi, and the old man was knocked down instantly. Xian Zhenchang sneered, damn old man, do you think you are still the same Zhu Changping? You are now waste without Yuan Qi. You are still teaching me how to do things. Are you fucking qualified? As he said that, he said to the two dark energy martial artists, break this kid's legs. Isn't he tough? Let him kneel in front of me for 3 days and 3 nights. Master Chang, don't worry. The two dark force martial artists responded. Then, they grabbed Su Chen, looking for death. Su Chen snorted coldly. Then, he kicked out. Crack, crack. To crisp sounds. The two dark force martial artists knelt on the ground, hugging their legs, and screamed together. It turns out that he is still a tough guy. No wonder he dares to be a troublemaker. Come on, push him over. Xian Zhenchang said angrily. The remaining 7 or 8 dark force martial artists and Zhuan force masters swarmed towards Su Chen. The dark force gushed out, and the Zhuan force was surging, with an unstoppable momentum. However, Su Chen's face was full of impatience. His figure flashed. In the room, the wind was blowing. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions rang out one after another. The next moment, the whole cell was filled with wailing. All the martial arts masters who attacked Su Chen were now curled up on the ground, screaming in pain. I said, don't fucking mess with me. Su Chen said coldly. The innate strong man Xian Zhenchang stood up suddenly. How dare you hurt my people? Kneel down and pledge allegiance to me now, and I may spare your life. You talk too much nonsense. Su Chen said coldly. Xian Zhenchang's face was extremely ugly, and he rushed directly to Su Chen, looking for death. Take my black fire palm. His palm was facing up, and his vitality was surging. In an instant, the black flame condensed, as if to burn everything in the world. Young man, be careful. Xian Zhenchang's black fire palm is poisonous. You can't take it hard. The old man at the beginning reminded again. Xian Zhenchang's face was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, Zhu Changping, you talk too much. Wait until I kill this kid and then torture you. Su Chen said lightly. Thank you, father-in-law. He is just a chicken and a dog in my eyes. The old man Zhu Changping was stunned. It seems that he didn't expect that Su Chen would be so bold. Arrogant boy, looking for death. Xian Zhenchang shouted angrily. The giant palm formed by black flames pressed down towards Su Chen. Su Chen smiled coldly. Golden evil palm. Su Chen's palm instantly grew larger, turned into dark gold, and collided with the giant palm of black flames. Bang! The giant palm of black flames instantly scattered. Su Chen stood in place, motionless. The old man Zhu Changping at the side was stunned for a moment, and Xian Zhenchang also stood there. What's the matter? Are you a congenital strong man? Su Chen did not answer, but smiled coldly, playing with fire. Then you also try my flame. As soon as the words fell, Su Chen's whole body of vitality exploded. The flame vitality filled with red flames gathered on Su Chen's palm. The terrifying temperature, the space began to distort. You. Xian Zhenchang showed fear on his face. He has been playing with fire for many years, and feeling the temperature of Su Chen's flame, he can already estimate its power. If he knew that Su Chen's flame could also evolve into purple and black, Xian Zhenchang would probably be scared crazy. You tried too. Su Chen struck out with one palm. The blazing flame turned into a long dragon, sweeping towards Xian Zhenchang. Xian Zhenchang wanted to resist, but was suppressed by the flame vitality, and could not resist at all. Boom. A loud noise. Xian Zhenchang was blown away directly. The whole person was charred all over, and he collapsed to the ground, breathing less and breathing out more. The old man Zhu Changping was stunned where he was, completely dumbfounded. Thank you, father-in-law. Su Chen bowed to Zhu Changping. This old man, whether he was dissuading Xian Zhenchang or reminding himself, can be seen as a kind-hearted person. Zhu Changping smiled. You're welcome. I just said a few more words, but you surprised me. Su Chen smiled and walked towards the door of the room. He now understood that he was deceived by Wu Daoning. Zhu Changping saw Su Chen's actions, sighed and said, my friend, you should have been deceived by that guy Wu Daoning, right? Alas, we can't get out. Su Chen's eyes suddenly fixed. Chapter 266. Unbreakable except in the divine realm. Zhu Changping's old face showed a bitter smile. This prison was built by the tiger capture guards with special materials, not gold, wood, or stone. It is extremely strong, and can even withstand the destructive power of an 8 strongman. Su Chen said. Then Wu Daoning told me that he just invited me to cooperate with their investigation. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Changping snorted coldly. That Wu Daoning is a beast in human clothing. He looks righteous, and seems to behave very well. But in fact, he is just using this false face to deceive us. Once he locks us up in this tiger prison, he will reveal his true colors. That's how I was tricked in here. Su Chen frowned. Old Zhu, what have you done to be imprisoned here? The old man Zhu Changping said hatefully. Humph. I, Zhu Changping, have been upright all my life. When have I ever done anything illegal? It's because the tiger guard Wu Daoning acted too domineeringly and accidentally killed my son and daughter-in-law. I came here just to seek an explanation. In the end, I was tricked by Wu Daoning, and was imprisoned here. Moreover, he took the lives of my relatives, and forced me to take the meridian blocking pill, so that I can no longer use my vitality. Su Chen suddenly realized, no wonder, I think your vitality is blocked, and stagnant in your meridians. Then, he pointed at Xian Zhenchang and other cultivators on the ground and asked, why didn't these people take the pulse blocking pill? Zhu Changping explained, the pulse blocking pill is not an ordinary pill. It costs a lot to refine it, so it won't be used casually. Besides, these people are criminals. After they were imprisoned in the tiger prison, they obeyed Wu Daoning's orders very much, and even helped him do things, so they were naturally spared from this disaster. And people like me who are bent on finding opportunities to seek revenge with Wu Daoning may never recover in this life. Zhu Changping sighed. Su Chen smiled faintly. Old Zhu, don't be discouraged. It's just a pulse blocking pill. It will be solved. Zhu Changping was stunned, and he laughed. My friend, you don't know. This pulse blocking pill was refined by a famous doctor in the Tiger Guard. How can it be solved so easily? Su Chen smiled faintly. I'm sorry. As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen shot out a few silver needles. Whoosh, whoosh, swoosh. Several silver needles, as if they had eyes, flew and pierced into the acupuncture points all over Zhou Changning's body. Before Zhou Changning could react, Su Chen put his two fingers together and tapped him quickly. Finally, he hit Zhou Changping's heart with another palm puff. A mouthful of black blood spurted out of Zhou Changping's mouth in the next second. Boom. A wave of air gushed out of Zhou Changping's body. The terrifying vitality fluctuated instantly. Zhou Changping looked ecstatic, looking at his hands and roared, my vitality is back. He looked at Su Chen with an incredible look on his face. My friend, you can actually solve the poison of the pulse blocking pill? Speaking of this, bang, Zhou Changping clasped his hands together and knelt on one knee. Thank you, my friend, for helping me recover my power. May I ask your name? I, Zhou Changping, will repay you generously in the future. Su Chen quickly helped Zhou Changping up and said lightly, Mr. Zhou, my name is Su Chen. It's just a small favor. You are too polite. Mr. Su, you are too modest. You think it's just a small favor, but to me, it's like a rebirth. Zhou Changping was grateful. However, when his eyes swept across the door of the tiger prison, a hint of gloom flashed across his face. It's a pity that, even if I have recovered my vitality now, I still can't seek revenge on that beast Wu Daoning. Really? Su Chen asked doubtfully. Then, he raised his hand. The hot and thick flame energy condensed in his hand in an instant. The terrifying temperature made Zhou Changping on the side feel terrified. Mr. Su, the quality of your energy is very high, which is amazing. But I'm afraid it's not enough to break this tiger prison. You can try. Su Chen remained silent. The terrifying flame energy was constantly condensing in his hands. Above the energy, a red flame was floating, and a hint of purple slowly emerged, which was the manifestation of his energy condensing to the extreme. Su Chen suddenly slapped out. With one palm strike, the terrifying energy instantly bombarded the door. Boom. With a loud noise, the door trembled violently. However, in an instant, it calmed down again. Su Chen clearly found that when the energy hit the door, it disappeared without a trace like a drop in the ocean. Zhou Changping said, Mr. Su, you should have discovered it. This special material can absorb and disperse the energy. If you can't exceed its endurance limit in an instant, it will be extremely difficult to open it. Otherwise, there would be no legend that the trapped tiger prison is unbreakable, except in the divine realm. Zhou Changping sighed. Unbreakable except in the divine realm? I don't think so. Su Chen smiled faintly. Then, he shouted in a low voice, Zuaniu and Fengluijin, lazy Jew. In an instant, the terrifying black thunder energy, like silver paste, rushed through Su Chen's meridians. Open it for me. Su Chen struck out with another palm. The next second, the black thunder energy suddenly struck out, like a thunderbolt from heaven. The whole room suddenly flashed. With a boom, the solid and invincible door directly broke open. Su Chen's expression was calm. He stepped over the broken door and turned to look at Zhou Changping. Zhou Changping was stunned in place, with a dull face. Mr. Zhou, let's go. Su Chen said lightly. Mr. Su, you actually mastered the thunder energy. This kind of extremely yang, extremely strong, and extremely sharp energy is rarely mastered by anyone. After Zhou Changping recovered his mind, he sighed. Su Chen smiled. It's just a coincidence. Zhou Changping looked at Su Chen with admiration. He knew that Su Chen said it easily, but it was definitely not that simple. Suddenly, Zhou Changping said, Mr. Su, let's go out quickly and find that bastard Wu Daoning. I guess that bastard left just now to catch your relatives and friends. Once he catches your relatives and friends, he will use them to force you to take the pulse blocking pill, just like he did to me. Su Chen's face changed, and the two hurried out. Kinhui Bincheng base. Outside the office hall, Wang Li suddenly stood up and saw Wu Daoning carrying the fainted Yang Qing'er and walked in. Team leader Wu, you're back. Wang Li smiled and greeted him. Wu Daoning sneered. She's just an ordinary woman. It's not that difficult. There's no movement in the tiger prison, right? Wang Li's face stiffened slightly. The bastard Su Chen killed Zhou Wanqiu in front of me, so I have some psychological trauma about him, and didn't dare to go over to see. However, in the tiger prison, there is also the black fire palm Shan Zhenshang inside. I don't think he can make any trouble. Wu Daoning scolded, as a coward. Follow me, and see how I teach him a lesson like a dog. As he spoke, he carried Yanking Gaia towards the tiger prison. Wang Li hurriedly followed and flattered. Team leader Wu, if you take action, Su Chen will definitely fall to his knees. Wu Daoning sneered. I also need Yanking Gaia to threaten him. Now, I'm worried that Su Chen is a cruel person and will not surrender, even if he sees Yanking Gaia die in front of him. Wang Li sneered. Team leader Wu, this is easy. If Yanking Gaia can't threaten Su Chen, we can still capture others. But I heard that the Zhao family, the Qin family, the Wang family and the Li family all have a good relationship with Su Chen. When the time comes, we will capture these families and kill them one by one in front of Su Chen. It will be difficult for him not to bow his head. Wu Daoning laughed immediately. Ha ha ha. Good. At this time, a cold shout came. Unfortunately, you won't live to that time. Hearing this figure, Wu Daoning and Wang Li's faces changed. The next second, boom sounded in their ears. The courtyard wall on the side was directly blown to pieces. Wu Daoning and Wang Li dodged to the side and turned around to look. When the dust settled, two figures appeared in front of them. They were Su Chen and Zhu Changping, who looked fierce. Chapter 267. The guard who captured the tiger eventually became the vicious tiger. Arsehole. Su Chen's eyes were cold, as if he was looking at two dead people. Just now, he clearly heard the conversation between the two. And Zhu Changping, his whole body was full of vitality. A pair of red eyes stared at Wu Daoning. You, how did you get out? Wu Daoning trembled all over, and Wang Li was even more frightened. You know, the two people in front of them are genuine innate strongmen. More importantly, they all hate them to the bone. Wu Daoning reacted quickly. He grabbed Yanking Gaia by the throat and shouted loudly, Su Chen, don't come over. Otherwise, I will kill this woman. At this moment, Wu Daoning no longer pretended. He knew in his heart that Zhu Changping must have told Su Chen everything he did. Now, only by taking Yanking Gaia as a hostage can he leave here safely. When he is safe, he has plenty of ways to deal with Su Chen. And Wang Li, trembling, hid behind Wu Daoning. Su Chen sneered. Wu Daoning, why don't you pretend to be a gentleman? Wu Daoning looked grim, and he shouted coldly, Su Chen, don't be so arrogant. Didn't you just escape from the prison? Your behavior is a provocation to the tiger guards. In the future, there will definitely be innate masters and divine masters from the tiger guards who will hunt you down. If you let me go now, I can still make excuses for you. Su Chen sneered. You can't leave. Both of you will die here today. Wu Daoning and Wang Li trembled. Su Chen, step back immediately. Otherwise, I will kill Yanking Gaia. I don't believe that you don't care about her life or death. Wu Daoning exerted force with his hand, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Yanking Gaia's mouth. On the side, Zhu Changping looked grim, and he gritted his teeth and advised, Friend Su, no, let's let him go first. Your friend Shi. Zhu Changping wanted to kill Wu Daoning the most, but now that Su Chen's friend was in the hands of the other party, he could only give up this opportunity. However, Su Chen looked at Wu Daoning coldly. Do you think that I can't do anything to you with the hostage in hand? Wu Daoning was stunned. Spiritual sharp thorn. Su Chen's spiritual power instantly surged out from the Niwen Palace between his eyebrows, condensed into a sharp thorn, and stabbed Wu Daoning. Wu Daoning only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and then a severe pain came from his head. Ah! Wu Daoning screamed. Before he could react, Su Chen hit him with another palm. Bang! Wu Daoning's body was blown away directly, and Yanking Gaia was already in Su Chen's hands. Wu Daoning covered his head, got up from the ground, and looked at Su Chen with fear. Now, his greatest reliance has been lost, and his life and death are all in Su Chen's hands. Run. This is the only thought in Wu Daoning's mind. Boom. Wu Daoning's blood and ki burst all over his body, and his mysterious energy surged even more. He ran out suddenly. However, before he jumped a few meters, a burst of wind and thunder exploded. Wow. Su Chen's figure has appeared in front of him. Deputy Team Leader Wu, where do you want to go? Su Chen sneered. Wu Daoning was so frightened that he quickly changed direction. However, behind him, there was a loud sound of wind and thunder. Su Chen flashed in front of him again and looked at him indifferently. With the wind character technique in his hand, how could Wu Daoning escape from Su Chen's palm? Bang! Su Chen kicked out. Wu Daoning flew back like a cannonball. His body plowed a deep groove in the ground. In the end, Wu Daoning lay on the ground in a mess, his face full of panic. Su Chen, please. Let me go. I'm the deputy team leader of the Yinhu group of the Qinhu Guard. If you kill me, you will become the enemy of the entire Qinhu Guard. I swear, I will never be your enemy in the future. Wu Daoning kowtowed frantically. Su Chen looked at Wu Daoning coldly and suddenly smiled and said, "Can I believe your promise?" Wu Daoning was suddenly delighted and said quickly, "If you let me go, I will never be your enemy again. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning, my whole family will die, and my descendants will be slaves and prostitutes for generations." Seeing the hope of living, Wu Daoning said all the oaths he hated the most. "In this case, I will let you go," Su Chen said lightly. Wu Daoning's face was ecstatic. However, the next second, Su Chen slapped Wu Daoning on the head. Bang! Wu Daoning's ecstasy instantly solidified on his face. Blood flowed out of Wu Daoning's 7 orifices. He seemed to want to ask. Su Chen clearly said to let him go. Why did he want to kill him? Su Chen said lightly, "Don't you like to lie? Before you die, I will let you feel the taste of being deceived. How about it?" Wu Daoning widened his eyes and fell to the ground and died. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to die with regrets. Su Chen turned to look at Zhou Changping, a little embarrassed, and said, "Mr. Zhu, I'm sorry. I was too quick and forgot to leave this guy to you to vent your anger." Zhou Changping laughed dumbly. "Forget it. I'm already satisfied to see this bastard die in front of me with my own eyes." Su Chen nodded and turned to look at Wang Li on the side. At this time, Wang Li was trembling all over. Wu Daoning was the deputy leader of the Tiger Guard, but he was killed by Su Chen. How could he escape? Bang, bang, bang. Wang Li knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Su Chen frantically. "Mr. Su, please spare my life. I really don't know anything. It's all Wu Daoning. He is Wu Chaoxing's uncle, so he wants to stand up for Wu Chaoxing, so he has to deal with you. I'm just an ordinary member of the team. I can only listen to his arrangements. I really don't want to mess with you." Wang Li's head was covered with blood. However, Su Chen just had a mocking smile on his face. "Wang Li, do you think I didn't hear you just now? You advised Wu Daoning to take action against the Zhao family, the Qin family and others, to force me to surrender?" Wang Li suddenly raised his head, his face pale. Su Chen casually shot out a stream of energy. Boom. Wang Li was instantly blown away, his body covered in blood, and there was no sound. Looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, Su Chen was extremely disappointed. It seems that the Yinhu group of the Tiger Capture Guard is not just rotten by Wu Chaoxing, but is almost rotten from beginning to end. He thought that Wu Chaoxing was a minority. Reality proves that people like Li Dingyuan and Liu Dahu are a minority. "Mr. Su, let's go." Zhou Changping supported Yang Qinghai and said. Su Chen thought for a while and said, "Wait for me." As he spoke, he stepped forward to take off Wu Daoning's clothes, which were stained with blood. Then, he began to write on the ground. Zhou Changping came forward curiously, wanting to see what Su Chen wrote. As a result, he only took a glance and felt terrified, and goosebumps all over his body. On the ground, there were 18 bloody characters, with silver hooks and iron strokes, carrying infinite domineering power. The guards who catch tigers eventually become evil tigers. It's sad and lamentable, hateful, and killable. Su Chen. After Zhou Changping looked at it for a long time, he breathed a sigh of relief. He clapped his hands and praised. Good words. Good sentences. Good motto. Zhou Changping glanced at Su Chen and asked, "But, aren't you afraid that the tiger catching guards will hate you madly after seeing these words?" Su Chen said coldly, "If the tiger catching guards don't investigate clearly and ignore the facts and fight to the death with me, then they are completely rotten. From now on, I will kill one by one when I see one, and kill a group when I see one. Kill him cleanly and kill a clear world." Hearing this, Zhu Changping was enlightened and looked at Su Chen with admiration. Friend Su, I, Zhu Changping, have never admired anyone in my life, and you are definitely the first one. If I were not an old man, and had my family to worry about, I would definitely be willing to stay by your side. One is to repay your kindness of saving my life, and giving me a new life, and the other is to see how you can reach the peak. Su Chen smiled and said, Old Zhu, you are too kind. I'm just expressing my anger. Zhu Changping smiled and said, most people can only hold back their anger when they encounter the things of the tiger guards. Only you dare to say all this, and write it down. If you want to scold them in their faces. Su Chen was a little embarrassed by Zhu Changping's praise. Okay. Friend Su, I won't say any more thanks to you. Otherwise, it will seem hypocritical. In the future, if you go to the provincial capital and tell me something, I, Zhu Changping, will never say anything. Zhu Changping bowed and said goodbye. Su Chen nodded. Zhu Changping's figure flashed and disappeared. Su Chen smiled. He walked to the side, held Yang Qinghai in his arms, and after a few rises and falls, he had completely left. In the courtyard of the secret base of the Tiger Guards, there were only 2 corpses and 18 large characters placed in the middle. After Su Chen brought Yang Qinghai to the city, he raised his hand to wake Yang Qinghai up. He didn't wake her up in the courtyard because he was afraid that she would see the bodies of Wu Daoning and Wang Li and be traumatized. Yang Qinghai woke up faintly. Where am I? Mr. Su? Are you okay? Those people let you go? She was confused at first, but when she saw Su Chen clearly, she was immediately excited and happy. Su Chen smiled. It's okay. It's just some misunderstandings. After explaining it clearly, I was allowed to come back. Great. Yang Qinghai was excited and then said a little embarrassedly, that square-faced uncle found me and asked me to cooperate with the investigation. I don't know what happened, but I fell asleep in his car. Su Chen smiled and said, when you went, I was fine. So, I didn't need you, so I brought you back. Su Chen didn't tell Yang Qinghai about Wu Daoning's conspiracy, so as not to scare Yang Qinghai. Yang Qinghai was very excited. Then, Su Chen sent Yang Qinghai downstairs. He declined her invitation to go upstairs, and finally left in her reluctant eyes. Soon, Su Chen returned to the Zhao family villa. After returning to the bedroom, Zhou Wanqiu didn't ask too much. Su Chen honestly took a shower and changed clothes, and then practiced cross-legged. At this time, in the secret base of the Tiger Guard, someone discovered something unusual. The 2 bodies and the bloody words on the ground were photographed and sent to the top leaders of the Tiger Guard. A storm seemed to be gathering. Chapter 268, The Tiger Guard's Response. The Tiger Capture Guard. A secret base. The atmosphere in the room was extremely depressing. Qin Qingmei wore a tight cheongsam that outlined her graceful figure. However, her face was full of gloom. It was because there was a stack of photos on the table in front of her. It was a scene of the Tiger Capture Guard Bincheng base. There were photos of the bodies of Wu Daoning and Wang Li, photos of the broken prison of the Tiger Prison, and the 18 bloody words left by Su Chen. The Tiger Capture Guard eventually became a vicious tiger. It's sad and lamentable, hateful, and killable. Qin Qingmei read out the words left by Su Chen word by word. The temperature in the whole room suddenly dropped. 2 team leaders, tell me how you feel. She looked up suddenly, and her beautiful eyes could not tell whether she was happy or angry. In front of Qin Qingmei, 2 middle-aged men had different expressions. One of them was Su Chen's acquaintance, Leading Guilin, the leader of the Chen-Long team. The other one had a mustache and a serious face, but he was Feng Linhei, the leader of the Yunhu team. Hearing Qin Qingmei's question, Leading Guilin hurriedly said, Captain Qin, Su Chen is not a bloodthirsty and indiscriminate person. He must have a reason for doing such a thing. Feng Linhei interrupted directly. Nonsense. What reason could he have? Destroying my Tiger Guard's trapped Tiger Prison, killing my Tiger Guard team members and deputy team leader, leaving messages mocking the Tiger Guard. Any of these things are capital crimes. Now, Su Chen has committed all 3 crimes, which is a naked provocation. If such a thug is not killed immediately, wouldn't it make the martial arts practitioners of Dongzhou province laugh at him? Feng Linhei's face was full of murderous intent. He looked like he wanted to cut Su Chen into pieces. This time, his tiger group lost face, and several people were defeated. In the end, even the deputy team leader was killed. How could he not be furious? Kill Su Chen? Qin King Mui glanced at Feng Linhei and said lightly, "Of course it's okay." Leading Yuan's face changed immediately, and he was about to persuade him. At this time, Qin King Mui raised her hand to stop him. Her beautiful eyes were waving, and she whispered, "Moreover, the reasons for killing Su Chen can be what you said." Feng Linhei's face was delighted, and he bowed and said, "Captain Qin is wise." However, at this time, Qin King Mui suddenly stared at Feng Linhei. "But, I want to ask Team Leader Feng, you to explain a few things to me clearly." "What is it?" Feng Linhei's heart skipped a beat. Qin King Mui's voice suddenly raised. "I want to know, why did your tiger group go to capture Su Chen? Why did Wu Chaoxiang injure the people of Zhao group when he went to capture Su Chen? Then Wu Daoning, according to which regulation, put Su Chen, who had not yet been convicted, in the tiger prison? Finally, what did Wu Daoning want to do by going to capture Yang Qinggaya, an ordinary woman?" Every question from Qin King Mui was like a sharp arrow, shooting into Feng Linhei's heart. Feng Linhei's face was ugly. There were some things that he couldn't say at all. Bang! Qin King Mui slammed the table. Her eyebrows were raised, and her voice was like thunder. "During the time I was injured, I neglected to supervise the work style and discipline of each of your groups. Did you all forget that we are a disciplined force? You rely on your status as the kin who guards to be domineering and do whatever you want. What's worse, you even collude with the powerful and bring disaster to the people. You are all great." Feng Linhei's face turned pale. He already knew Liu Qingmu's attitude. On the side, Leading Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Qingmu's eyes were so sharp that Feng Linhei dared not look directly at her. As the leader of the tiger group, you are not completely unaware of how serious the problem is, right? I just briefly learned a little bit, but I already wanted to kill Wu Daoning and the others with my own hands. Su Chen was absolutely right in scolding us. The tiger catching guards eventually became evil tigers. Your tiger group is the best representative of evil tigers. I'm telling you, Feng Linhei, I will continue to investigate the tiger group. And you, go and apologize to Su Chen honestly. The tiger catching guards have to earn back their lost face little by little. Do you understand? Feng Linhei's face was livid, but he could only bow his head. The Qin King Mui in front of him was not only the captain of the special operations team, but also almost elected as the deputy chief of the tiger catching guards. If he hadn't been injured, he might even have become the chief of the tiger catching guards of Dongzhou province in the future. Okay. I understand. Feng Linhei lowered his head and clenched his fists. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with this result in his heart. Think about it yourself. Get out. Qin King Mui waved her hand. Feng Linhei left the room without saying a word. Leading Yuan sighed. It seems that old Feng is still not convinced. Qin King Mui said coldly, "This is my fault. I neglected supervision and let them be blinded by power. Oldly, your Chenlong team did a good job on this point." Leading Yuan hurriedly bowed and said politely, "Captain Qin, you are too kind. We are just doing things according to the rules." Qin King Mui sighed. It's so simple to do things according to the rules, but there are so many people who can't do it. Leading Yuan was silent. Indeed, he didn't like the behavior of some colleagues, but he was powerless. By the way, Qin King Mui asked, "Have Shang Zhenshang and others been re-detained?" Leading Yuan said, "They have been detained. Those people should have provoked Su Chen, and he finally dealt with them all. It was not difficult for us to clean them up." Qin King Mui nodded. She rubbed her brows and said, "I hope to clear up the misunderstanding between us and Su Chen as soon as possible, so that after I recover, I can reorganize the Tiger Guard." Leading Yuan clasped his fists and said, "Don't worry, Captain Qin, I will try my best to persuade Su Chen again." Shang's martial arts hall. A gloomy figure appeared in the martial arts hall. It was Feng Linhei, the leader of the Yinhu group of the Tiger Guard. Shen Keishan hurriedly invited Feng Linhei to the room and the two had a secret talk. "Team leader Feng, you have to help our second master revenge and kill that Su Chen. Otherwise, Master Sun will be furious after he comes out of seclusion." Shen Keishan said. Feng Linhei's face was gloomy, and he did not answer. After a long time, he asked, "How much do you know about Sun Shenggyang?" Shen Keishan was stunned and asked in confusion. "Most of them are somewhat known. Those women were not all sent to the provincial capital." Before he finished speaking, Feng Linhei directly struck out with a palm. The surging vitality crushed Shen Keishan. "Team leader Feng, what are you going to do?" Shen Keishan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly mobilized all his strength to resist. However, the qualitative gap could not be made up at all. Feng Linhei's vitality was unstoppable, and he slapped Shen Keishan's chest with one palm. Shen Keishan flew backwards and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Why? Shen Keishan looked puzzled. Before, he had been drinking and chatting happily with Feng Linhei. Feng Linhei said coldly, King Mei wants to investigate strictly, but you know too much. Feng Linhei, you will not die well. Shen Keishan spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground and died. Feng Linhei turned and left. The next day, Su Chen accompanied Zhou Wanqiu to the company. During the period, Zhou Wanqiu's phone kept ringing. After Zhou Wanqiu answered several calls, his face looked a little ugly. The car arrived at the corner downstairs of the company, and Su Chen got out. He thought for a moment and asked, "Boss Zhao, what happened?" Zhou Wanqiu said coldly, "You are only good at healing and fighting. It's useless to tell you other things. Go to work." After that, she drove away with a cold face. Su Chen looked puzzled. This woman changes her face like turning a book, sometimes good and sometimes bad. She was fine yesterday, but she is like this again today. I don't know if it's her period. Su Chen shook his head and walked upstairs directly. Soon, Su Chen returned to the secretariat office. Zhang Yu saw Su Chen, ran over with a smile, bowed deeply, and shouted, "Hello, Secretary General." Su Jiao and Liu Pan also shouted, "Hello, Secretary General." Su Chen smiled. It seems that these guys knew that Zhou Wanqiu promoted him at the meeting yesterday. Even a few secretaries with no background came to congratulate Su Chen. Su Chen also greeted them politely and then sat down in his seat. Zhang Yu and others gathered around. Liu Pan smiled lewdly. "Secretary General Su, why don't you go to your own office? Are you reluctant to leave us? Come, sit down. I'll give you a shoulder massage. Brother Chen, give me your legs. I'll massage your legs." Su Jiao also smiled. Zhang Yu came over with a licking face, saluted fiercely, and said loudly, "Secretary General Su, I'm your most loyal younger brother, Zhang Yu. Excuse me, is there anything you need me to do? I will never say no." Su Chen raised his eyebrows. "Really?" Zhang Yu said loudly, "I will serve Brother Chen wholeheartedly. Please give me any instructions." Su Chen smiled. "Then go clean the toilet." "Ah. Clean the toilet again." Zhang Yu's face turned green. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed suddenly. After joking with Zhang Yu and others for a while, they agreed that Su Chen would treat them at noon, and then they dispersed. Su Chen smiled. At this moment, his mobile phone suddenly rang. A message from an unfamiliar number. "Su Chen, I'm Feng Linhei, the leader of the Yinhu group of the Tiger Capturing Guard. I'm waiting for you downstairs at Zhao's catering group." In an instant, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Chapter 269. If there is a next time, I will not let you off easily. The leader of the Tiger group of the Tiger Guard? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. If he only had some problems with the other Tiger Guards, he had a deep blood feud with the Tiger group. Wu Chaoxian was crippled by him, Jiang Chao and Wang Li were killed by him, and finally even the deputy leader Wu Daoning was killed by him. Moreover, he left words on the bodies of the two people to mock the Tiger Guards. Now Feng Linhei probably hates him to death. Su Chen thought about it and finally decided to meet him. He wanted to see if the leader of the Tiger group could change his mind. Su Chen wanted to go down directly, but finally went to Zhou Wanqiu to ask for leave. After all, he didn't know how long it would take to meet Feng Linhei, and he was a leader now, so he had to take the lead in abiding by the rules. Knock, knock. Su Chen walked to the door of Zhou Wanqiu's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." Su Chen pushed the door open and saw Zhou Wanqiu frowning and looking at the documents, as if he had encountered some tricky things. She looked up and saw Su Chen and asked impatiently, "What's wrong with you?" Su Chen did not answer directly, but asked, "Did something happen in the company?" I see you have been busy all day. Zhou Wanqiu rolled her eyes at Su Chen and said, you only know how to do medicine and fight. It's useless to tell you. What do you want to do by coming to me? Seeing that Zhou Wanqiu did not want to talk, Su Chen stopped asking. I came to ask you for leave. I have something to do outside. Su Chen said. Zhou Wanqiu rolled her eyes. You have so many things to do every day, either asking for leave or skipping work directly. Su Chen was speechless. You didn't tell me about the company's affairs. I have nothing to do here, and I was despised for asking for leave. This woman is really hard to serve. Okay, go ahead. But your salary will be deducted. Zhou Wanqiu waved her hand. Su Chen nodded and turned to leave. When he reached the door, Su Chen turned around and said, if you encounter a problem that you can't solve, it's better to tell me. Maybe I can help you solve it. After that, Su Chen turned and left. Zhou Wanqiu raised her head and looked at the direction of the door. She was stunned for a long time. Finally, she sneered, TSK, arrogant. On the other side, after Su Chen walked downstairs, he saw Feng Linhei at first sight. It was not because of Feng Linhei's appearance, but because of Feng Linhei's strong vitality fluctuations. He is actually a congenital strongman. Su Chen was quite surprised. Before, he met Li Dingyan, the leader of the Chenlong team, and Pei Zhenchang, the leader of the Shenhao team. Both of them were masters of Zhou Wanqiu. Although they were close to congenital strongmen, they were still one step away. Therefore, Su Chen once thought that the leaders of the Tiger Guards were all Zhou Wanqiu. Unexpectedly, Feng Linhei, the leader of the Yunhu team, was actually a master of Yuan Qi. Su Chen thought about it and figured it out. After all, the purpose of the Tiger Capture Guards is to intimidate all martial arts practitioners. If the leaders of each group only have the Zhou Wanqiu combat power, it is indeed not enough. I'm afraid that among all the Tiger Capture Guards, there should be quite a few innate strongmen. And the chief and deputy chief of the Tiger Capture Guards of Dongzhou province are likely to be close to or even beyond the divine realm. Su Chen had various thoughts in his mind, but he had already walked in front of Feng Linhei. Feng Linhei was also looking Su Chen up and down. Looking at Su Chen's young face, Feng Linhei could not associate him with the image of master who killed the old man Zhen Guang and destroyed the trapped tiger prison. Mr. Su, hello. Feng Linhei stretched out his hand towards Su Chen. However, Su Chen just looked at him coldly and said, if you have something to say, just say it. A trace of displeasure flashed in Feng Linhei's eyes. But thinking of Qin Qingmu's reprimand, he could only suppress his anger. Mr. Su, I'm here to apologize to you, and I hope you can accept it. Feng Linhei stared at Su Chen and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Su Chen almost laughed out loud. This tone, this attitude, is it an apology to me? And, he hopes that I can accept it. This is clearly ordering me to accept it. Su Chen smiled coldly and said, are you really apologizing to me with this attitude? Feng Linhei's expression froze, and then he said, of course. Su Chen sneered, then I would like to ask, what is going on with Sun Shengyang's case? He sent people to kidnap young women. What is he going to do? Is he going to give them to someone? Who is he going to give them to? Feng Linhei's face changed. We will investigate these things, and then I will explain to Mr. Su. Forget it. Su Chen waved his hand. Whether you want to investigate or not, I'm not interested. Anyway, if you mess with me again, I will kill you as soon as possible, including you. Feng Linhei's face darkened. Mr. Su, you don't have to be so murderous. After all, we are the Tiger Guards. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Tiger Guards, is that so great? Feng Linhei could not suppress his anger. Su Chen, don't refuse a toast. As the leader of the Yinhu group of the Tiger Guards, I'm here to apologize to you, which is already giving you enough face. Don't think you are invincible, just because you have killed a few innate strongmen. What? Can't you continue to act? Su Chen smiled coldly, I never thought I was invincible, but I'm more than enough to deal with rotten eggs like you. Bold. Feng Linhei was furious on the spot, and his vitality was rioting. The next second, his figure flashed, and he grabbed Su Chen directly. Su Chen smiled coldly, and hit him with the palm. In an instant, the terrifying black thunder energy instantly overwhelmed Feng Linhei. Feng Linhei's vitality was unable to resist at all, and he was defeated instantly. Bang! Su Chen's palm was printed on Feng Linhei's chest. Puff! Feng Linhei spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew back and fell heavily to the ground. Su Chen retracted his palm and said coldly, "With your martial arts skills, you dare to fight with me. This time is just a punishment. If it happens again, I will not let you off easily." Feng Linhei struggled to stand up from the ground. His face flushed, but he couldn't say anything to refute. The moment he was defeated by the Black Thunder energy, he realized how much he underestimated Su Chen. "Let's wait and see." Feng Linhei looked at Su Chen coldly, turned around and ran away. Su Chen's eyes flashed coldly. He never liked to keep threats. But Feng Linhei's identity was special, and now there was no definite evidence from him, so Su Chen couldn't do it. At this time, ding-ling-ling, a mobile phone rang. Su Chen looked down and saw that it was a call from Leading Guan. "Answer the call." Leading Guan's slightly excited voice came. "Mr. Su, did Feng Linhei come to apologize to you?" Su Chen nodded and said, "He came, but I chased him away." "It's good that he came." "What?" Leading Guan finally reacted, and he hurriedly asked, "Mr. Su, what happened?" Su Chen roughly explained the whole process. Leading Guan sighed. "This old Feng is one of the few innate strong men among us team leaders, so he is more arrogant. I didn't expect that he would also." "Alas," Su Chen said coldly, "he is not arrogant, but he is hostile to me." Leading Guan explained, "Mr. Su, this time the Yinhu group lost a big man. Feng Linhei will definitely have some opinions about you. Please be magnanimous and don't argue with him." Su Chen shook his head and said, "He doesn't have any opinions about me, but hostility. I want to ask, can I kill him?" Leading Guan shuddered immediately. "Don't. Please don't." Leading Guan hurriedly advised, "Mr. Su, Feng Linhei is the head of the 12 regular groups of the Kinhu Guard. If you kill him, unless there is irrefutable evidence, it will bring you big trouble." Su Chen said coldly, "Anyway, if he messes with me again in the future, I will not spare his life." Leading Guan looked helpless, but he could do nothing. After thinking about it, Leading Guan advised, "Mr. Su, I know you don't like some of our comrades in the Kinhu Guard, but I still want to advise you, please help our Captain Qin treat her. The special operations team that Captain Qin is in charge of has the responsibility to supervise the work style and discipline of each group. If you can cure her, the work style of each group in the Kinhu Guard will definitely be better." Su Chen said lightly, "Let's talk about it later." Leading Guan was also helpless. Qin Kingmu's situation can't wait too long. The two hung up the phone. Leading Guan sighed. Su Chen's opinion of the Kinhu Guard is not easy to eliminate. And Su Chen went directly back to the company. If he had known that the meeting would end so quickly, he would not have asked Zhou Wanqiu for leave. He was scolded for nothing. After get off work, Su Chen took Zhou Wanqiu's car home. Whether in the car or at the dinner table, Zhou Wanqiu's calls came one after another. Su Chen planned to ask Zhang Yu tomorrow. Back in the bedroom, Su Chen was about to take a shower. Suddenly, he received a call. But the caller surprised him. It turned out to be Zhou Wanqiu's best friend, Guan Qingqing. Chapter 270 Arrogance. Su Chen was quite surprised to see Guan Qingqing's call. He glanced at Zhou Wanqiu who was still on the phone, and was a little confused. This Guan Qingqing was Zhou Wanqiu's best friend, and she actually called him. Su Chen answered the call with confusion. Guan Qingqing's anxious voice came from inside. "Mr. Su? This is Guan Qingqing." Su Chen asked, "What's wrong? Are you looking for Wanqiu?" "No. I'm looking for you," Guan Qingqing said. Su Chen was stunned. Guan Qingqing hurriedly explained, "Mr. Su, this is the case. I'm now in the women's restroom on the 3rd floor of Dahao Chunjing Hotel, and there are people outside guarding me. Here, there is a rich young man from the provincial capital who has been touching me. Not only did he not let me leave, but he also said that he would take me somewhere else after dinner. Can you come over and take me away?" Su Chen nodded and said, "No problem. You wait in the women's restroom now. Don't go out. I will send someone to protect you." Guan Qingqing was overjoyed when he heard it. "Yes. Thank you, Su Chen. But don't tell Wanqiu about this. She seems to have a lot of troubles now, and I'm afraid she will think too much." Su Chen responded and hung up the phone. Then, Su Chen called Liu Jinghao, the owner of Dahao Chunjing. Liu Jinghao was very surprised when he received Su Chen's call. He quickly answered the call and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Su, do you have any instructions?" Su Chen said, "Boss Liu, I have something to trouble you. I have a friend who seems to be harassed. She is now in the women's bathroom on the 3rd floor of your hotel. Please protect her first. I will be there soon." Liu Jinghao heard it and quickly assured, "Mr. Su, don't worry. I will arrange someone to protect your friend right away." After hanging up the phone, Su Chen greeted Zhou Wanqiu and left in a hurry. Zhou Wanqiu looked at Su Chen's departing back and curled his lips. "The president is not as busy as you." On the other side, Dahao Chunjing Hotel, women's bathroom on the 3rd floor. Liu Jinghao rushed over with 10 security guards and 2 waitresses. Soon, the 2 waitresses brought Guan Qingqing out of the bathroom. Guan Qingqing's face also had a hint of joy. Just now, the 2 waitresses had explained the situation to her clearly. Guan Qingqing had never expected that Su Chen actually knew the owner of Dahao Chunjing Hotel. Liu Jinghao was also very happy when he saw Guan Qingqing. He could finally do Su Chen a favor. Liu Jinghao was about to take Guan Qingqing to another room to wait for Su Chen when 2 bodyguards in black came forward. "Miss Guan, since you have finished using the toilet, go back to the box. Our master he is still waiting for you," a bodyguard in black said coldly. Guan Qingqing shuddered when she heard this. She subconsciously shrank back and said timidly, I have something else to do. I have to go first." The bodyguard in black frowned and said coldly, "Miss Guan, I hope you won't make it difficult for me. If you force me to take action, it will not look good." Guan Qingqing looked ugly. At this time, Liu Jinghao hurried forward and said, "You too. Guan Qingqing is the daughter of my friend. Her family asked me to take care of her. If you have anything to say, wait until her family comes." However, the 2 black-clad bodyguards snorted coldly, "I don't care about your family or friends. Even if her father comes, he can't take the person that our young master he wants." As he spoke, the black-clad bodyguards were about to step forward and take Guan Qingqing away. "Ah!" Guan Qingqing screamed in fear. Liu Jinghao was immediately anxious. This was the task assigned to him by Su Chen, and he had to complete it well. Although, Liu Jinghao could also hear that this young master he was definitely not a simple person. But at this time, Liu Jinghao had to make a decision. "Stop them!" Liu Jinghao shouted at the security guards. The security guards received the boss's order and quickly stopped the 2 black-clad bodyguards. "Looking for death!" A cold shout rang out. The 2 bodyguards instantly rushed into the security group. Bang! Bang! Those security guards, facing the 2 bodyguards, were like children. There was a crackling sound. All the security guards fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Liu Jinghao was stunned on the spot. The 2 black-clad bodyguards looked at him coldly, then walked to Guan Qingqing and said lightly, "Miss Guan, let's go. Don't force us to do it. It won't look good." Guan Qingqing was desperate and could only leave with the 2 black-clad bodyguards. Liu Jinghao's face was extremely ugly. Is the first task assigned to him by Su Chen going to fail like this? No. Liu Jinghao quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Call all the security guards and follow me to the Guilin landscape box." Liu Jinghao shouted angrily. Not long after, behind Liu Jinghao, a team of 50 or 60 security guards followed. "Follow me." He waved his hand fiercely and led dozens of security guards to the box where Guan Qingqing was taken. Click. Liu Jinghao pushed open the door of the box fiercely. The scene inside the box suddenly appeared in front of him. Guan Qingqing was sitting next to a young man with a humiliating expression on her face. On the other side of the young man sat a middle-aged man in training clothes. Behind him stood 4 bodyguards in black. On other seats sat some young men, fawning over the young man. It seemed that the young man was the young master he from the provincial capital. The atmosphere in the room was very lively. After Liu Jinghao opened the door, the scene suddenly became quiet. A hint of excitement appeared in Guan Qingqing's eyes. A bodyguard in black leaned over to whisper something in the young man's ear. A hint of cold smile appeared on the face of the young master he. Oh. People in this small city just don't know the rules. They dare to break into my He Chunming's box without knocking. The young Master He's eyes were cold. Liu Jinghao said sternly, Master He, we have to make an emergency decision. Please forgive us. We will not charge any fees for your table today. Please understand. But can you give me some face? This Guan Qingqing is a child of my good friend. She is not feeling well today. Can you? No. He Chunming interrupted directly. Liu Jinghao's face rose. He Chunming stood up and said coldly, when do I, He Chunming, need you to give me face? When do I need to see if others are comfortable? Guan Qingqing and Liu Jinghao looked very unhappy. Liu Jinghao's eyes showed a trace of struggle. Master He, I'm sorry. After the voice fell, Liu Jinghao waved his hand fiercely and said to the security guards, bring Miss Guan out. Then, the security guards were about to file in. Do it. He Chunming sneered. Uncle too. Give them a taste of color. At this time, the middle-aged man sitting next to He Chunming stood up directly. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed into the group of security guards. Kicked out. The security guard who was in the front flew back directly. As a result, the 7 or 8 people behind him fell to the ground like bowling balls. The figure of Uncle Tu was extremely fast, leaving a trail of after images. Wherever he went, several security guards screamed and flew out. Not long after, he fought from inside the house to outside the house, and in the blink of an eye, all the security guards fell to the ground. Uncle Tu sat back in his seat and drank peacefully. At this time, He Chunming was full of smiles. Uncle Tu, your martial arts skills have improved again. The other young people also praised him. Master He, your bodyguard is so powerful, just like in the movies. He is simply invincible in the world. That's right. Don't you see? This is Master He's man. He must be an absolute master. Only Master He can have such a master to escort. Compared with Master He, that Zhao Shiji in Bincheng was a piece of trash. The flattery of the crowd made He Chunming very happy. On the other side, Liu Jinghao stood alone among a bunch of fallen security guards, trembling all over. The security guards he brought with him fell to the ground without even touching the corners of the other party's clothes. Guan Qingqing's eyes showed a trace of despair. This expert brought by He Chunming was so powerful. Even if Su Chen came, he might be powerless. At this moment, she regretted calling Su Chen for no reason. Otherwise, Su Chen would not get involved, and Liu Jinghao would not get involved. He Chunming said coldly, holding a wine bottle, and slowly walked to Liu Jinghao. How powerful did I think you were, that you dared to meddle in my business, He Chunming? So that's all? He Chunming smiled coldly. Then, he suddenly raised the wine bottle and smashed it hard on Liu Jinghao's head. Bang! A loud bang exploded. In an instant, the wine splashed and blood flowed. Liu Jinghao's head was covered with blood, which flowed down his face. Ah! Liu Jinghao cried out in pain, holding his head, and fell to the ground. He Bincheng, as if he had not yet gotten rid of his hatred, raised his foot, and kicked Liu Jinghao. Aren't you awesome? Don't you dare to meddle in my business? Come on. Call your rubbish security guards. He Bincheng cursed and beat Liu Jinghao fiercely. Liu Jinghao's head was covered in blood, and his body was covered with footprints. He was in a miserable state. Guan Qingqing was so scared that she burst into tears when she saw this scene. She ran to He Chunming, grabbed him, and cried, "Don't hit me. Please, don't hit me. I listen to you. I'll go with you." Woo woo. He Chunming stopped, turned around, pinched Guan Qingqing's chin, and said coldly, "Didn't you pretend to be a pure and heroic woman just now? Why don't you pretend anymore?" Guan Qingqing's face was full of tears, and she dared not say a word. Bang! He Chunming raised his hand and slapped Guan Qingqing in the face. A bright red palm print appeared on her face. He Chunming grinned and said, "Do I need you to teach me how to do things? I'm going to take you away. I'm going to kill him too." Liu Jinghao's eyes went dark, and he struggled and said, "You can't take her away. She belongs to Mr. Su Chen." He didn't finish his words. He Chunming kicked Liu Jinghao in the face again. "Don't fucking mention Su Chen to me. I'll take whoever I want to take." Just then, boom. There was a loud noise. The door exploded. A thin and tall figure walked in. You can't take anyone away. You can't leave yourself either. Su Chen walked in with a face full of anger. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. One phone call can bankrupt your family. Su Chen walked into the box with an infinite murderous aura. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Guan Qingqing was surprised and happy. Su Chen, Liu Jinghao, whose head was covered in blood, also breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Su. Now that Su Chen was here, his mission was considered completed. In any case, he did not let Guan Qingqing suffer too much harm. Su Chen's eyes swept over Liu Jinghao, whose face was covered in blood, and Guan Qingqing, whose face was covered in bright red palm prints. In an instant, a burst of anger rushed to the sky. Who hit you? Su Chen's voice was cold. He Chunming sneered, whose belt was not tied tightly, exposing you? I beat these two people. What can you do? Funny, you dare to pretend in front of me. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen's figure flashed. Then, he kicked out. Boom. He Chunming flew back like a cannonball and fell hard on the wine table. The table full of wine and food was all overturned. The wine, vegetables, and soup made He Chunming's head and face full of blood, and he looked very embarrassed. Master. Master He. The black-clad bodyguards and many young people hurried forward to help He Chunming. But Su Chen ignored them and helped Liu Jinghao up and gave him a simple treatment. After Su Chen's treatment, Liu Jinghao stopped bleeding instantly, and his spirit and energy improved a lot. Liu Jinghao apologized. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. I wanted to stop him but failed. Or let Miss Guan get slapped by him. Su Chen said coldly, it's not your fault. I will make him regret it. Guan Qingqing said anxiously, Su Chen, this He Chunming is a rich young man in the provincial capital. The middle-aged man in black clothes next to him is very powerful. Don't worry. With me here, he can't turn the tables. Su Chen said confidently. In the past, Su Chen had learned about the big families in the provincial capital. Among them were the Yao family, the Bei family, the Ran family, the Li family, the Han family, etc. And there was no one with the surname He. It can be seen from this that He Chunming, the so-called rich young man from the provincial capital, is just from an ordinary family. Su Chen has already beaten the Ran family from the provincial capital, so why would he care about the He family, an ordinary family? On the other side, a group of people have helped He Chunming up. He Chunming cleaned up the dirt on his body while cursing. Fuck your ancestors. This bastard actually dared to hit me. Didn't you see it? He didn't dare to go over, break his legs for me, and make him kneel in front of me. Go. He Chunming was furious and kicked the black-clad bodyguards twice. The 4 black-clad bodyguards rushed towards Su Chen. Guan Qingqing's face changed instantly, and she reminded loudly, Su Chen, be careful. Su Chen smiled coldly, don't overestimate your ability. Then, his figure flashed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he kicked several times. The 4 black-clad bodyguards were almost invincible when dealing with security guards, but they were like balls when facing Su Chen, and they had no power to fight back. Bang, 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 bang. 4 loud noises. The 4 bodyguards flew out instantly. One by one, they smashed against the wall, shaking the box. For a moment, everyone was stunned. He Chunming stared at Su Chen in a daze. Master He, this guy is a martial artist, and at least he is a dark energy martial artist. Ordinary bodyguards are not his opponents at all. The middle-aged man in training clothes, Uncle Tu, suddenly spoke. He Chunming suddenly came to his senses. Little bastard, no wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you are a martial arts practitioner. It's okay for you to be arrogant normally, but now you are pretending to be arrogant to me. You are unlucky. As he spoke, He Chunming bowed to Uncle Tu and said, Uncle Tu, please cripple this kid for me and make him kneel in front of me. Uncle Tu smiled coldly, although this kid has some skills, it's a piece of cake for me. Tu Haoxiang. Tu Haoxiang stood up suddenly, and the terrifying dark energy surged. An invisible air current immediately pushed everyone back a few steps. He Chunming laughed and said, "That kid, you practice martial arts. You should know what a master of Zhuanjin is. My uncle too is a master of Zhuanjin. Now, kneel down in front of me and kowtow for mercy, and then offer that woman to me. I might consider sparing your life." Su Chen said coldly, "If you kowtow and beg for mercy before I kill you, I might spare your lives, including you." As he spoke, Su Chen pointed at Tu Haoxian. He Chunming was instantly furious, looking for death. Tu Haoxian stepped hard. Bang! The tiles exploded into pieces in an instant. Tu Haoxian's figure, with the blessing of Zhuanjin, instantly left a trail of after images. Heaven-splitting hand. Tu Haoxian gathered his hands into a blade, and Zhuanjin condensed at the edge of his palm. The sound of breaking the wind stimulated people's eardrums. Die. Tu Haoxian rushed to Su Chen and slashed at Su Chen fiercely. Explosion. A sonic boom exploded in the air. The power of this hand blade can be imagined. However, Su Chen did not avoid or give way, but stood straight in place, as if he was stupid. He Chunming was overjoyed when he saw it. He had personally witnessed the power of Uncle Tu's sky-splitting hand, which could cut through even a steel plate. If Su Chen used his body to receive it, he would definitely be cut in two. A trace of ecstasy flashed into Haoxian's eyes, looking for death. The next second, the terrifying hand blade, with a strong mysterious force, hit Su Chen's shoulder fiercely. Bang! The imagined sound of entering the flesh did not appear. On the contrary, a sound of metal and stone colliding spread throughout the box. Tu Haoxian's hand was actually blocked by Su Chen's body, and could not fall at all. Su Chen's whole body was covered with a faint golden light, as if a god had descended to the earth. The undefeated golden body was used to defend against such an attack, which was simply a waste of talent. Tu Haoxian was shocked. Undefeated golden body? At this moment, suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Tu Haoxian's mind. He suddenly remembered a piece of news. That is, a few days ago, the old man Jin Guan from the Jindao sect in the provincial capital died in the hands of a young man in Bincheng. At that time, Tu Haoxian still felt a little regretful that the undefeated golden body might be lost or fall into the hands of that young man. Now seeing the golden light on Su Chen, Tu Haoxian suddenly realized something. "You are." Tu Haoxian's face changed drastically, and he was asking for mercy. However, Su Chen did not give him this opportunity. "You are done. It's my turn, right?" Su Chen smiled coldly, then raised his palm, golden evil palm. In an instant, Su Chen's palm instantly became the size of a palm leaf fan, and a dark golden light floated. Su Chen slapped Tu Haoxian with a slap. "Mercy." Tu Haoxian's face changed drastically, and before he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by Su Chen. Bang! In an instant, Tu Haoxian's head smashed directly into the chest. Tu Haoxian's body flew directly to He Chunming. He Chunming was so frightened by this horrific scene that his legs went limp. He screamed, "Ah!" He rolled and crawled to the back. The other young men did the same. They shrank into the corner screaming and stared at Su Chen in fear. They had never thought that a powerful master like Tu Haoxian could be slapped to death by Su Chen. He Chunming was trembling all over, looking at Su Chen in fear. "Don't come over here." Su Chen said coldly, "Didn't you ask me to kneel down and beg for mercy? Why don't you dare to stand in front of me now?" He Chunming was extremely scared. He suddenly saw Guan Qingqing behind Su Chen and hurriedly said, "Guan Qingqing, do you still want to do your business? Get him out." Su Chen turned to look at Guan Qingqing and asked, "What's going on?" Guan Qingqing said with embarrassment, "My family wants to expand its business to the provincial capital, mainly to cooperate with the He family. As a result, the He family wants too much profit and refuses to make concessions. Our housekeeper even has to lose money to satisfy them. I came to He Chunming to negotiate because I wanted to solve the problem, but if we completely offend the He family, our business in the provincial capital will probably suffer huge losses." Hearing Guan Qingqing say this, He Chunming's fear was slightly relieved. At least, Guan Qingqing knew that he was asking for help from her. Su Chen said calmly, "What's so difficult about this? Just change your partner. It's not that easy." Guan Qingqing said awkwardly, "Our family's strength is there, and higher level families won't pay attention to us at all. Among the partners that our company can get, the He family is the best choice. On the side, He Chunming heard this and felt relieved. He walked forward tentatively and said arrogantly, "Boy, did you hear that? Although you can fight, if you dare to touch me, Guan Qingqing's family's business in the provincial capital will be completely lost. If you apologize to me now, I will consider letting you go." As soon as he finished speaking, noisy Su Chen kicked out. Crack. He Chunming's calf was broken directly, and the whole person knelt on the ground in mid-air. Bang. The pain of the broken calf and the knee hitting the ground made He Chunming scream. Ah. He Chunming's face was distorted. Su Chen said coldly, "A playboy from a small poor family dares to threaten me? It only takes one phone call for me to make your family bankrupt." As he spoke, Su Chen took out his cell phone. Chapter 272. What Su Chen said is true. Su Chen looked at He Chunming expressionlessly, then took out his cell phone. He Chunming screamed in pain and said, "You son of a bitch. If you dare to break my leg, my dad will never let you go. Guan Qingqing, your family's business in the provincial capital will be ruined." Su Chen looked at him coldly and said, "If you dare to make noise again, I will knock out all your teeth." He Chunming quickly shut his mouth and still looked at Su Chen with resentment. Guan Qingqing looked nervous. Su Chen said indifferently, "Don't worry. Your family's business in the provincial capital will definitely be fine. I will help you find a better partner." Guan Qingqing was skeptical. Soon, Su Chen's phone call was connected. A vigorous laugh came from the other side of the phone. "Hey, Su Chen, you finally called me. I don't know if your grandpa Yao misses you." "That's right." Su Chen dialed Yao Zhenfeng's number. Su Chen said, "Mr. Yao, I want to ask you something. Do you know the He family in the provincial capital?" Yao Zhenfeng was stunned, then asked, "The He family in the provincial capital? Is it He Zhao Yuan's He family? I don't know too much." Su Chen said, "Anyway, there is a rich second generation in his family, named He Chunming." Yao Zhenfeng nodded and said, "That's right, it's He Zhao Yuan's He family. I know it's just a third-rate family in the provincial capital. What's wrong? Did this He family offend you? Just let me do whatever you want to do with them." Su Chen said, "I think this He Chunming is quite arrogant, so let's make their family bankrupt." Yao Zhenfeng was shocked. It seems that this He Chunming has offended Su Chen a lot. Yao Zhenfeng calculated for a while and said, "If you want to make the He family completely bankrupt, it will probably take 3 to 5 days. However, I can now make the He family lose half of their assets within 10 minutes. How about it?" Su Chen nodded. Okay. He could understand all this. After all, the He family is a large family with many assets. If you want to bring it down in one go, you need time to plan. Yao Zhenfeng was able to bring down half of the He family in 10 minutes, which was already amazing. Okay, wait for my good news. Yao Zhenfeng hung up the phone. This He family is really ungrateful. They can offend anyone, but they dare to offend Mr. Su. Yao Zhenfeng felt it, picked up the phone, and issued one command after another. The Yao family in the provincial capital, as the top family in the entire provincial capital, once it is fully operational, it will be able to shake the entire provincial capital. For a time, the official underground forces, large and medium-sized enterprises, various alliance families, all forces related to the Yao family were dispatched. All of them have only one goal, that is to bring down the He family in the provincial capital. Although these people don't know why Yao Zhenfeng did this. But since the old patriarch of the Yao family has spoken, this is an order. Although it was at night, every corner of the entire provincial capital was busy. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau issued a fine to the He family's company. The Health Bureau issued a ban on the He family's factory. The bank began to collect debts. The material supplier refused to supply. The sales channel cancelled the He family's orders. The underground forces. In just a few minutes, the He family was in chaos. At the He family villa, the owner He Zhao Yuan answered one call after another. Each one was bad news that hurt him. After hanging up the phone, He Zhao Yuan's face was full of impatience, like an ant on a hot pot. Countless He family members also gathered outside the door, waiting for instructions. He Zhao Yuan shouted angrily, "Investigate for me. Who is targeting a He family? Hurry up and ask for help from our old friends. They don't want to see you. Then you won't kneel down and kowtow until you bleed. Where is Chunming? Where did this bastard go? Where did he go when such a big thing happened at home? Hasn't he been found yet? Go ask those who are targeting us. If you give them more money secretly, someone will tell. Soon, he's Aoyuan. He Chunming's father knew that it was the Yao family in the provincial capital who was targeting him. He's Aoyuan quickly called Yao Zhenfeng. Mr. Yao, this is his Aoyuan. He's Aoyuan suppressed his anger. Yao Zhenfeng had expected this. He smiled. Oh, it's late at night. Why is the head of the He family not sleeping and looking for me? An old man? He's Aoyuan gritted his teeth and said, Old Yao, shouldn't you give me an explanation why you are targeting a He family? Yao Zhenfeng said, why should I explain to you? Aren't you all the He family members the only ones in the world? Old Yao, I don't understand what you are saying. He's Aoyuan frowned. Yao Zhenfeng smiled and said, why don't you ask your son and you will understand. My son? He's Aoyuan was stunned on the spot. He immediately understood that all the things done by the Yao family were caused by his son He Chunming. Little beast. I fucking. He's Aoyuan was so angry that he wanted to curse. But at this time, he still had to solve the family business issue first. Old Yao, even if my son is a little naughty, it won't cause the He family to be destroyed, right? He's Aoyuan said sadly. Yao Zhenfeng smiled coldly, if you offend me, maybe I will let you go, because we have met several times. But the person your son offended is someone that even I have to respect. He's Aoyuan's heart tightened. That rebellious son. Who did he offend? I hope Mr. Yao can tell me. Yao Zhenfeng said coldly, think about it. Who killed the old man Jin Guang of Jindao sect a few days ago? After saying that, Yao Zhenfeng hung up the phone. He's Aoyuan shuddered violently. His own son actually offended Su Chen, who could kill an innate strongman. Rebellious son. Damn it. In the He family villa, He's Aoyuan let out a shrill scream. On the other side, after Su Chen hung up the phone, he glanced coldly at He Chunming. Guan Qingqing asked, Su Chen, who did you call? Su Chen said indifferently, a friend in the provincial capital, a friend who can solve the He family's troubles. On the side, Liu Jinghao heard clearly that Su Chen called the other party Mr. Yao. Obviously, this call was most likely made to Yao Zhenfeng in the provincial capital. Guan Qingqing didn't know. She looked at He Chunming, who was full of resentment, with some concern and asked, how does your friend solve the He family's criticism? Su Chen said indifferently, it's very simple. Within 10 minutes, make the He family lose half of their industry. The main reason is that there is not enough time. If you give him 3 to 5 days, he can make the He family completely bankrupt. Guan Qingqing was stunned on the spot. The question she asked was how to solve the He family's criticism, not how to solve the He family. She was confused. At this time, although He Chunming knelt on the ground, his face was full of disdain. What a joke. Do you think you can shake my family by pretending to make a few phone calls? The strength of a big family in the provincial capital is beyond the imagination of a small place like you. Let me go soon, and I will not pursue you anymore. Otherwise, when my father finds out about what happened here, both you and Guan Qingqing's family will face a catastrophe. Su Chen smiled coldly, okay, I'll wait. As soon as the words fell, He Chunming's cell phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw that it was his father's call. He Chunming was overjoyed. He secretly looked at Su Chen, but Su Chen did not stop him, but looked at him with a sneer. Su Chen even made a gesture of invitation to him. He Chunming answered the phone with a sneer on his face. He had already made up his mind to tell his father about his miserable experience as soon as possible, so that his father would send a master to break all the bones of Su Chen. After the call was connected, He Chunming was about to speak, and then there was a real roar from the other side. He Chunming, you rebellious son. Fuck you. You are offending people again. Do you know that all our family's industries and factories are now targeted? Our family's assets have lost half because of you, a bastard. Why did I give birth to such a thing as you? I'm really fucking screwed. Hurry up and kowtow to Mr. Su and admit your mistake. Otherwise, I will beat you to pieces, lock you up in a cage for the rest of your life, and keep you at home like a dog. He's Aoyuan's roar, like thunder, exploded in He Chunming's ears. He Chunming widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Just now, what Su Chen said to him was all true. He really only took 10 minutes to make their family lose half of their property. He Chunming looked at Su Chen in horror, but Su Chen still looked at him with a smile. However, that smile was like a devil's smile in He Chunming's eyes. Tell me quickly, what's going on? He Zhaoyuan's roar came again. He Chunming shivered, and did not dare to hide it, and told everything again. After hearing this, He Zhaoyuan was furious. It was because of a woman again. If he didn't have this one son, he would have wanted to castrate him. Turn on the speaker for me, I want to talk to Mr. Su. He Zhaoyuan roared. He Chunming quickly turned on the speakerphone. Su Chen smiled coldly. He wanted to hear what He Zhaoyuan had to say. Chapter 273 I will be Su Chen's concubine. He Chunming looked at Su Chen tremblingly. Mr. Su, my dad wants to talk to you. Su Chen nodded and looked at the phone. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm He Chunming's father He Zhaoyuan. On behalf of my son, I apologize to you and your friends. Please be magnanimous and let my son go this time. He Zhaoyuan's voice was full of pleading and humiliation. Su Chen said lightly, let him go? You heard what he did, you want me to let him go? 100 million. He Zhaoyuan said hurriedly, Mr. Su, I'm willing to pay 100 million to buy the life of my bastard son. He is my only son, please be magnanimous. 100 million. Su Chen chuckled, I will give you 100 million, and then kill He Chunming. How about it? He Chunming trembled all over when he heard this. He shouted, Dad, raise the price quickly. He wants to kill me. He Zhaoyuan said hurriedly, 1 billion. Mr. Su, our He family is willing to pay you 1 billion. He Chunming breathed a sigh of relief. On the side, Guan Qingqing and Liu Jinghao were dumbfounded. Su Chen got 1 billion in this one move. However, what surprised them even more was that Su Chen shook his head and said, 1 billion is not enough. Mr. Su, although our He family is a third-rate family in the provincial capital with tens of billions of assets, most of them are fixed assets. It is already difficult to get 1 billion in cash flow. Please show mercy. He Zhaoyuan begged. Su Chen said coldly, 1 billion is enough for me to spare He Chunming's life. However, he also slapped Guan Qingqing and made Liu Jinghao's head bloody. How do you account for this? Guan Qingqing and Liu Jinghao were shocked, and a touch of emotion flashed in their eyes. They didn't expect that Su Chen would even vent their anger for them. This. He Zhaoyuan struggled. These two, our He family is willing to compensate 100 million each. No. Su Chen shook his head. All the channels for your He family to cooperate with the housekeeper should be given to the housekeeper as compensation. He Zhaoyuan was stunned. The value of these channel dealers cooperating with the housekeeper is no less than tens of billions. However, this time, they have to cut their meat directly to the housekeeper. From Su Chen's tone, there is no room for negotiation at all. Okay. He Zhaoyuan agreed with tears. Guan Qingqing, who was standing aside, was completely dumbfounded. Su Chen actually took away the channel of the He family in the provincial capital and gave it to her family. This is an industry worth tens of billions. The key is that He Zhaoyuan didn't dare to object at all. What kind of ability and connections does Su Chen have? Why did she hear only complaints from her best friend Zhou Wanqiu? Guan Qingqing was a little confused. Seeing the compensation Guan Qingqing got, Liu Jinghao swallowed his saliva and looked at Su Chen. He had a hunch that he would be hit on the head by a pie. Sure enough, the next second, Su Chen continued to ask, your He family should have a hotel, right? He Zhaoyuan's face was gloomy, but he didn't dare to lie. There is a 5-star hotel and 3 4-star hotels. These 3 hotels should be compensated to boss Liu Jinghao. Su Chen said lightly. Okay. He Zhaoyuan's heart was bleeding. It was another billion in assets. At this moment, he wanted to chop He Chunming with a knife. Liu Jinghao was stunned. A huge joy hit him and made him dizzy. How many times has he tried to develop in the provincial capital, but failed? How many times has he lost tens of millions or hundreds of millions and couldn't gain a foothold in the provincial capital? And this time, just helping Su Chen do something and getting beaten up, he got such a generous reward. This fire is worth it. This beating is worth it. Liu Jinghao was ecstatic and looked at Su Chen with gratitude. But Su Chen, as if he had done something insignificant, still had a calm face. Liu Jinghao secretly looked at He Chunming, who looked sad, and said in his heart, "Brother, thank you. Thank you for beating me up. Come and beat me up when you have time." At this moment, he wanted He Chunming to beat him up again. Otherwise, he would be nervous about taking these 3 hotels. Soon, Su Chen helped him solve this nervousness. Later, Guan Qingqing's family and boss Liu will come to you to hand over. I don't want to hear any bad news. Otherwise, I don't mind going to your He family in the provincial capital in person. Su Chen said lightly. He Zhao and said in a miserable voice, "Mr. Su, please rest assured. Since I have promised you, I will definitely not regret it. I hope Mr. Su can also keep his promise and let my bastard son go. Don't worry, I won't let him appear in front of you again." Su Chen said coldly, "Don't worry, you can see him tonight." The two hung up the phone. Su Chen sneered and looked at He Chunming. "Let's go. Master He, your father has already paid the ransom. However, if you are free, come and play with me often. I welcome a money-giving boy like you." He Chunming was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard this. But at this time, he didn't dare to be disrespectful to Su Chen at all. His father's attitude just now has proved that Su Chen is definitely someone he can't afford to offend. Suddenly, he called a group of young people and bodyguards to carry his and Taeoxian's bodies away. In the blink of an eye, only Guan Qingqing and Liu Jinghao were left in the entire box. Guan Qingqing shed tears excitedly. She was tearful and choked. "Su Chen, thank you. You are so great. I want to tell Wanqiu how great you are. Having a husband like you is her lifelong blessing." Su Chen smiled faintly and said, "No need. It's enough for you to know about this, and there is no need to publicize it everywhere." In fact, Su Chen's idea is very simple. He just wanted to stay with Zhou Wanqiu for a year, help Zhou Group to achieve success, and then get huge benefits and return to the mountain village. If Zhou Wanqiu really fell in love with him, it might be troublesome to withdraw at that time. Guan Qingqing was a little surprised by Su Chen's words, but she just felt that Su Chen was indifferent to fame and fortune, and she admired him even more. On the other side, although Liu Jinghao had a bruised face and blood all over his head, his pig-headed face was full of smiles. "Mr. Su, thank you so much. I just did such a trivial thing, and you gave me 3 hotels. I'm ashamed of it." Liu Jinghao rubbed his hands and said uncomfortably. Su Chen smiled. "How about I return the 3 hotels to the He family?" "Ah." The smile on Liu Jinghao's face rose. Guan Qingqing saw this scene and laughed. Su Chen smiled and said, "I'm kidding. Since you're doing something for me, I won't treat you unfairly." Liu Jinghao then laughed. "Thank you, Mr. Su. Don't worry, if you have any orders in the future, I will never back down even a step, no matter how hard it takes. And our family." Guan Qingqing raised her hand quickly. Su Chen smiled. "Okay. The matter here has been resolved. I should go home. If I'm late, I'll probably be scolded." As he spoke, Su Chen turned and left quickly. At this time, Guan Qingqing looked at Su Chen's departing back and suddenly felt a little more envious of her best friend Zhou Wanqiu. She suddenly remembered that it seemed that, since Su Chen came to the Zhou family, the Zhou group had been turning danger into safety, and everything was going smoothly. In the past, she and Zhou Wanqiu thought that the Zhou catering group was lucky. At this moment, Guan Qingqing finally figured out that this was not good luck at all. It must be because Su Chen was secretly protecting it. Although Su Chen asked Guan Qingqing to keep it a secret, Guan Qingqing felt that she still had to give her best friend Zhou Wanqiu a reminder. Thinking of this, Guan Qingqing left while sending a message to Zhou Wanqiu. Guan Qingqing asked, "Wanqiu, has your company encountered any trouble these 2 days?" Zhou Wanqiu's message came back after a while. "Zhou Wanqiu, yeah. I don't know where that Professor Wei got angry, and he has been targeting our Zhou catering group." Guan Qingqing quickly replied, "Have you found someone to solve it? I think you might as well talk to Su Chen and let him help you solve it. I feel like he might have an idea." Watering mouth and laughing Zhou Wanqiu. "Huh? Su Chen? What's the use of this guy? Every day he either takes leave during the day or goes out at night, making himself busier than the president. Instead of relying on him, I might as well rely on that Professor Wei to have a change of heart. Guan, that's hard to say. What if Su Chen can help you solve it? Don't forget, Su Chen is good at both medicine and fighting. He can be said to be a two-face talent. Zhou Wanqiu, TSK. Those things, he learned them in the village. When it comes to company management, he is not much better than the garbage sweeper. If he helps me solve it, he will really be an all-round talent. If he really has this ability, let alone going out to have affairs, even if he wants to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and let me be his mistress, I'm happy. Guan, then go and tell Su Chen. If he knows that you want him to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, he will definitely do his best to help you solve your worries. At that time, I will be his first wife, and let you, the little wife, call me sister every day. Zhou Wanqiu, bah. You still want to be my sister? Go to hell. Haha. After the 2 sent messages, Guan blushed. She didn't know why, but she said that she wanted to be Su Chen's first wife. Could it be that I fell in love with Su Chen? Guan face flushed. No. He is Wanqiu's husband. I shouldn't think like this. On the other side, Zhou Wanqiu smiled. She didn't believe what Guan said at all. What Su Chen learned were all things in the mountain village, and the troubles she encountered need to be solved with modern business means. What can Su Chen do to help? As for becoming Su Chen's concubine and allowing him to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, Zhou Wanqiu blushed. Bah. He's dreaming. At this moment, Su Chen came back. Chapter 274, Difficulties from the Professor. Su Chen walked in quietly. As soon as he walked in, he saw Zhou Wanqiu looking at him with a red face. Under the light, her slightly red face was as tempting as a peach. Seeing Su Chen staring at her, Zhou Wanqiu was slightly angry. Her face changed, and she said angrily, "What are you looking at? You're done fooling around. Why don't you go wash up?" Su Chen smiled helplessly, too lazy to explain, took his clothes, and walked into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water sounded in the bathroom. Zhou Wanqiu lowered her head and continued to deal with her work. For some reason, the sentence "I'm Su Chen's concubine" in the conversation with Guan just now kept appearing in Zhou Wanqiu's mind, making it impossible for her to work quietly. She looked at the bathroom angrily. This person is so annoying. If Su Chen heard this, he would definitely feel very wronged. He obviously did nothing. Su Chen came back after washing up. Zhou Wanqiu had returned to bed and rolled up the quilt. Zhou Wanqiu, whose thoughts were disrupted, could no longer calm down. She simply went to bed early and went to work at the company tomorrow. Su Chen quietly returned to his bed and continued to practice. The 2 of them had their own thoughts. After a long time, Zhou Wanqiu slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Su Chen still took Zhou Wanqiu's car and arrived at the company. After arriving at the office, Su Chen first called Zhang Yu over. "Secretary Su, what can I do for you?" Zhang Yu saluted and said with a playful smile. Su Chen smiled and asked, "Zhang Yu, I want to ask you something. I wonder if you know the answer?" "Hey, brother Chen, I'm not bragging. Our company." "Okay, stop bragging." Su Chen interrupted Zhang Yu's bragging and asked, "Has our company encountered any trouble recently? I think Ms. Zhao seems to be a little worried." When Zhang Yu heard this question, he slapped his thigh and said, "Brother Chen, even if you didn't ask, I was just about to tell you about this." As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone and played a video. In the picture, a middle-aged man appeared, wearing glasses, looking like a professor and scholar. On his side, there were also subtitles marking his identity: food hygiene expert, Professor Wei Huasheng. This video seems to be an interview with Wei Huasheng on his views on food safety. But in this video, Wei Huasheng criticized all industries of Zhao's catering group. Food hygiene is really important. It is related to the national economy and people's livelihood, and to everyone's physical and life safety. Therefore, I have been committed to exposing some problems in the public food field. Recently, I found that our Bincheng's largest food and catering group, Zhao's catering group, has quite serious problems. First, it is their largest Zhao's catering fast food chain. Some of the dishes have obvious suspicion of expired ingredients, and the cooking oil used is highly suspected of gutter oil. Secondly, Zhao's catering group's high-end catering institution Ruai restaurant is also suspected of using inferior ingredients. In addition, Zhao's catering group's food processing company also has big and small problems. I specially purchased some food for testing, but I feel that the quality is worrying. After watching this video, Su Chen can clearly feel that this Wei Huasheng is targeting Zhao's catering group. On the side, Liu Pan and Su Jiao also came over to watch this video. Fuck. This Professor Wei, I remember he is quite professional. Why is he firing at us this time? Liu Pan exclaimed. Su Chen looked at Liu Pan in confusion. Quite professional? This guy's words against Zhao's catering group are full of words like suspected, doubted, and suspected. Obviously, there is no real evidence. Why did Liu Pan still say that he is very professional? Zhang Yu saw Su Chen's doubts and explained, Brother Chen, you have been in Bincheng for a short time, so you don't know. This Wei Huasheng is still very famous in the field of food safety in Bincheng. He has pointed out the food violations of several restaurants, and has also seized several cases of producing and selling expired and spoiled food. He is very trusted by the public in Bincheng. So, his firing at Zhao's catering group will really make the public resist Zhao's catering group. Su Chen understood. It turns out that this middle-aged man Wei Huasheng is so powerful. But why would such a powerful Wei Huasheng specifically target Zhao's catering group? Moreover, he is still forcibly smearing it. Su Chen was a little puzzled. On the other side, in the president's office, Zhou Wanqiu also received a call. What? That Wei Huasheng blasted Zhao's catering group again today. What's wrong with him? What do the people in the PR department do? Have they held a press conference to clarify? The number of diners in various fast food chains has dropped significantly. The sales of Zhao's catering group's food factory have also dropped. Have they held any promotional activities? Hurry up and hold a meeting of middle-level leaders and above. Zhou Wanqiu hung up the phone, her face as gloomy as water. She couldn't figure out why this Wei Huasheng suddenly jumped out and blasted Zhao's catering group in the past 2 days. Although Wei Huasheng didn't have any substantial evidence, his past reputation was so good that most of the people in Bincheng believed him. As a result, the business of Zhao's catering group fell to the bottom. Zhou Wanqiu hurried to the meeting room. Suddenly, she thought of the conversation between Guan Qingqing and herself last night. Zhou Wanqiu paused. Then, she turned and walked towards the secretariat office. Su Chen, come with me to the meeting room. Zhou Wanqiu stood at the door, shouted, and turned away. She didn't know why she came to call Su Chen. Perhaps, Guan Qingqing's reminder planted an anchor in her heart. Of course, Zhou Wanqiu would not admit it. Su Chen was confused, but he hurried to follow Zhou Wanqiu's pace. Soon, the two came to the conference room. At this time, the conference room was already full of heads of various units. Everyone was talking and discussing. Is that Wei Huasheng sick? Did our Zhao catering group provoke him, and he actually threw fesses at us? I don't know if this guy was bribed by others, so he deliberately said bad things about us. It's really disgusting. There is no evidence at all, and he forced us to prove our innocence. The key is that Wei Huasheng had a very good reputation in the past. When he investigated those food safety cases before, someone also bribed him, but he didn't accept it at all, which made his image more positive. Alas, if I wasn't personally responsible for the food safety of our Zhao catering group, I would have believed him. I finally understand what it means to spread rumors with one mouth and refute them with a lot of effort. Everyone's face was not very good. After Zhou Wanqiu and Su Chen came in, the voices of the crowd gradually faded. Everyone looked at each other, but no one took the initiative to speak. Zhou Wanqiu glanced at everyone and said in a cold voice, I guess everyone knows what happened. I won't explain the details. Public Relations Department, I want to ask, didn't you refute the rumor as soon as possible? The head of the Public Relations Department stood up and said hurriedly, Mr. Zhao, our Public Relations team issued a statement as soon as possible. Moreover, we even held a press conference. But it was completely useless. No one believed it at all. That guy Wei Huasheng has already implanted his positive image into the hearts of the people of Bincheng through the previous food safety cases. Even if there is not much evidence, there will be a lot of people who choose to support and believe his words. Moreover, when it comes to food safety, the attitude of customers has always been it is better to believe it than not to believe it, which makes us even more passive. Zhou Wanqiu was full of anger, looked to the other side and asked, "Where is the legal department?" The head of the legal department stood up and said, "Our legal staff has sent a lawyer's letter. But judging from Wei Huasheng's attitude, he probably won't pay attention to us. If we really go through the legal process, it will take a long time, and by then I'm afraid it will be too late." Zhou Wanqiu's face was gloomy. Does that mean that we can only let things ferment now? Everyone sighed, helpless. At this time, Su Chen's voice slowly sounded. "Well, I want to say something. Can't we go directly to Wei Huasheng to ask?" In an instant, everyone turned their heads and looked at Su Chen, who was speaking. Chapter 275. The one who threatens him is not a human. The conference room was silent. Everyone looked at Su Chen. No one expected that Su Chen, who had never had a sense of presence, would actually express his opinion. At this time, Chu Zhenyu, the head of the public relations department, stood up. Chu Zhenyu was a young woman under 30 years old, wearing a tight suit and short skirt uniform, and Balenciaga stockings on her lower body. She looked sexy and intellectual, very tempting. She nodded to Zhou Wanqiu first, then looked at Su Chen and said, "In fact, we contacted Wei Huasheng at the very beginning, but the other party did not respond to us. It is precisely because of this that our public relations department issued a statement and held a press conference. In addition, we asked the legal department to send a lawyer's letter because he refused to communicate with us from beginning to end." Su Chen said lightly, "If he refuses to communicate with us, will we not communicate?" Chu Zhenyu's face was a little ugly. Su Chen's words were obviously picking on the public relations department. Wei Huasheng didn't reply to us at all. Should we, Zhao's catering group, still go after him? Chu Zhenyu looked unconvinced. Su Chen said calmly, "It doesn't matter whether we reply or not. What's important is that our Zhao's catering group is now suffering heavy losses. Based on Wei Huasheng's past deeds, we can judge that he is a relatively decent person. But now our Zhao's catering group has no problems, but he is holding on to us. This shows that the problem lies with him. Only by meeting him in person and understanding the reasons why he is targeting us can we solve the problem." Chu Zhenyu frowned and said, "But we made an appointment with Wei Huasheng, but he didn't reply at all. What should we do?" Su Chen said, "If he doesn't reply, then we will go to his workplace to find him, go to his home to find him, and block him on the road. There is always hope of meeting him. This is always more likely to succeed than sitting and waiting." Everyone nodded unconsciously. Chu Zhenyu opened her sexy mouth again and again, but finally closed it, because what Su Chen said made a lot of sense. Zhou Wanqiu looked at Su Chen with a surprised look on his face. Unexpectedly, this guy Su Chen actually saw through the essence of the problem. Zhou Wanqiu thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "Let's do this." This time, Chu Zhenyu, the head of the public relations department, and Secretary General Su Chen will go to Wei Huasheng together. You try your best to find out why he wants to target our Zhao catering group and try to persuade him to change his words. Yes. Chu Zhenyu nodded. Su Chen said lightly, "No problem." Zhou Wanqiu looked at Su Chen with some doubts. This guy seems to be a little proactive this time. Su Chen smiled. In fact, he had a guess that could only be confirmed after meeting Wei Huasheng. Therefore, Su Chen was more willing to agree to this matter. Soon, the meeting ended. Zhou Wanqiu called Su Chen and Chu Zhenyu, the head of the public relations department, to his office. This time, you go to Wei Huasheng, and you must cooperate sincerely. Zhou Wanqiu ordered. Su Chen, although your position as Secretary General is not lower than Chu Zhenyu's, your public relations is definitely not good enough. Therefore, you must listen to her arrangements for this operation. Do you understand? Su Chen replied calmly, "Okay." Soon, the two left together. Secretary General Su, do you have a car? Chu Zhenyu asked calmly. Su Chen smiled and said, "No." Then how do you come to work? Chu Zhenyu asked. Su Chen said. It was Zhou, my colleagues around me who brought me here. Su Chen almost said Zhou Wanqiu, but fortunately he changed his words in time. Chu Zhenyu glanced at Su Chen and secretly complained. This family is so stingy. They take advantage of their colleagues and take it so righteously. Okay, then I'll drive you, Chu Zhenyu said. Su Chen smiled and said, thank you. Then, Chu Zhenyu drove his red Audi and took Su Chen to Bincheng University. Wei Huasheng is a professor at Bincheng University. He has made many scientific research achievements in the field of food safety, so he is highly recognized in the industry. Let's go directly to his school, hoping to meet him, Chu Zhenyu introduced. Su Chen nodded and said nothing. Chu Zhenyu glanced at Su Chen and suddenly asked curiously, Mr. Su, which famous foreign university did you graduate from? Su Chen said lightly, I have never been abroad. Chu Zhenyu was stunned and asked, you are the Secretary General of the Secretariat. Aren't you from an international famous university? Then which famous domestic university did you graduate from? Su Chen said, I haven't been to college. Chu Zhenyu was confused. Then have you been an executive at any Fortune 500 company? Su Chen shook his head. No, I have hardly left the village. Then how did you become Mr. Zhao's secretary? How did you become the Secretary General later? Chu Zhenyu was completely dumbfounded. Su Chen explained, I became Mr. Zhao's secretary because of Grandpa Zhao's arrangement. Grandpa Zhao. Chu Zhenyu was startled. Then she realized that the person Su Chen was talking about was the old chairman Zhou Wanqiu. At this moment, she had a basic impression of Su Chen. I thought he was a talent from nowhere. It turns out that he is a relative and got in through the back door. Chu Zhenyu suddenly had a little more contempt for Su Chen in her heart. Su Chen, after meeting Wei Huasheng, the two sides will negotiate with me as the main person. You should learn more, Chu Zhenyu reminded. Su Chen smiled and said indifferently, okay, soon. The car arrived at Bincheng University. Chu Zhenyu had already found Wei Huasheng's office building. She took Su Chen and went straight to Wei Huasheng's office. Dang. 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 Chu Zhenyu knocked on the door of the office. Come in. A low voice sounded. Su Chen and the others pushed the door open. At first glance, they saw a middle-aged man working at his desk. The man was wearing an old suit, a pair of high myopic glasses on his nose, and a gentle and refined look. However, his hair was a little messy, and his slightly old face was full of fatigue. The two recognized at a glance that this man was Wei Huasheng, who criticized Zhao's catering in the program. Wei Huasheng looked up and saw Su Chen and Chu Zhenyu and was suddenly stunned. Who are you? Wei Huasheng asked softly. His tone was very kind. Chu Zhenyu hurried forward and handed over her business card. She said, Professor Wei, I'm Chu Zhenyu, the public relations manager of Zhao's catering group, and this is the Secretary General Mr. Su Chen. It's nice to meet you. Hearing the words Zhao's catering group, Wei Huasheng was stunned for a moment, and then his face was a little flustered. You, what are you doing here? Wei Huasheng said hurriedly, didn't I say I don't want to communicate with you? Chu Zhenyu said hurriedly, Professor Wei, we are here to communicate with you with the attitude of solving problems. Please give us a chance. Wei Huasheng heard this, but became even more impatient and said, I don't want to solve any problems. There is a problem with your Zhao catering group. I don't want to talk to you. Please get out immediately. If you don't get out, I will call security. As he spoke, Wei Huasheng stood up suddenly and put his hand on the phone beside him. Chu Zhenyu was immediately very anxious. She could never have imagined that this Wei Huasheng was so impatient that he didn't even give her a chance to communicate. At this moment, Su Chen's voice sounded faintly. Professor Wei, if I'm not mistaken, you should have been threatened recently, right? Su Chen looked at Wei Huasheng with a smile. Chu Zhenyu also looked at Su Chen. What are you talking about? Professor Wei's tough temper is known to everyone in Bincheng. However, Wei Huasheng paused and swallowed his saliva, saying, I don't know what you are talking about. If you don't leave, I will call. Su Chen smiled faintly. Maybe, the one threatening Professor Wei is not a human. Am I right, Professor Wei? Chu Zhenyu stared at Su Chen with an angry face. Su Chen, what are you talking about? Didn't I say that the communication with Professor Wei should be based on me? Click. Wei Huasheng, who was opposite, sat down on the chair and looked at Su Chen in shock. Then, with a panic on his face, he yelled at Su Chen, "Get out! Get out of my office!" Su Chen smiled, took out a piece of talisman paper and handed it to Wei Huasheng, then pulled a tissue and wrote down his phone number. "Mr. Wei, hold this talisman. It may save your life at a critical moment. Also, if you need anything, remember to call me." After saying that, Su Chen pulled the confused Chuzanayu away. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.